Hey guys, how's it going? Wade Mitch here. Today we are going to be going over our first full in-game year on the Stitzer, Wisconsin dairy farm. Starting off here, we are in spring, and go ahead, pay attention because this farm has gone through a lot of changes over this last in-game year, and I hope you guys enjoy the video. Grab some popcorn, kick back, relax, and enjoy. The last thing we did on here was move all the cows to the barn for the winter. And so far, it's worked good. You'll see, aside from the manure unloader, we also have a ton of manure there piling it up. So we're going to have some of that to clear out here in the near future. But some other things on the plan for this year are, well, one is to probably build a bigger dairy barn and start putting some of these pastures to use. Because what I want to do is I want to up this cattle production just, tenfold. And with that, we're going to need a bigger barn because I think 90 cows in this setup right now, we're maxing it out. And these barns don't hold much of anything. So in the near future, you guys are going to start seeing us clearing some land. I may not show it, but the barn's going to get taken down. We're going to be flattening out a pad somewhere in this area and maybe start pouring some concrete in the next month or so. So that's one thing for you guys to look forward to. I wanted to say we were planning on doing that so you don't just see it out of nowhere. But for today, I think what we're going to do is if we look at our seasonal calendar, we are going to be right in the planting season for a couple of our crops. Now, what we have here, you'll see what we're going to do is plant some corn today. But what the other part of our workforce here is going to do, I think is going to be planting some alfalfa. Now, the thing with that, and when I say maybe planting alfalfa, is that I want to plant alfalfa over our grass. Now, do I think that the worker can do that? Probably not. So we're going to actually have to put some more thought into this and actually get our planter unburied. You can see here, we have the 7810 with the chisel plow still on it, which we are going to need, but not right now. So we're going to back this up out of the way. We'll put it right in front of the abandoned house. That's good. And I'm thinking that this is going to be our planting tractor for the spring. The seeding tractor for the air seeder is probably going to be the 8520. We might throw the T7 in the mix or even the 6R in the mix somewhere. For now, I think these guys with doles on them are going to be handling most of this work. So let's get our 7810 down here. There's one thing missing though, is we don't have any seed. So next, before we can get started with our planting, we're gonna have to go get in the pickup. Now, the first kind of endeavor of the year, like I said, is not gonna be planting. It is gonna be coming into the shop and looking at our seed tenders. So, the options we have aren't that many actually. It's either a giant semi-trailer or the J&M right here. Now I think what we're gonna do is head down to the co-op, see what they have. We might even just lease one of these for planting season. I don't think we're in the spot where we want to be spending 45 G's on a seed tender. It's quite a bit, and if I had the choice, I would just fill up the semi. But we don't have an auger for the semi yet, and that's one thing that we really want to look into kind of getting going, is that. Oh, let's get along here. Looks like we're overgrowing the path a bit. But, I'm going to scoot down to this co-op. We're going to see what we can work out. Because we're spending so much money at this place. We ended up buying the fertilizer spreader off them. So I'm hoping that they'll cut us some slack, give us a deal. Maybe they'll just borrow one of their seed tenders for the year. Alright, so we're pulling up here. Now, I don't see anything new, but that shed is open, so maybe they have some stuff in there. We're gonna head in and maybe see what they have for us to borrow. Alright, so when we guessed about that shed, I think we were right. They said that it's the last one they have. We're here in April. Normally guys come get them February, March ahead of time, but they just got this one in. It is brand new, and they were out of them. But we're now I'm gonna come in here and we're gonna be leasing this here seed tender for, they said 2 to 3 months, and they'd like to have it back. Really, they say that because they have guys doing like winter wheat and stuff, like how we planted our Triticale, is they want to get them in, make sure they're all serviced up before those guys come and get them. Now the thing is, they do not sell seeds here anymore. They got, their seed business got ran out of town by some guy across town who was selling Pioneer. So I guess we're going with some Pioneer seeds this year. They told us the directions because, you know, they used to be competition, but, you know, this guy won, so they send everyone over there, and he sends people over there, apparently. There's a whole bunch of just drama going on there, it sounds like, but we need to go right here, they said, right at the stop sign. They said basically act like we're heading towards the dealer. They apparently know that we're there a lot. They must see all the new stuff we're driving around. And, taking it slow through town because I'm not exactly sure where we're going. Now, I'm wondering, is it just ran out of the store? Is that? Oh no, it's back there. We can see it over there. Oh yeah, we've passed this before. I don't know what I'm thinking. It's right by the sale barn. Now, where on earth we go to fill it up? I don't know. Do we need to go inside? I think we need to go inside here. But they got quite the operation. You know, I would say the auger by the giant pallets of seed is probably where we're supposed to go. So, we might be able to pull through here. We're gonna try it. Get the tarp off the tender. And let's see. So this, yep, just seeds. There we go. Well, hopefully we're not paying too steep for these because it's kind of the it's our only option. I don't see any other seed dealers. You got molasses, solid fertilizer. Like, we got a couple options for the fertilizer, but tell you what, this is the only place we... Oh, that's filling fast. This is the only place we can buy seeds, and we just bought $34,000 worth of seeds. I really hope we'll use all these because that is a lot of money. I'll tell you what, I know a guy who's going to be excited for this sale time to come because we actually held on to our corn. We're going to hope that this peak is a little higher because this didn't go as high as it says it was going to. We're hoping that peak in July is going to be really worth it. For soybeans, the July peak at 37.11, we're going to make a killing if it gets anywhere near that. So we just got to hold out for a couple more months, make it through planting season, and holy cow, that's heavy. Alright, what can we do here? Alright, first thing we did, we can lower this ball hitch a bit. That might help. Yeah, it helped a little. I think the next thing we can do is not fill this all the way up with seeds and maybe just pay a little more attention next time. That might help a little bit. What we're going to do here is scoot this out to the field. I'm going to save you guys the pain of watching me try to maneuver this through town. Unless we get into an accident, I'll update you guys, but we're going to go out front and start getting ready for corn harvest. Corn harvest. What am I talking about? Corn planting. Alright, so we are going to pop a squat right here in the big cornfield. Let the truck turn off for now. And what we're going to do is hop in 7810 and let's get it out to the field. One thing we actually have is some solid fertilizer that is still in the semi. I'm going to go fill it up and then we'll get going. Alright, so now what we're going to have to do is once this is empty, we're going to have to run and get some liquid fertilizer. There's stuff like... it's going to get expensive. I hope we can afford it all and not go under it by the end of planting season. Because we do have a lot to plant. We're going to get the 7810 out here. I'm hoping it handles the planter good. I've never ran it with this planter, actually. We have ran the 80-20. I did some test runs with the row crop, which is the main point of this video, was to showcase, finally got some row crop on here, which I'm really excited about. Now, of course, we got like the longest line of traffic known to man. Just cut them off. What we can do is get this unfolded, and let's just get ready to fill it up. Let's hop over to the power stroke. This thing is leaning. Alright, pipes out. Alright, so, should be all full here. Looks like it. And what we'll do, get out from under there, and I think to start, let's see, we will be going to field 145, which is right over here. And let's see. So, this is pretty straightforward. I don't think I'm going to do any end rows just because it's, you know, pretty up and down field. Let's see, let's get our ridge marker out. Let's get the planter on, and, you know, let's just go with it. Now, with row crop, it's going to be a finicky process. We're not going to be perfect, but I am going to have to go through. We're going to have to plant all these fields one by one. So this weekend, I'm going to be spending a lot of time in the field running the planter. So keep an eye out for some streams. I'm going to try not to do too many videos planting, but it is bound to happen. We got to get all this done, and then we can start, you know, mowing the Triticale, getting it chopped. Yeah, I think running the 7810 here should treat us well. Get some good hours in it. Maybe switch them out if we get bored. We can run the 80-20. We can run the T7. We can run the 6R. We could really run any of these tractors besides the 4630 on our 12-row planter here. Which, once again, it kind of does lead to the point of, I think we should sell one of these and take some money. Take the money and run, you know? We just added a new tractor. I think we should subtract one of the mid-size ones. And as much as I don't like it, it might be this one. 7810. Could be on the chopping block. It's the least unique, I think. I mean, not saying the 6R is unique either, but the 6R can run the loader. It has more power. And I love the 7810, but I mean, the 6R and the T7 do the exact same jobs this thing does, and we don't really need 3 tractors doing the same job. So if we're pinching pennies, and we need to, we're building that new barn, or if we're making a new purchase, it probably will be the last we see of this tractor. Unless you guys want to keep it. Unless it is a fan favorite, but so far I think you guys would much rather me keep the T7 than the 6R. I think we're pretty united on that front. The one thing I am excited about is really getting to run this row crop. I've been waiting forever to do this. I'm so glad I finally got it set up. Let's see. Alright, you can see it. We got our first row done. Our first 12. It's nice running this 12 row, and so far the 7810 can handle it pretty well, which I'm happy about. Let's get it backed up here. You want to, this is the thing, we got to get it like perfectly straight, or else it is going to bug me every time we drive past this field. Ridge marker. There we go. I'm going to keep this as straight as we can. Right along the edge of the field. Or else it is going to be mayhem, I say. Mayhem. I did our test runs. There's one thing I noticed. The ridge markers aren't perfectly accurate, which is, I wouldn't say a problem, but it is. One thing you're going to notice is I'll be off the center of the ridge marker, but it is for good reason. It's tested. I know I need to be. So. We do, however, need to make one modification to our planter, and it is row shut off. I would like to get row shut off on. Probably make it go a lot neater. Has automatic row shut off. We can just click an option. Right now, I don't think we have it because this is still from before we installed row crop, so we don't have the option on it yet. But we can bring the shop toolbox out into the field. See if we can get that taken care of pretty soon before we get to the middle of this field, probably. So I don't want to end up, you know, with a messy field right out front of the farm. So far, though, that liquid fertilizer is going down pretty quick. We might have to figure something out with that, I'll tell you what. Let's see how we're doing here. Looks good so far. Now this is where it's going to kill me. And he's stuck on saving. Well, I think it turned out okay. That's the one issue with my save game is, you know, you sit there and you save on it for a while. You start worrying, is it going to mess up my row? Right now it looks like we're going to end up pretty good. There we go. Now let's see. We're going to aim right at the ridge marker and see where this leaves us. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're going to be aiming a good bit to the side of the ridge marker. Really, the right side of our hood, I think, is what we're going to line up. Maybe in the middle there. It's a little better. Yeah. All right, halfway between the center marker and the right side of the hood is where we're going to want to run this. And you can see that's going to give us pretty accurate planting there. You just got to watch. You see me cycling the camera a lot. It's just because I want to get this perfect. I don't want to mess it up. Now the painful part is waiting. The waiting in between when we plant and when it grows, and we can finally see how bad we did. It's gonna be a tough wait. I think it'll be worth it. Like I said, if you guys have not checked out this row crop stuff yet, it is awesome. It's a lot better than the 22 version. I never played the 22 row crop. You guys, long-time viewers, you would know that. You know I didn't like it. It lagged the game. You couldn't make content with it because you're sitting here recording on 10 frames per second. Not that I do much better, but this doesn't drop my frames really noticeably at all, which is really nice. Proud of the 7810. It is running this like a champ. Now I hope when it gets to the hills it doesn't switch it up, but we'll just have to see. And close to another pass done. See how this ends up. Now we gotta watch it and get this done all the way. Kind of wedging ourselves in here. It's not good. This should get us out of it. Line it up. Back it up again. And it's definitely going to take some getting used to, so I do apologize. I'm trying. You guys are going to have to rate the planting skills once this grows. Don't judge just yet. Hasn't grown yet. So far, the fertilizer, the whole reason I'm running it right now is just so I can see where I planted, because it gets hard to see where you planted with row crop. Because it leaves behind tire tracks, but after the tire tracks, look at that ground. I mean, without the fertilizer, I don't think we'd be able to tell what we've done. Like, if my tire tracks just disappear, like, we're cooked. As we're getting along here, I did have to pause the recording, so I apologize I'm skipping some stuff. But you guys are going to want to tune into the streams this weekend. We're aiming for a Friday night, which is after this video, around 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and a Saturday night around 9:30 p.m. Eastern as well. Tune in. Be playing all weekend. If you guys have any questions you want to ask, if you just want to hang out, it'll be a good time. Getting in the holiday spirit. Might have a Santa hat on. Maybe not. You'll just have to join to find out. But I think what we're going to do is get close to the end of this pass and probably go call it a day for the video, just because I don't want to do too much. I don't want to bore you guys, but I also don't want to do... Let's put it this way. I want to get the perfect amount of planning to where you guys are going to watch the video all the way through, but then also want to watch the stream. But we don't want to do too much and bore you, but then I don't want to do not enough and you guys not be interested in the row crop, because the row crop is a very big deal. I'm really excited about it. I think once you start seeing these crops pop up and we're mowing our grass, it is going to be really exciting. Now, here we are though. We're nearing the end of the pass, and this is where it's going to start getting weird. I need to get row shut-off put on this because I don't want to mess anything up. But if you guys did enjoy the video, go ahead and leave a like below. Share with your friends. If you share with your friends, I might take the license plate off the tractor, by the way. Well, yeah, we got about 2 passes left here. Well, I mean, 1 most of the way, but 2 over here. And we're going to keep planting this corn. So we're going to do probably major league corn this year, because a lot of these Triticale fields are where our beans are going to go in. Now, these aren't growing very fast, I'll tell you what. I mean, they're growing a bit, but look at that. We still got a ways to go. Today, we have an interesting video planned for you guys. So what we're going to be doing is spreading some herbicide on our Triticale. Now, the stuff's growing good. We're going to run over here. This first field, I mean, you can see from here, the weeds on this are, like, massive. And the Triticale's looking good itself, but if we don't get these weeds sprayed down, we're going to have a real problem on our hands. You can see, we probably got another month or so before we're ready to cut this, but, you know, when we're feeding our cows all this, we want some quality feed. We don't want all these weeds. Now, in order to do that, we have to do a few things first. One of them is getting the flatbed gooseneck here hooked up to the truck. We got to run to the co-op again and pick some things up, then fill them at the co-op, bring it back here, and then get our sprayer filled. So, I'm going to be trying to edit this video a little better today. You guys got to let me know how it goes. Should be more action filled in for you, but without further ado, let's run over to the pickup. Alright, so if you guys had watched the last video of us planning, you'd know that this seed tender is way too heavy for the truck. We could technically pull it with a tractor, but I think that's kind of useless. So what we're going to do is scoot it over back to the farm, and you actually already saw what we're going to use instead of this, and I'll point it out when we get back. But just looking to our side here, you can see this field too, these weeds are just huge. That's really going to impact our yield and our feed quality when we're giving that to the cows. I'm sure they don't want all the, whatever that is, you know, the thorns, the bushes. That's just not, that's not what they want to eat, you know? Let's get across the road. Holy cow. He's squatting right now and popping some wheelies. But what we're going to do here is I'm going to unhook this. We're going to put the 46 on it for now, just to get some power to it. I know it has a motor on it, but we can also run it with the hydraulic power from the 46, so we're going to do that for now. which means we'll put it right about... I think it's going to be there. Going around here. We're going to try to shimmy in here. That skid steer, we parked that awfully close, but I think we got it. There we go. So, as you guys can see, the old Kilbros that we've had sitting here forever has a twin. And this twin has an auger on it. You see we got the lines going to it, and this is going to be an amazing add-on. It holds 10,000 liters, so almost as much as our seed tender does. So we only paid $7 grand for this. We own this. It's not a lease. We're not messing around trying to get it back to the dealership. You know, I try not to spend the money off video, but I think this one we just had to go with it. It's one of those things. You see how popular these things are around here. It's gonna go fast. People love these. I mean, and for a good reason. These things are built like tanks. They last forever. This one looks like, you know, it's brand new. But I lied when I was talking earlier. We're going to get the 6R here. We actually got to pop the loader off. I think it's going to be better. Alright. We'll just get the bale forks off, I think. Let's back it up. See, I'm going to try to drop the weight here. Because realistically, if we're hooking the loader back up, that's a good spot to get it. Right. Let's see how this works. I'm hoping we can just offload all the seed. Alright, so we're gonna ignore... We're gonna ignore that. Obviously not meant for tractors, but let's see if we can get this to unload into here. Tell you one thing. I think this J&M is a belt. It's not an auger. Yeah, it's a belt. Right? Can we see in there? No, we can't. But it's definitely going to unload a lot faster, but for the planter we have, we don't need it to unload fast. We have like 12 little boxes, or 24 little boxes. I don't know how many it is. But this first thing we're going to do is get this done, and then we do need to take this back. I don't... Hold on. No, we don't. I was seeing if we had a hitch on the back of the gooseneck here, but I don't think that's a smart idea. Plus, we still have a little bit more seed in here. So we'll back this up right here. Now, we want to take it off the 6R, because we're going to be using the 6R later, so let's not forget that yet. But anyways, let's get in the 6.7 here. And I'm going to scoot on down to the co-op. Or not the co-op. The, I guess it is the co-op. One of the co-ops. But yeah, I'm going to scoot down there. And we will be back with you guys in a jiffy. Alright, so what we have here is we went ahead and ordered some tanks that are going to go on our PJ here. And what we can do is fill these up, one with herbicide and two with liquid fertilizer. Now that is going to double up on our planter and our sprayer. I kind of think we should have bought a little bit bigger tank, but we went the cheap route because I'm trying to save some money. This is a $5,000 setup here. So we got the water pump right here. I have no idea how to use this stuff, but they're going to load it on for us. Try to teach us how to use it, but no guarantees. In the meantime, I think we're going to look at some of this stuff. They do have anhydrous here. Now, this is obviously a giant fleet. I don't think we're going to ever need to buy one. We can probably just rent it from these guys. But really looking, they have a nice place here. We never really take too close of a look at everything they have. But anyways, looks like they got us all loaded up here. So, really no idea how this works. We're gonna have some fun trying to figure this out. And we really, I might even need someone, one of you guys' help. But it looks like our solid fertilizer, anhydrous, our liquid fertilizer is gonna be in these tanks up here. Now, I don't necessarily know what I'm supposed to do here. But, I think, is it inside this building? It might be inside the building. Let's, Let's head in. Oh, I would say so. There's a lot more tanks in here. This has got to be a pretty... Oh, yeah, it's a little smelly. Probably not too safe to have all this inside, but we'll let it slide. Alright. Get the pump over here. So, sadly, the tanks that we bought are not the correct, things to use. So we probably should have researched that. Co-op's looking back, because now what we got to do is spend a lot of money on these tanks. So they got our fertilizer loaded up, and that's what they're loading them with. So we just got to wait for them to, I don't know what they're doing in there, but come back with our herbicide, and we should have those on a jiffy and be ready to get going. Okay, so we're all loaded up here. Let's just get this thing in drive for once, and let's go get our sprayer filled up. Now, we did grab these 2 regular fertilizers, not because we're going to be spraying fertilizer, but because we have our planter that I'm going to be running on stream after actually I'm done recording this. So, yeah, I'm not sure how much our sprayer takes or really how much the planter's going to use, but we can always head back and get more. We're there, I feel like, every day, really. That's why I was trying to get those big tanks, but at this point, we might as well, depending on how much we use, we might as well just get our own big tanks and see if we can just have whoever delivers to the co-op deliver to us, too. Now, I don't want to run the co-op out of business, but if we're running there so many times, like you guys see how often we're there, it really might just be beneficial for us to get a little seed silo and two little storage tanks for our fluids here. But anyways, let's pull into the farm. Actually, is it too heavy on the trailer back here? And we're gonna leave this pickup actually right up here, I think, just because the sprayer is right there in the storage shed, and we're gonna have some pretty easy access to that. Let's shut off to 6.7, and next up we gotta go and get in the 6R. Alright, I'm gonna fire it up. Yeah, let's get going here. I thought about taking the loader off, but really, I mean, we're just spraying. We're not gonna have anything in front of us, but yet again, I don't know if... We're just gonna take it off. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get into the barn with this loader on, so let me go do that real quick. Alright, that's all done. So what we gotta do, we actually got this washed off finally. We're starting to finally clean our tractors, which is good. You can see the chopper in here, which I think we might actually be getting an upgrade for. It's really small, but when we get the chop and the Triticale, we have something for that too. A lot of little things we're trying to upgrade here on the farm with the money we have. We can't do anything major until we sell, but yeah. Anyways, this is our sprayer. We haven't really shown it before. We bought it, never really used it, but here it is. It's a pretty nice piece of machinery. I'm hoping that our tires here don't kill everything, but we'll see. We could really think about getting some row crops on something, but And, well, there's our answer. We're looking at about 4,000 liters of herbicide right now. We're gonna fill up at 45, 42. That's not too bad. Now, the one thing I have with this is, are we gonna kill like all of the Triticale while we're driving over it? I think it's basically grass, so I think it might survive, but we'll see. So, pulling up to our first Triticale field here, I'm trying to get my wheel set up. So, for some reason the wheel is not running, but for now, let's see. I think the Triticale is gonna survive, which is good. I was really worried about running it over. Alright, so the wheel is now set up. We are going to adjust this boom height to where it's like right at the top of the weeds. Not too close, but also not too high so it doesn't just blow all over the place. But alright, let's go. Oh, look at that. Yeah, get out of here, weeds. Beautiful. Look at that. I hope those kind of just shrivel up and die off and we're not just left with a bunch of gray dead weeds, but I mean, we'll take the yield bonus here. This is a really nice sprayer we have too, you know. Like I said, we've never really used it before, and we got to make sure we hit everything though. We don't want to be leaving any of those in the field to where they can repopulate and spread. So we won't mind doubling up on this. Yeah, this sprayer is really nice. It's wide. It holds a lot of liquid. You think, oh, 4,000 liters. That's not a lot, but look at the usage we have. This is gonna last us probably all of our Triticale fields, and then, you know, a good bit of all of our other ones. Okay, I need to pay attention here. We're a little too far off into the grass. We're probably gonna have to make a third pass now because we're veering over a little too far. That's not too bad. There we go. That's a little more perfectly lined up, I'd say. Looks like the neighbors got to do theirs too. Maybe we can see if they want to pay us to do it. Which is one thing I've been looking into. Is like when we're just waiting for some stuff to grow, we might be hitting the contracting business. I'll tell you what. I'm not talking like for harvesting or anything, but like, you know, some stuff like this. If anyone needs tillage done, we might start doing some contracting. You know what that means? We're gonna need a business sign in front of the farm. So you guys gotta let me know what you think about that. Should we become private contractors? I know there's a guy on the other side of the map. It's actually the people we bought, or not the people we bought the 80/20 from, but their neighbors are. They do some contracting, and they have a big cloth chopper, which, you know, one day I hope we can get one of those. It'd be awesome. Let's just get around the power line here. Oh, no, that's a power line. There's no utilities on that. Alright. Let's get backed up. And that was not good. Look away. There we go. Let's get this going again. Like I said, we gotta watch. We're gonna veer to the right here because we also have this little triangle field that was Triticale, and we can kind of double up. Because if we leave a bit to the left here, oh well, we'll just hit it. We'll go in through that part of the field. But actually, I think this sprayer just covered that whole bit. This thing is wide. This is awesome. And I think what we can do is now, like I said, you can see this is all sprayed on our right, so we can kind of just creep over to the edge of this field. Not a whole lot, but if we get... trying to see where weeds are shown. There it is. Oh yeah, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. You can see all the dead weeds we got. Looks like field 140 has them, but that's not planted yet. So we don't really have to worry about that. But looking through here, 146 has them. But you can see we just did this whole field, which is a decent sized field, and we only used 11%. So really, we're going to get through a decent amount of fields with this, but then the problem we're going to have is we're going to have to get this emptied before we want to spray some liquid fertilizer. But like I said, I think we can hold off on that because, you know, we got to throw down some lime. We might have to throw down some other solid fertilizers first. But, you know, once our crops start sprouting up, we're going to have to throw some liquid down. Looks like the neighbors... their crops all withered? Did they not even get their harvest off? What is going on? What is that? Can our smart thing show what they're growing? They have beans? Yeah. Look at that. A lot of people let their crops wither. That is not good, guys. Not good at all. I guess we were on top of things. People, I don't know if it was too wet for them to harvest or what, but you know, at a certain point, who cares if it's too wet? If they're gonna go bad, you might as well just do them anyways. Get something for them. Well, he must have, I don't know. He must have cashed out the crop insurance over there. Oh well. We don't really have crop insurance yet, so couldn't be us. It's one thing we gotta get into in Farm Sim. Someone's gotta make a crop insurance mod. Be interested in that. Is that a interesting thing in a video game? Insurance. Oh well. I think that's a topic for later discussion. I mean, here we are. Almost done with this field. We're just cranking through these. I think we're going to head down to our new land next. Because like I said, field 126, that's Triticale. It's our new land, and we got to get that taken care of. Alright, we got her all folded up here. And now I think... No, we have 2 fields left. I lied. But you'll see here, is this stuff is weird. It's been growing over our paths, and I don't know why. It also grew around the telephone pole, or the power line. And I actually had to, get in there with the weed eater, which I haven't had to use yet this year. And chop it down, really. We gotta watch our boom height once again, and we should be good. Now this field, and these fields specifically, we're gonna have to take care of. With our neighbors owning them, I'm not trying to hate on the neighbors, but you just saw their beans that were withered. You saw all the weeds in their field. Because I thought I was getting to this late, but we're new to this. We're new to Triticale. We don't usually have crops or weeds this early, because, we're still planting. But our neighbors, they've done this stuff forever. The whole reason we started to try to do Triticale, and they were just, like, what are they even doing? Like, they got weeds in it, and, so that makes me really question the quality of this ground. So I hope we get good yields off it, but maybe there's a reason they're selling it. Maybe they just want to get rid of it. Maybe they can't keep up, is what it's starting to seem like, and they just need to get some land off their hands. So, here in the near future, I'm not, like, hoping it happens, but we might have some more cheap land coming upon us. That's all I'm saying. Because look in here, they own a good bit of this. They own this stuff. And it all kind of butts up to our land. They might even own one of these big fields, which is what I want to get into. I want one of those big fields because hopefully when we get a new combine, we can start taking on some of the bigger ones. And I screwed this spring up. I do apologize. We missed a bit. We're talking shop here, and we're not even done with ours yet. But like we say, 164 is a big field with our 6-row. If we eventually ever upgrade to a 12-row corn head, we're going to run through all these super fast, which is good, but we're going to be hungry for more land, and probably bigger bins, more cows. You guys know how it goes. We're really going to run course with this map. We're starting here small, but by the end of it, I want to have a big farm, maybe even 2 trucks, if we can afford it. I know right now having the 1 truck is awesome, but our trailer is it's a little small. But for the combine we have now is huge, but if we were to upgrade combines, it is a little small. So, just kind of going through the train of thought here. It's just some interesting stuff to talk about, where the farm's going. But right now, we just got to focus on getting this Triticale done. This is going to be great for our cows. We're going to have a ton of feed. Maybe even try to sell some of it to the neighbors if they need some. Not for too much, because obviously, if we have excess, we can give them a good deal on it. They gave us a good deal on the land. We can help them out back. Because I know they do have a fair amount of cows that it's probably what is taking most of their energy, is just keeping those guys in good shape. But I think that's it for that field. Let's get it folded up. We'll wait for this to update. Give it a second. All right, yeah. So the weeds are gone on these 3. Looks like 146 is going to be our last field to spray some weeds on today. I think, though, I'm going to go do that on my own time. So the next thing to do is going to be starting to mow some of our grass. Now, what we did is we got it all switched out for alfalfa. We're going to be some alfalfa farmers now. There's just all the grass is out of the silo. It's just turned to silage, so we can get that out of there, and get ready to get going. I think the first thing we want to do is get the weight off the T7 here, because we are going to be using the T7 to mow our grass. Now, I think if we're in the shop here, we have some room to get the duals off. So let's head over, grab some stuff, and let's see. We're going to get some repairs on it first. And now what we can do is just pop off the duals and hop back in it, and we can go hook up the mowers. So, you'll notice that our money is a little bit low. What we did is we went ahead, after we're done planting, we took back a lot of the seeds we bought. We got some credits back for them, and then we went to the dealer, and we just went ahead and bought out the demo we had last year. We had these mowers, the Pottinger wing mowers on demo, and you guys should know we sold our... we sold the windrower, the Agco one. It just wasn't working out for our farm. These are going to work a lot better. The one thing we got to do is... I kind of got them shoved in the corner here. We might have to 70-10 out, but that's okay, because I want to get that thrown on the manure spreader. We do have some barns to clean out, and I think we're going to have to do that real quick, just because we're kind of wedged in here. Yeah. Let's climb over. Hopefully we can get it out without breaking anything. There we go. Let's get up the hill. Park it right here. Alright. Now, the one thing we're going to have to watch is, I don't know... It's going to be kind of hard to get out, I won't lie. Let's get it. Come on. Go. And we're out. So, I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start right here outside the farm. And mow this stuff. Our first field alfalfa here, it's right by our Triticale, so I want to get this knocked down, and we got to get our first cutting of alfalfa done before we do our first cutting of Triticale. Because once we do the Triticale, we're going to knock it all down and plant something. I'm not sure yet. We might actually look into planting something over this alfalfa once we cut it. And maybe just switch our Triticale fields out for some grass, and it'll grow eventually. We'll have to see. Let's turn it on. Let's these mowers in. Let's see. Alright, work mode. We want swath dropping, so we are going to make this some silage. And we have yet to turn the mower on. There we go. There it is. Now this leaves a nice, big, healthy swath behind us. It has benefits over grass, and I just like running it. You can see it's a lot thicker. It looks like it's got some clover on the heads of it there. Yeah, we're gonna just mow this field. There's not much to it, really. But I think the goal for today is to get a couple of these done. We have this field right by the farm. We have the ones down the hill. Basically, all of our grass is now alfalfa. We do gotta watch. Okay, these bales did roll out of the way. We need to figure out a way to get those kind of organized. I don't know if we can get the loader and kind of shove them up the hill a little bit. We'll have to see. The second strip we did worked okay. You can see that right there. But we might just have to unwrap those and put them in a barn somewhere, because we can't have them just leaning on that tree. It's probably not very good. Okay, we gotta move the bale trailer here, so let's power this down real quick. Alright. And we do have some seeds left here, because we do have to plant our... we're running some wheat this year, so we're gonna plant some wheat. And that's what all these leftover seeds and fertilizer are for. And a little bit of herbicide, it looks like. Alright, let's get the power stroke whipped around here. Probably find a little better spot for this bale trailer, I think. Back it up. There we go. I think for now, we'll leave her right over here. We'll move it eventually. Right, let's go get back in the T7. You can see we got the 80/20 ready to go. Busy day on the farm, actually, because as I said, like I said, after this, we're going to be going straight into seeding that last bit. Okay, let's get this one lifted up. There we go. Let's bring it back. And there we go. Drop it down. We gotta watch. We don't want to overlap on our Triticale too much. Some valuable crop. It's makes really good silos. But the problem we're having there, we're going to have to get a new silo for the Triticale. I don't like the thought of using those old ag bags we have sitting out. So I think what we'll do is I do have plans of building a new dairy barn. With that, though, we have to tear down that old barn. It's not old. I think we might be able to sell it if we can get someone to come tear it down and they can just take it off us. You know, leave it clean ground. It's not just going to be like tearing it down. It's going to leave a mess. The tall one back there with the gray roof. The other shed that we had cows in, we might keep as a little storage shed because it still could be like it could function like that, I think. But I want to put our new cattle barn basically right behind the pasture there. So I'd say we probably put our new silo over there too. But that's going to take some money, so we really got to kind of grind it out here and sell our corn, sell our beans, and then build that and then cut our Triticale is what my plan is. I think my thoughts are if we can't replant anything, I guess it's not going to be the end of the world. It's going to be a little annoying, but we do have some contract farming we're going to try to do here soon because we need to be saving up and doing some custom work for because we need all the money we can get because we have a lot of stuff we want to pay for, like the new barn, maybe a new harvester. Really got a long list of things that I want to do here this year. So we're going to have our work cut out for us. Just back up here. And we might even be able to start selling some silage bales if we're going to have this many. Because we do have a lot of grassland. Which is why I'm thinking we might till some of this ground up once we get this first cutting alfalfa off. And plant it before planting season's fully over. You can see we have some old hay that got left over. Keep an eye out on that. But T7 handles these mowers really well. I love using this setup. I love using the T7 too. You see we have 4 hours on it already. It's not a whole lot, but really for how long we've been on this save, I'd say it's pretty good. But in the name of getting more than just one field done in the video today, I'm going to kind of hammer down here, keep on working. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to move on to some of our new fields when we for the next stuff we mow, which is right behind us. If you guys watched the stream over the weekend, we got that all planted in corn. So yeah, I'm going to keep going. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hope you're enjoying the video so far. If you are, drop a like. If you guys are new here, drop a sub. We're aiming for 7,000 by the end of the year. I hope we can hit it. I think we hit our goal over the weekend. If you guys were at the stream, it was a really fun time. We hit the 6767 goal on Friday night. But anyways, I'll stop talking. See you guys in a bit. Alright, so this is going to be all for our first alfalfa field of the year. The farm went pretty good. Crop looks good. What we're going to do now is just scoot on over to the other side here. See, it's not the biggest swaths we could have, but I'd say we have a decent quality crop there. But like I said, what we're going to do now is scoot on over around this field. And then we're going to hit up some of the fields on the new land. Now, they're weird. The fields, one of them's good. One of them's really small. One of them's kind of tucked in the corner, really weird. So I'm not sure. I don't think we're going to keep them like this. I think we're going to plow this up in the fall and then get it ready to plant or replant it a different way in the spring. But you'll see what I mean. We're going to do this top one first, just for our sake. Alright, slower it. Get that mower going. You can see how kind of awkward this field is. Here's our new cornfield. I think what we'll do is we're going to make this cornfield come all the way up to the path there, because we can and probably should put a path here for this year. But yet again, we'll probably just drive over the alfalfa. You'll see here, we're gonna, I mean, it's not even 2 passes with the mower and this field's done. It's just way too skinny to, you know, benefit off of. It does run smooth. These big hills are a challenge. We're going to be chopping this stuff just because we can't be doing round bales out here. And our square bales for, if we're going to be doing this as silage bales, I don't really want to wrap square bale silage. You can see getting to that field is going to be not tricky because we can kind of just go through the grass, but realistically we should make a little path to it. Now, luckily, we're not cutting this Triticale we run it over, which I was kind of worried about in the last field, but apparently we're good. This stuff all over here is going to be corn. The field to our right is just planted corn last night, and the field on the other side of the Triticale is going to be corn too. So it's kind of going to be... I think we might harvest... Nah, we'll chop all this. It's pretty close to the farm. This basically whole plot of new land is going to be attributed all to chopping. That's what it seems like. So yeah, as we're going through this field, you can see once again, it's just a really poorly set up field. I mean, it works for this year, but I think we're just going to have to figure out something to change this up. As going like 2 rows with the chopper and then having to turn around 3 times for all that stuff is just going to be really annoying, I feel like. But I do like this new land. I love the hill it has here. I think it'll be really fun to farm on, especially when we get to run the chopper and stuff with the row crop, and I think it'll be good. We do have our work cut out for us. We have a lot of chopping to do here. Tons of silage for us. Putting our new silos that I want to try to get, because that's one other thing I left out is when we get that new barn, I want to get or try to get some new silos out by it, because mainly the stave silo, but I don't really like the placement of our other one. I know it's not the most realistic, but I'd much rather move them to a place where they're practical and not always in the way. You know what? We have some actual grass here. I don't think this is a field, is it? Oh, it is. We just forgot one. I think we're going to leave that and move on to one of the next ones. We actually have 2 we're going to have to go back and fix. You know what? I think we're going to leave the mower right here for now. Let's get it all powered off. We want to build a new cow barn. So, you guys have seen that we've been starting to clear some land behind the tie stall here, as we don't want to intrude on our fields and our farmland. But this pasture back here that we don't really use, uh, we've been more of a just barn feeding for these guys, and I'm sure we'll get a pasture in eventually for some grazing. But we have this nice big open area where we want to build this new barn. Now, this is going to enable us to up our cattle production a lot. We're going to get some new silos in here as well, so that's going to be included in our loan, and we're really going to be making a massive new part of the farm. So without further ado, we're going to go get on the phone with the bank. Our funds should be coming through here soon. We do have to pay them back, sadly. It's not free money, but we're getting about 275 grand. So between milk production that we're going to be getting, selling crops, and just, you know, anywhere we can find money between contracts and stuff, that's what's going to be paying for this new barn. We're going to have a couple years to pay it off, but we're going to try to get it paid off as fast as we can in all reality. All right, so we got our loan in. We've been sitting here on the phone inside the truck enjoying the nice climate control we got. It's not too hot out, but for April, we got some pretty high temperatures right now. What we're going to do now is we're going to head over here. We got to get some landscaping done. You see there's a bit of a slope here. We want to kind of push the barn back that way, because obviously it's going to need a flat pad. And I want to do it there because you can see this drops down to a little ravine here. But if we move it out here, we can kind of slope it up right here, slope it up here, and have a nice drive-through area. So let's go in and look at the barn we're going to get. We're going to get a barn here without the pasture. There's a few other options. There's these really big ones, but I don't think we can afford that. They do have options for pastures on them. You can see there's a bit of pasture there. There's a cattle grate. I thought about these, but you know, it's a really tough choice. I'll be honest. They hold 209. This one holds 200. So, thinking about it, I'm not sure. I think we're just gonna go with the regular freestall. I think if we're doing a pasture, we're gonna get a separate one going. Looking here, we got to move some stuff. We got to tear down the rest of this fence, as you can see. And we're going to put the milk room on this side, I think. Where do we want it on that side? I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll put the milk room on this side. So I'm thinking something like that gives us some room to slope it around it. And obviously we can switch to red here to match the rest of our stuff. And this isn't a pristine condition barn, as you can see. We're getting some used panels off old barn from one of the neighbors, but you know, looking here, not a bad barn. This is definitely going to help us get some more cattle in here. So let's go ahead. Let's start getting our terrain fixed, and we can get the barn down. All right, and there's our barn. As you can see, we got it all built. Next is going to be on us to start getting the ground around it, you know, a little less, I don't know what you would call this, but I want to keep this slope here. We can kind of put a retaining wall in here if we have to, and have a little slope going down here. We want to be able to get into there to feed our cows. But taking a look inside the barn, you can see we got some lely brushes. Got some gates here. I wonder if we have the option to just take these tarps off. Maybe get into here and edit this barn just a little bit to our standards, but it looks really good. It's a massive barn. It's not the nicest, but you know, for what we're running, it is a good upgrade. So you got an opening here. There's our milk tank. Oh, we can go through there. Let's see, we should got a little office in here, workshop. Yeah, this thing's really nice. So, let's see. Let's hop up here. It's a little man door, that's cool. But, let's get to working on the outside here. So let's go into our terraforming. We want to get leveling out. I'm going to bring out this front apron here quite a bit. Really all around this building, what we're going to do, just bring it out all the way. Same with this. We're going to take out this hill. All right, now this is going to be the tricky part, is getting this slope here how we want it. Actually might not be as bad as I thought. We can just hit this lower part. There we go. Let's come back out here. I'm gonna work on the slope here. There we go. Starting to like how this is working. I think we can bring this down a little bit here. So I think what we can do is now take our gravel that we use around the farm. We can start just making it down here. And really, maybe what we're going to do, look inside here. Put it down the middle. Let's get it all on the outside here. See, there's our slurry unload. Let's get a path going here. All right, there's that. Now we'll get down going this way. There we go. That looks pretty good, I think. Oh, it doesn't. All right, that's starting to look good. I think we'll just do grass right up to it. All right, not bad. So coming out to the outside here, I think it looks pretty good. We might want to bring this out a little further. I think this slope looks good. Once we start getting grass in here, it'll be good. And coming down here, that's all right. Not too big of a slope. Let's see, let's open up the door here. Yeah, that doesn't look half bad. All right. All right, so we are all done with the landscaping here around the farm for now, at least. We'll do some more in the future, I'm sure. But, you know, we got a little bit of an open spot here. Like I said, on the right is where I want to put in some new silos. So I think we're going to start looking at that. Now, for these silos, we have the harvesters here. We have some staves that we could use. I think these staves are a lot cheaper if we look at them. But one thing we're going to do is we are going to take this silo here, the harvester, and we are going to relocate it to the new feeding area. Just because I don't like where this is placed right now. The original stave we got with the farm we're going to keep. But I'm going to take some time here and relocate this one for us and kind of put it in a more usable spot. Now, the one thing we're looking at here when we're checking out our silo productions, these harvesters are really expensive. And I think the financial position we're in I think I want to use stave silos for this. They're new stave silos. So they're still nice. Just probably not as nice as a new harvester would be. A little skinnier. They probably don't hold as much, but I think from the point we're at on this farm, I think this is the right thing to do. So what I want to do is go into the shed category here, and we're going to build a little feeding area. Now, we're going to do so using this barn right here. So, let's say if we have the silos unloading there. This is different with staves, though. That's the thing. So let's go ahead and place this. I think here's good. Now we'll check out our factories again. I'm going to go with some 20 by 60s. I want to get this lined up as good as we can. Right there. Let's see how that fits. So you can see the unloader. Alright, that's good. The unloader is going to leave it right there. And hypothetically, we can drive our mixer under there, get it to load up. That should work. So in my mind, we're going to run a 2060, I think a 20 by 40. This will be for our Triticale silage. I'll see how far we have that one in. So you can see here, we're going to fine tune this to where just the pipe is coming in. We're going to run actually a 20 by 80 stave for our corn and stuff. We just got to get this perfectly placed. Right there. How's that look? That's good. And then let's get a 20 by 40 in here for our Triticale. Alright, how's it look? Nice and straight? I believe so. There we go. So there's a feed barn. I think that leaves a pretty good setup. Said 3 big silos. I might question that 20 by 80. I'll tell you what. So checking this out, the 20 by 80 is going to hold 1 million. 20 by 60 is going to hold 800,000. The 20 by 40 is going to hold 650,000. I think one thing we're going to do, this is our alfalfa silage. That holds, realistically, I say that's going to hold around 800,000 liters because we look at the 80 foot there and 80 foot here. Or I guess that'd be a 60 maybe. But one thing I want to do is I want to get a pipe off of this and fit it to these new staves. It's the only thing I don't like about them is how small the load pipe is. But other than that, I think that's good. I just don't know if we need that big of a middle stave silo. Alright, so yeah, we switched out to a 60 footer there. I think I like that better. But I'm going to work on terraforming this. I think this is starting to work out pretty well. I like how it's looking. We obviously have some more room here in the future if we want to expand, maybe add a machine shed. And yeah, I like it. And there we are. We have the new feed set up all, decorated up. Looks pretty good. And I think we're kind of getting a decently complete setup here. And you can see after that, we did have a little issue with the money. We didn't get all our funds through, but now that we got the rest through, we're in about $67,674. And what I'm thinking about doing with that is maybe, I feel like we're going to need a bigger mixer at some point. And I kind of want to see what's on the market. Our used market, never. We don't get much here. So we have 6 hours on sale. Obviously, we already own one of those. But looking down at our mixers, we have this Valmetal fat mix that we can go with. Looking in here, we have some other things. We have the Andersons, a little more cost effective, wallet friendly. Speaking of cost effective, though, the one we have now, there's nothing wrong with it. It's really cheap, but it's just small. You see that 11.9 meters? These are twice the size here. Silo King, It's a little too big. I think if we get one, it would be this Anderson here, or the Valmetal. We're gonna hold off on that for now, though, just for the sake of our wallet. And we still gotta get our cows moved over. Other things on the farm, we're almost done here for today. I'm gonna do a little bit more tidying up here, but you can see we're running alfalfa silage finally. That's what we've been putting in this silo. We're gonna fill it up and then start moving to that one. You guys know we're gonna have a lot of this. And you can see we got alfalfa here. But coming down, we got a decent amount of this done. What we're running right now is the T7 on the Gale. We actually ended up getting a new pickup head. We had issues with the old one. They came out with this new model that fits with our chopper, and it's been doing great for us. You see the HNS here running good. We're almost done with this part of the farm, actually. We just have one more field up top, and I'm sure I'll be having a video this week running the chopper. Probably, I would say, filling up our new silos. We ourselves aren't going to drive this. We're going to attempt to use the auto drive, and I really hope this works. So I'm trying to organize this. MF is main farm, which is this side of the road. WS is west farm, which is the other side of the road. And we just have this path weight on right now. We're going to change it to just drive there. And hopefully, takes a good path. I think what this is going to do is take the tractor around that way, just so I can get a straighter line and didn't cut that corner too sharp. What we're going to do is hop on the T7, get it fired up, and drive this out ourselves. We got a busy day ahead of us. 4 minutes into the video. If you guys are excited for the video, drop a like. Put some stuff in the comments. Let me know what you think of this AI, the auto drive we got going. I think it is going to be very helpful since we're just, single player by ourselves here. Anyways, let's get into the farming. You can see here, the T7's about half tank. I did run out of gas. We've had to fill this up once already, which is kind of crazy. This thing's just guzzling gas down. We put like about another 2 or 3 hours on it just with this alfalfa cutting and picking up the silage, because this T7 has been doing a good amount of the heavy lifting here in our early spring, mid-spring. Some things we did: we upped the save to 2-day seasons on the stream this weekend, just with how much work we had. We were running out of time. I've been running it on a little higher time scale. You can see it's 3 o'clock here in the game, and I feel like running the higher time scale kind of gives us a more realistic pace for what we're playing. Anyways, our first field's right up here. We are going to pull the tractor up. Let's select the chopper. We gotta get our pipe out. Let's see. Let's get it going. You can see we already got some chipped paint on the new chopper head, which if you guys didn't see last episode, I think I've showed you guys the new addition here, but the wider pickup's been working for us. You can see the 6R made it. It is going to turn around, or stop right here, and we have a turnaround implemented in that little triangle there. But like I said, it's going to stop right there. When we're full, we can just drive it up and then send it back. Alright, well, let's get going here. Oh, we gotta lower the pickup. Let's just go ahead and get that down and start shopping. One thing I noticed, this new pickup is quite loud. I think you guys probably already will notice that. So I am gonna turn the game audio down just a little bit today. I do apologize for the quieter everything else, but I think we need to maybe grease it or check a bearing after we do this first cutting. Now we do get good, pretty good yield from this. It's our first cut of alfalfa on this farm, so I think we need to work on, treating it a little better. We kind of just let it grow. We didn't do much fertilizing, which I feel like we could have sprayed some stuff on it to get a little bit better alfalfa production. But as you saw, our silo is already halfway full. I think we're gonna be just all right. Alright, so we are nearing full capacity on the HNS here. Now, I think I talked about this, but we are still looking to upgrade a chopper box, and I really specifically want a Meyer box. So if any of you guys have converted the Meyer chopper boxes to 25, I'd really appreciate getting one. I know I have other boxes, but specifically the Meyer is the one I want to use. I don't really want to settle for anything else. If not, we're just going to keep the Gale. 'Cause I don't mind the Gale. There's just some issues that kind of bug me. But anyways, what we're going to do here is run the 6R up to the other end of this field. And one thing I think we're going to need to do is I might try to record a little auto drive path on this side of our west land here. We got to figure out a name for it. Could say across the road. I don't know, the West Farm. I'm not sure yet. We'll find something eventually. If you guys have any ideas what we're going to call this side of the farm, let me know. I'm trying to be creative with it, but I want, like, you know, you can make up a name, but it doesn't sound right. It works, but it doesn't sound right. And so far, like, there's stuff that works, like West Farm works, but does it sound like, yeah, you know, we're going to call it that for the rest of the time? I don't think. It's just one of those things to when I have a save game that I like, you know, I want to be involved in it. And so far, I'm loving the save game, and I think it seems like you guys enjoy it too. So we're going to keep plugging along with it. Now, for this specific course, I want to do it right here. So I'll show you guys how I've been doing this. Or do. I hit record. Oh, that's the wrong one. So you go to an edit mode. And what I'm thinking here is we can hit record and we'll start it. We're going to pull a loop. And this is different than course play. I know course play in the past, it depends what speed you're going, but this just records it and then it auto sets the speed. And what we'll do is bring this down to the road. We're going to try to stay in the middle of the path to keep this neat. And the straighter we keep our steering wheel as well, it's going to keep it nicer. If we get this going down the path here, you can see it recording points behind us. And then what we'll do is come out here. And we'll get a path going this way, which is going to connect into the road system. But then what we can also do is have it, let's see, cross the road here. Have it stop there. And what you guys can see me do is take this dot and connect it in right there. Now, what I think I'm going to do is we're just going to get this out of the way, and I'm going to record the return pass while we're at it. I'm going to get this a little straighter. What you'll see me do here, so we're going to start recording here and just simply cross the road and then drive right back up this path. And I'm showing you guys this as I know I've used stuff like course play before, but this auto drive I've never really got the hold of. But it's actually pretty easy once you get a hold of it. You just got to make sure your paths connect. And you don't have to record a path for everything. You just got to record these routes, and it's going to figure it out for you, which is really cool. And what we're going to do here is bring it up, and we got to get close to this. Stop the recording, and then we can click this dot, connect our route. And then now all I want to do, come back around here where it's going to be out of the way of the field, because I made this mistake before. And we're going to add a new waypoint. This is going to be West Farm, WF, north path, wait. Because this is, you know, our north path on the West Farm. And what we're going to try now is it should go to unload. We actually run it on Combine for this. New stave mid blower, West Farm. Let's just try the new one. And you see, it's going to go. And we're going to follow this for a bit. Just make sure it's going the right way. You guys can see how cool this is. Alright, so we're going to hop out just to kind of watch this. It should go straight here, but it might think that this way's faster. But I hope it goes right. Okay, it does. And we're going to see this. Follow the road, which is just the road paths automatically generate, which is nice. It takes basically the traffic splines, and it's going to put it in for your auto drive, and your tractors can just automatically follow those, and you can add straight off them. So you'll see here, I don't know how it's going to handle the traffic, but it's going to turn left and then head up to our silo. Now, it's kind of annoying. We have a really long line here, but I think it does detect. Okay, it just cut the traffic off. But one thing I did is I recorded this all with a pickup truck, so you might see it maybe take a weird path to the blower, but I believe it should still work. I did move the blower, so we might have to just do some minor adjustments here, but it's going to come up, start slowing down right about there, and slowly, slowly, slowly inch its way up, and start unloading. You can see it unloading the blower, and the blower should start right about now. And there we go. That's our auto drive. And what it'll do next is basically follow the splines we set. You can see they go up that way. And what I'm going to do is actually hop in the pickup. I've been using this to kind of set stuff, make it easier. You can see all the stuff I have around here. I've only used this for a day, and we already have a pretty complex system going. But I'm going to follow this and make sure that we're going to get the right path heading out. Alright. Looks like alright, so we might have a problem when it's trying to return. So we got our return path here. And I want to connect that there. We can move this dot. Hopefully that's going to work a little nicer. So we can adjust the points with our mouse, make it a little smoother. Some other things we can do for now is we can link these dots up. So say I want to make this one go to the road that way, I can do that, or make it go to the road this way. Same thing with this, we want to go out of this field, let's make it go right here, or left there. And now we kind of get this whole network going. For the pickup, we are going to send this. As you can see, we get it on the right track. We can go North Point Wait. And that is going to drive straight up to our North Park Point. Alright, well, that's unloading for a while. If it doesn't take the new path, it'll still end up where we want it. If it's not going to work, it is going to give you an error. And it'll straight up tell you, hey, that ain't going to work. Which is really nice. Saves you the hassle. But anyways, let's get back to chopping. We got a lot of work cut out for us. And I did want to show you guys auto drive. It's a really cool script. You can see it gives us a notification. You can see the power stroke over there. All ready to go. Gotta watch I'm not missing a bunch of stuff here. Do have to say, I'm loving this map. MRG's done a great job on it. I know it's still in beta, but if you guys can spare the money and want to support him, getting his Patreon is definitely worth it. You've seen a lot of his maps. I have reviewed them and done a tour. And really, they're just great to play on. I love these small Wisconsin maps. This one's a little more than just a small one. It's kind of medium, but it's definitely making the gameplay worthwhile. With it being our own series right now, I thought it was going to be a struggle, but we have work to do every day. There's never not something to do on the farm, which is always good. A whole list of videos to record, and really excited for getting to harvest with our row crop. I mean, even just doing the weeds, we're going to run a row crop cultivator in the near future, which I think is going to be a job for the 46, which is going to be really fun. But what we got to do here is turn around, and I'm glad I sent the wagon up to that north point, because We're 59% at this end of the field. I think we're going to be full when we get back up there. So, let's grab this end row here, spin it around, and now we can grab this full row and take it all the way down the field. This New Holland really makes me want to buy some more New Hollands, I'll tell you what. Like a 2-wheel drive New Holland right now would fit this farm perfectly. I don't think we have any in 25, which is a bit of a bummer, but might just be enough to convince me to convert one, I won't lie. Alright, we are full here, so we gotta watch. I almost got distracted playing on my phone. But let's run down to the wagon. Through a wheat field. We got all of our stuff planted over the weekend, by the way, guys. I was really proud of that. We have a plan. We got wheat going. And when we cut our Triticale, we're going to put our Triticale onto some beans. Maybe just a little bit of more silage corn. I'm not sure yet. But you can see we have wheat here, and 5 fields. That's going to get harvested. Maybe put the Triticale after we cut the wheat, because if we look when we harvest wheat, I had to change this crop calendar. We can harvest it around here, and then boom, Triticale season. Other options we have, do winter barley, but the thing is when we harvest that, it's about there. The thing with Triticale is, if we can cut it in time, which I'm not sure, we'd have to plant it as early as possible, but that, or we're just going to do some regular, you know, let it sit over the winter, not try to do too much. But yeah, let's hop in the 6R here. Now, it did not reach the waypoint, just because we had the truck there. Not a big deal. But we will probably move that out of the way next time, just for good measure. Bring the 6R around here. Let's try not to run over too much of our seeded ground, because that should be our row crop corn on our side, and I do not want to mess that up. I'm so excited to do the row crop, I won't lie. Let's get it pulled around here, ready to switch the wagons. Alright, so what we gotta do here, let's hop on the T7. Let's get the wagon unhooked, and it's already picking up the H&S. So let it unload into that. And what we'll do here is we're gonna see if we press go from here. Let's see where it picks up the path. I think it is gonna go. Oh, it's gonna try to cut across the field. So let's not do that. Let's just drive over here and let it pick up the path normally. All right. So the one thing I need to do with this, so we gotta watch. It's not really a problem. But if you start on the wrong side, it'll pick up, say, this path, and it'll start sending it back before it goes forward. So you just want to start it on the side that you're intending your tractor to go. So he's going to be off to unload that. It should be the last one for the day for us. It's getting pretty late. We got to go get dinner here soon. But let's hook up the H&S one last time. Come on. Let's get it. There we go. Let's fill this thing up. Hopefully we can see. Oh, there it goes. Off in the distance. That's so cool. I love that. You guys gotta let me know what you think of the AI. I hope I did a decent job for any of you auto drive experts. I know it's not the prettiest. The roots in the yard are a little messy. I gotta clean some of those up. But I think I did pretty good. I think what we'll do is we're going to watch that guy turn here. It's nice that we can see him all the way out. He's going to turn. And we're going to hop over. Once we finish this row, we're just going to hop over to the farm, make sure he's unloaded right, and probably wrap it up for the day. It's been a pretty productive day, I feel like. Gotten a lot of chopping done. I'm actually going to keep going after dinner, but I think that's going to be for a TikTok live stream, because I'm feeling like we should do one of those tonight. If you guys want, go follow the TikTok. It's at WadeMitchOBS. It's like my truck account, but the YouTube account doesn't work right, so I just stream on there for fun sometimes. Anyways, let's see. Looks like this guy's all set. He's a professional. They've done this before. So, the one thing that we have, or don't have rather, is a mixer. The night, it may just be a night that we used before, was a lease. So that has been returned. We were borrowing it from one of the other farms near us, and they needed it back. And really, for basically the past couple of days, luckily, the cows had plenty of feed, and we kind of just dumped it in there. But now that we're moved over here, we got to get these guys fed, and we got to mix some more TMR. So the reason we got the truck down here is we're going to go on a mission to, once again, one of our neighbors' farms. So we have picked out a Supreme mixer. We found it on Facebook Marketplace, and we're going to go. They want 18,000 for it. It's used. It has some issues, but nothing that prevents it from making feed for our cows. You also see we finally got the manure pit installed. This actually was part of the purchase with our cow barn. So there's that. We'll be ready to use soon. But anyways, what we got to do now is take the truck, and we're going to cut across our farmland here, because it is actually the neighbors right down the hill that we kind of bump up against with. And that means we can take our farm path here that actually connects us to their farm, which is pretty nice when we want to run stuff over there, buy stuff off them, or even maybe sell something to them in the near future. On another note, our alfalfa silage here is almost complete. We have about 1.5 fields left. Now, mind you, the one field we have left is a really big one. I'm going to try to wrap that up tonight. You can see the choppers over there. It's about to rain. We're trying to beat the storm that's coming tonight. But if we don't, I think we have plenty of silage that it won't be the biggest deal. And what is going on here? That is quite the sight here on our right. They got corn stalks all around the outside of their field. It's quite odd, to say the least. Now coming down this path with the pickup is fine right now, but if this mixer is as heavy as I think it's going to be, I think we're going to try to take one of the gravel roads back, which give us a chance to kind of explore a little bit. Now, they have their stuff pretty cleaned up. I think it's all in the sheds that are hiding from the storm that's coming. They don't want any hail damage or anything here in early April. But here is said mixer. As you can see, it's got a scale on it. They have few aftermarket modifications to it. It's a Supreme 1000T. They did clean it up for us. You can see we got the extension on the top, and yeah, it's pretty nice. So they said they want 18 for it. I think that we need to make that deal, because looking at all the new mixers, I mean, there's nothing that cheap that's going to hold this much. They do have a new Supreme at the dealer, but you can see it requires 170 horse, 25 cubic meters compared to the 12 cubic meters that you were running before this. So nice big upgrade. And we're really getting 50% off here. Mind you, it is used, but I think it's a good deal. All right, so we just made our transaction. Was thinking about tearing down that sign, because we all know who's better. We're a deer farm. They're obviously not. But anyways, let's see if this thing is gonna pull well behind the pickup. I hope it does. So we brought it all the way out here. Alright. Looks like got a nice even trailer height. It shouldn't bottom out or anything. It is heavy. Can feel it. We can't get the truck to stop. The brakes aren't strong enough to keep us from going down this hill. But we're gonna take one of these roads. I think this is the main road. Yeah. So yeah, we checked our phone. This is going to take us all the way out to the northern road and then bring us back into friendly territory, you could say. Now, there's this other farm here, and I've never actually met the owners of this one. Oh boy, we can feel pulling this thing up the hill, can't we? Oh man. She's hopping a bit. Oh man. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. It's definitely going to be a slow ride home, but yeah, we never actually met the owners of this farm, and I've seen them been posting some contracts, so maybe we got to head over there and see what they got to offer. Alright, so we're getting kind of close up here to the main road. See, they got some bales down in their barn. Just really snooping around, it feels like. But, yeah, this is one of the fields that we have been looking at doing some tillage on for a contract. They were offering 10 grand for it, which is surprising because I don't feel like that's a huge field. It's pretty long, but it's not a bad deal. Alright, so we're going to get her on the main road here. And one thing we can do now is I'm going to use this auto drive we were showing off in the previous videos. And we're going to set this. Where do we want to go? You know what? I think we're just going to drive this ourselves because we don't have a good weight point set. See the clouds really starting to set in here. Neighbors, looks like they got their sheep outside. Interesting. We're going to take our new path here once again, kind of scoot past our new slurry pit. Which hopefully that can start filling up fast and we can get some slurry put down on this alfalfa ground. Pretty light. We're not going to put anything too heavy down, but just a little bit to get some fertilizer. And let's get this right up here by the stave silos so we can get some silage in it. It's unhooked. Our truck is free at last. It really did not like towing that, did it? Let's bring it up beside the new barn. Shut it off, and we're gonna run up the hill and grab what is probably gonna be our mixer tractor. So here we are. You can notice the stave silo and the harvest store that was here is now gone. Had someone take it away, but here we have the 7810. So I've been debating, you know, on and off. Do we want to sell it? Do we want to use it? Like, what are we gonna do with this tractor? But I think this new barn here is really kind of giving this tractor some new purpose. Because before, you know, we ran the mixer every here and there, and we could run it on the 46. Now what we're seeing is a bigger mixer. We need a bigger tractor, and that is going to fall pretty much perfectly under the 7810's wheelhouse or power. What we're going to see here, though, is really the first test we get, because it's going to be between this and technically the 6R, but the plan is to have the 6R and the loader loading this, so we don't really have to spend money on a new loader. Let's go ahead, back it up. There we go. And what we want is to perfectly, you know, you guys know how mixing works. You want to get a nice mixture of silage, straw, and some hay in here. Our middle silo is going to be the one to hit. This mixer fits perfectly under these new spouts. I'll tell you what. Let's see, we want to get a little bit of silage. Alright, we're going to try 37% silage there. And let's take it, spin it around, and we're going to head up the hill. We do need to get the forks and the weight put on the 6R because we're still in the middle of silage. We did take a break. Obviously, we don't have a tractor to put on it right now because the New Holland's chopping. This is running the mixer. The 8020 is way too big and has duals, so we don't really have another option. And we have to have a tractor on the blower, so in order to get this done, we did have to just take a slight break from chopping, but this shouldn't take too long, and hopefully we can get out there by the end of the night and get that picked up. Well, let's see. Let's get our bale forks hooked up. We're going to get the weight hooked up and give it a shot. So what we have here is 2 corn stalk bales. Now, this is going to be tough. I do not know if we can use this to make TMR or if we're going to have to edit the map. The one thing I do know is that we will have our own basic, base game straw here pretty soon with the wheat harvest that we're going to have. Now, let's just see. I would hope this works, but you never know. Well, so it appears that is accepting that as straw. And I think we gotta get that bale out of there now. I think it'll be fine. 7,000 liters, we might have to watch. That looks good. Next thing we want to get in there is some hay, which I believe we do have a few hay bales. 11. Oof. We don't have that many, I'll tell you what. 9,000 liters though, that is quite a hefty bale. There we go. Now, speaking of things we want to sell, since we're keeping the 7810, it seems like, as much as I love it, our teleskid on this farm, we need to ask the question of, does it, what use does that have? Because we can't pick up many bales with it. Our bales are oftentimes too heavy to really run that with. But what I'm seeing here is I think our perfect mix for this TMR is going to be a hay bale, a straw bale, and basically the rest of it's silage. You can see we're going to get this running and bring it on around to the new barn. We're going to have 25,000 liters of TMR going in here. This will be some great feed for our cows. I have been working on setting this up for auto drive, which will be nice for, this gets repetitive at some points. So we're going to be on this side. Eat up. So we're getting that down there. I think we need to get some concrete poured. We don't want to be throwing this straight onto gravel. It is one thing we gotta give some attention to, I think. Oh, they're happy. You can hear them. They got food. Appears to be our first load of TMR down. There we go. So we're gonna switch it up this time. We're gonna start with the hay, then the straw, and we'll get our silage last. I feel like is the best thing to do. And really, I'm starting to question if we should just pause the alfalfa silage and we just need to start going to hay, because we do not have hay really at all. 11 bales is not going to last us very long, and we got to get that going. Let's get a hay bale. Let's get these 2 loaded up. I got our fork straight down. Oh, that is not what we want. But when talking about our hay, the thing is, we have all these silage bales too. So really the proportion of silage to hay is crazy. And we're going to get even more of the Triticale. So I think we're going to, abort mission alfalfa silage, because we do not need more. We're going to get corn coming in. I mean, I probably should have paid more attention to the hay, but I think it'll be fine. We got plenty of fields left, and if we have to, maybe we just buy someone's hay field, because we do have a little bit of money to spare before we go selling our grain. But we do have to remember that when we sell that grain, that money is gonna, have to go into paying off the loan, because we got a really, oh my goodness, we got a really hefty loan to pay for this barn. Now, I think the barn's a good decision. I'm trying not to talk myself into saying it was a bad one, but there's no going back. It's built. They just, put in the final touches. We got the manure pit in. So, we better hope we like it. That's what I'm saying. I think what we'll do here is we're going to scoot around the back. and start emptying the silo out again. Seems like the 7010 does run this mixer good. And obviously, when it's not on the mixer, got the straw blower to run, we got the manure shredder to run. So it's gonna have plenty of work to do. It's not like we're not gonna have anything for it. It fits nicely into the shed, and we did finally get mirrors on it, which is great. Perfect TMR mix too. I think this mixer is an ideal size for our farm. We got really lucky getting it off the neighbors. Hopefully there's no major breakdowns in the near future. Let's get the guys on this side fed. Oh, they're happy. Look at them. Yep, it's the move of approval. So you'll see we got plenty of food coming in. We got bedding. Now we just gotta wait for the milk to fill up. Manure, slurry. And we got our calves here in the main dairy. They got straw. They got... I don't think these calves are going to eat that much food, I'm being honest. But that is good. They do have a good bit of manure over there. That is one thing. Alright, so... I think what we can do now... Let's get the mixer shut off. And there's one thing that we need to look at here. Looking at our prices. The milk price, coming down, way down, is pretty high. I think at this point, we need to sell all our milk, because if we wait till October, I mean, I don't think we need it then. We kind of need the money now. So, I think what we're going to be up to today, for the last, 5 or so minutes, is getting that sold. But that requires, once again, more borrowing, more spending. We need to get a tanker to, actually haul our milk with. So let's park the 7010 here. And we'll check out what they have to offer. So we can see they have a dry bulk and a food grain milk tank. Food grade. Borrowing this, a lease is going to be $3,000. I'm not sure what we should do here. Let's see how much it is. Just have someone come pick up the milk. So I think what we're going to do, I just got off the phone with the, milk guy. And he said he can get the milk truck down here, but it's going to cost us a little bit depending on how much we make. He said that, for a certain percentage, it's like 3%, every time we sell, basically, we got to give to them. Which, I mean, for now, okay. I guess we'll take it. But what we have to do is basically, tell them where our milk is, and they'll come pick it up. Take it back, sell it, we'll get the return, and then we just have to bill them the 3% for our milk. It's not too complicated. We told him where we're at. He said he'll be on the way here shortly. I don't know if we should go, stop by the milk place or whatnot and check it out, but we'll see. Alright, so we were running down to the chopper to grab our phone out of it to actually give the guy a call. But he said he's on his way. He got the pin we dropped. And he said he's bringing the whole truck, so hopefully we can help him get his way around. And we'll see how it goes. So, we're walking our way down here. Kind of just waiting for the dude to get... Oh, is he here? Holy cow, he's coming in hot. Alright. Okay, he sees us. Come on. Alright. Okay, he goes from Lightning McQueen to just Slowpoke in 2 seconds. So we're gonna walk him down the driveway here. Uh-oh, oh, there he goes. There he goes, race car on us again. Slow down. We might have a talk with this guy. She doesn't hit anything. But, alright. This way. And he said he might have to make 2 trips. I didn't think we had a lot, but apparently that only holds 20,000 something liters. And we'll check here. Alright, so just taking a look at this truck here. He's got 24,000 liters of milk in here. So we're going to send him on his way and follow him his way out because, I think our farm's a little hard to get around. I was messing with some of our courses here, obviously, but I'm hoping he takes our new drive that goes out past the manure pit, but if he tries to go right here, he might make it. Let's see, what's he gonna do? Oh, he's going right. Okay. It's gonna be a little sketchy, but I think he's gonna make it. But he will be coming back for a second load, but we're gonna handle that on our own time. Right now, we're just trying to make sure he gets there safe and delivers the milk, because put a lot of work into this. It's been it's been a year on the farm, and this is the first time we're seeing profit. So I'm really excited for this. You know, everything's just been, loan, spend, this, that, and thankfully he's taking it slow now that he's full. It's good to see some cash flow finally coming in. If you guys stuck around till this point in the video, you guys are real ones. I know I tried to add something to start to tell you, but we're 21 minutes in, and this is what you guys came to see. That right there. There goes our money. Alright, but anyways, let's get the truck, pull it back down into the farm, and I just got off the phone with them. Our money should be coming in. They should be sending it here. There it is. Sweet, sweet profit. It's so good to finally see. But, let's see. Number's still going, number's still going, number's still going. Oh, I love this. Look at that. Holy cow. That's something down here, I think. Alright, here we go. All cleaned out. Looks like there's a little bit of stuff up front, but yeah, we can get that out later. I don't think it's going to make a big difference. So let's fold the baler back up. We're going to get this pulled over right here by the wagons. I'm going to start parking some things here. When we're kind of using them, but not really using them. Just don't want to put them back in the shed, basically. Alright, so it looks like the sun's coming out a little bit, but these rain clouds, they're starting to get darker, we can see that, but while we're waiting, the dealer actually said that they are going to be delivering the macerator for us. So, you know, maybe they got something to deliver it for us, or a farmer's bringing it. I have no idea. But we're going to get the 6R fired up. This is what's going to be running it, and we're going to be running this on the macerator. Well, the worker's going to run the baler behind us. The guy we hired seems younger, but he's got a phone. He can call us if anything goes wrong. But he'll be right behind us the whole time if all goes to plan. But we're going to look here, and this is the macerator. It is only 11 grand, which for, you know, a pretty nice advanced piece of equipment, that is not bad at all. So let's go ahead, let's buy it using some of that money we just got, burn a hole in our pocket. And yeah, let's wait for this thing to get delivered. But what we got going on here, our cows are starting to look pretty good. I think that this new feed setup is just perfect. But looking here though, our new baby calves are doing all right. We got a ton of bedding for them. We don't want them to run out. The new barn, I've been just slowly putting some loads of feed in. I don't think they're going to go through this too fast, but, you know, we'll keep an eye out for it. I think the truck is supposed to be here soon. Oh, there it is. The dealer did get a truck. I wonder if they have their own decals on it yet. It's probably the same guy who drove our semi. Look at him. He went flying down the road, and now he's going to whip it into our farmyard. Whoa. But here he is. Let's see what he's got for us. Oh man, that's a nice truck. That thing's like mint condition. But here it is. Here's our ag land macerator. Looks like it's in really good shape. I wasn't sure if it was new or not. This might be a demo. But you know what? Let's get this thing off the truck. I don't know where the guy went. He must have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, we'll get this off the truck and let's get it on our tractor and we can tell this guy to go away. Alright, let's see. I think our 6R might be a little big for this, but we're in that spot where I don't want to take the 46 off the blower because, I mean, that's kind of its spot right now. And if it starts raining, we want a cab, let's be honest. Alright, there it is. This is a nice piece of equipment. You got the loader on still, but I think it should run fine. It is PTO powered with some hydraulics. Not sure what those. Looks like we got adjustable gate here on the back. I think it's pretty nice. Alright, everybody say bye to the dealer truck. Let's hope he doesn't hit us. I might have to scoot out of the way for him. Come on, you can go on by. There you go. Sayonara. That is a pretty nice truck. You know, we're 4 people here, but not bad sounding, not bad looking. A little older, but still really good shape for the year. And now what we're going to do here is get the baler kind of over this way and get them ready for our hired hand to come run it. Alright, well, new workers on the tractor there. We got the 6R ready to go. We're all fueled up. So let's hit the road and let's go get farming. We do need to watch this intersection here. Looks like he's got that thing going a little fast, but you know, the second we let off here, we're rolling down the hill. Let's gun it. Hopefully the guy behind us gets over well. But there we are, across the path. Oh, he's got it. Got quite the setup here. This is a massive time operation. We aren't BTO anymore. I think local farmer said it. We're MTO. Massive time operation. But you guys will see we got a lot of this stuff chopped. We have 1 and a bit left of our fields. The last bit of alfalfa is going to be mowed probably a little later in the summer. What we're going to do here is get going. We got to make sure he knows how to set up the baler. There's nothing much to it, but we'll double check. Alright, he said he was good to go, so let's get the macerator all good to go here. Looks like that. Raise it up. Turn it on, and let's see how this thing works. Alright, that looks simple enough. And our baler should be picking it up behind us. Hopefully he doesn't miss anything. We gotta watch our own. And I think after one pass, we're gonna kind of inspect this and see how everything's doing. Alright, and you'll notice I did have to do a little testing here. I want to make sure this worked before I recorded for you guys, so I apologize about that. I should have reset it, but we're gonna head down this way. It looks like... Let's check on him. Let's hop in the buddy seat. How's he doing? Alright, you got 57% dry alfalfa windrow. So that's nice. We're getting some dry alfalfa from this instead of regular hay. But the thing is, we might have to add some stuff because I'm not sure how that's gonna work with our feeding setup. So I might have to do some more map editing or mod editing here, but it's no biggie. It's a really simple thing. I actually did some stuff on the stream last weekend, and I might do some more this weekend. And we're just gonna go all the way around the outside here. Make sure it doesn't pick up any of the regular alfalfa windrow. Yeah, this is a really nice functioning setup. It's actually a really cool thing to do. Finally getting some help here on the farm. I thought this was a ghost town, you know? Like we were buying all our stuff, no one was ever at the dealer, but we finally got somebody, at least one person at the dealer, and at least one person who does the milk. But it also could be the same exact guy. It could also be this guy too. Because let's be honest, have we seen the milk truck driver, the store driver, and our new worker? Have we seen them in the same room at once? I don't think so. They're always making appearances separately, which is just a little odd in my eyes. You guys gonna let me know what you think about that? Because I think it's a little fishy. Oh yeah, we got some big bales coming out of that right there. Finally get some hay on this farm is gonna be good. I completely turned a blind eye to it. I was so excited to do our silage. But I think this is going to be a nice little addition, running this macerator, running the big baler. Make it a nice, easy process. Oh, this guy's a pretty skilled operator back there. I don't think he's missing much. There we go. That stuff should be sprouting up here soon. This hay is the last of the work we have. We get it picked up. We're feeding the cows a little more, and we are ready for mid-spring, or actually late spring. We're going to be in May. Getting close. That summer heat's coming. We're supposed to get a heat wave this summer, actually, so I hope the weather isn't too bad, but I also hope we get a good bit of rain, because I want our crops to do really good this year, but we're prepared. If we don't, we got a dairy operation finally up and running. We just got to get those loans paid off. See these clouds? It actually cleared up a little bit, but we still got some clouds rolling over us. I think you see over on the other side of the co-op there, you can see where it starts to get thick again. That's the rain. The forecast is showing nothing, but I never trust that. It's always lying. All right, it's going to be kind of tricky. Luckily, we can run over this field a little bit still. I'm going to have to pull a little U-turn. Put it around this way. And you know what? We can actually feel this macerator pulling just a little bit on the 6R. You saw we were down to 6 miles an hour there, which isn't the worst, but it's definitely noticeable. So I think we did make the right choice running this 6R. The 46 would have definitely had a not so fun time, I think is a good way to put it. Man, this thing really does a good job, honestly. And you know what? Looking over there on the other side of the field, I can see our first hay bale. I don't see another one yet. I bet you it's coming, but that's always good to see. It's a nice thing about running this big baler. Don't have to stop for all the round bales. I think as we, evolve this farm, this big baler is going to become more of a presence. Just because, the round baler, we're going to use it for the silage bales, but that's about it. Having to stop, they're kind of a pain to load and everything. So I think this is going to be the main attraction on the baling end of things for our farm in the near future. I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to just keep chugging away at this field. It's a long process to get all this done, and I would like to get most of this done, if not all the field done, by the end of the video. So I'm going to keep plugging away. Hope you guys are enjoying so far. Leave a like if you are. Let me know what you think of this new setup in the comments, and I will be back with you guys in a bit. Alright, so we're on our last pass of this bigger field for our hay bales. We got a good amount, you can see here. I mean, I could try to count these. 1, 2, 3, and the rest are down there. So, I mean, I think we're doing pretty good. We do have 2 fields. I mean, technically 3, but the one's like together. So we get plenty of hay left on this first cut. And I'm sure a lot of our second cut, depending on how much we use, is going to go to hay as well. Because we have a good stockpile of silage. And you'll see up here, we did get a solid amount, even just on this field. We're going to pick them up at the end of the day here. We're going to get the semi out here. Probably have to go back and get the bale forks, I bet. But that, and I think we're going to get a nice picture for the end of our first cut on our farm here. That guy's going to follow us out here eventually. He can see us. We're just going to scoot down here and just hop right on top of these windrows. Looks like we only got, I think, 2, we got 3 windrows on this field, just because we did start silaging this and we kind of quit halfway through. So we're going to just wind around here. I can't tell, is that a windrow or not? It is. We're going to have to go get this little bit and then turn back around again and do the 2 main windrows we have. We're making good time. We've been out here about an hour, and the new guy's definitely helping us. He did a really good job on that field. He didn't miss like a single bit. If we go up there and look, you can see the ground is just perfectly clean. There he is. We can't even see his face. There's no way that that's... There's a good chance that is the same guy that is running the milk truck. I really got to find this out, because dude is a master of all trades, if that's the same dude. He's got it down. Well, let's go take the macerator down this pass. Like I said, I'm going to keep doing the same thing. We're going to get this done, and I got to leave some time here in the video to pick up our bales and take them back to the farm. So, I hope you guys are enjoying so far. I'll be back with you. Alright, so there it is. We're all wrapped up. Or built up. Huh, get it. Anyways, let's go ahead and get the semi down here. Let's see, it is on the trailer, I think, still. Alright, let's get this old girl fired up. Fired up. I think I said that wrong. Alright, there we go. I think, one thing I'm thinking for the farm is here, I kind of want to get those bags torn up eventually. I'd like to move their silage bales over there. If we can kind of segment those bales and just put them there. I think that actually worked pretty good. But, there is one issue. We the neighbors borrowed our flatbed. When we borrowed their cattle trailer, it was like, hey, you know, we had to pay that back, so we just gotta go pick up our trailer. I'll get that. We're gonna head down to the field, and I gotta grab the bale spikes too, so we're gonna make a run back to the farm, but I'll see you guys down at the field. Alright, so we got our bale spike. We're down here, ready to load these bales up. We're gonna start one at a time. I don't know how heavy these are gonna be. The alfalfa, they get dried out pretty good, but I don't want to overdo it. So let's just head up here to the semi. So you already got one on. We're just gonna, you know, keep working away and just keep loading these guys up. I'm gonna try to do this as good as I can. Let's see. Put it right over beside that. It's a little different than stacking round bales. Round bales, we can kind of nudge around back and forth. These ones, we can nudge the next one over, but I think once we get a line of enough of these bales, it's going to be hard to get them to move around. So we got to get these first few just right. And that's probably even a little too much space between them, but I don't think we have too many. We'll count how many we have at the end of the day. Let's go on the other side here. Looks like they actually built this width of this trailer up pretty well, and that was a beautiful, beautiful bale placement. Look at that. Love that. Beautiful. But I'm going to keep working these bales. And what we'll do, let's get lined up with that better, is we're going to try to finish this up, get everything ready to go for late spring, moving on to early summer. So like I said, I'm going to get these bales wrapped up, get everything back to the farm. We're going to send the new guy home. He's over there chilling on his phone. And, yeah, probably wrap it in for the night. What we got to talk about now is the brand new silage box here on the farm. You can see the dealer dropping it off. And it's a big one. It is a Meyer RTX 220. This thing's got rear unload, which is something I've been looking into, because if we end up filling those stave silos, those are good for feed, but, you know, in the future, we might go to some bunk silos, and these are going to be very helpful if we ever want to make that choice. We paid a little under 50 grand, I think. Nope, I lied. We paid 35. So, it's a used one, but it's in really good shape. Got some big, beefy tires on it. Should help us getting over some of this ground we have. And yeah, you can see it's the solid, what is this, 2 or 3 feet longer than our other boxes. We had the option to buy a 222, which is a 22-foot box, but I thought that was a little crazy. We don't need to make that massive of an upgrade. This box, though, holds about 5,000 or 6,000, one would even say 6,000 or 7,000 more liters of silage. So it's really going to help us out, you know, especially with this higher yield and stuff. I mean, how many less trips is that? If we think, you know, we do, to get to 100,000 liters, it's like 9 trips with our old boxes. This, it's going to only be like 6 trips, I think. So it's really just going to help us out a lot. You'll see it when we actually get to it. But dealer's going to take it, or take the truck back, we are going to take our box and just put it up here by our others, because really it's not too much longer till we're going to be running this Triticale silage. Now, once we get the new box parked here, we're going to go over to the machine shop, or just the big workshop, where we've been working on some things with the T7, getting it cleaned up, doing some maintenance, because we got a big season of mowing ahead of us with all this Triticale. It's a thicker crop. It's something we haven't done before. I just want to make sure nothing goes wrong. We also got the baler in here. I've been starting to use this as kind of like, you know, our active shop. You know, we want to park it inside still, but it's a pull through, makes it easier. You know, summer season, we're running hay all the time, so we're going to pull stuff in here. We could pull the chopper in here, but that isn't as much of a worry because we can just back that in the small shed. It fits better. But what we're going to go ahead and do is just hop right into it. Let's see how well the T7 handles this Triticale. We did do a little bit, like I said, but I mean, look at this. It's just one small pass. So let's go ahead, get these back ones folded out. And lower them, and let's turn it on. So, gotta watch. Swath dropping, left swath. There we go. And there we go. So you'll see that it's not going to knock out this rice, but it will knock out the grass on the outside. So we want to watch. We don't really want to get too much regular grass in here. It's not a big deal, but I think we're going to try to keep this somewhat separated. Yeah, we're kind of cutting this in the morning. We're doing some silage with this. I've tried to do some research on if we can do hay with Triticale. You guys are gonna have to let me know. I know we can chop it, and that's what we've been planning to do all this time. But should we go ahead and try to make more hay off it? Because you guys will know, hay is one of the things we kind of shorted it out on. We did a stream on Friday night, still week before Christmas. So we've been putting in a lot of work, and we streamed the other night and made 30 more hay bales, and those hay bales all hold 7,000 liters. So we do have a good chunk of hay. But that 200,000 liters is going to go by fast when we're feeding these cows, and even looking into exploring selling some of our TMR. So that's definitely something we want to look into. And speaking of selling the TMR, another thought I had was if we don't really end up using the Gale much more, we can always convert that into a TMR hauler. We can get a belt, like I said, hook up the mixer, you know, mix the TMR, and then run a belt into that old box and use it to transport our fully mixed TMR, and we can just unload it wherever they need it, or even just feed the cows directly with it. It's going to hold a little more than the mixer, but that would allow us to not have to drive our mixers back and forth or grab a second mixer. Maybe even finding a new to us box, another one we can use to transport it. But once again, it'd have to have no roof, or we'd have to cut it off, unbolt it, however those are attached. But it's just some thoughts we have. This TMR, you know, it's worth a lot of money, but we need to figure out if it's worth trying to sell it or just keep it for ourselves. Triticale, though, I'm liking this. It's definitely fun to do. It's unique. I don't know if we're going to do a lot of this in the future, though. Just because, you know, with our hay, we can just cut it multiple times. This, you plant it, it's done. And where we're at and what our crop calendar is, we don't really have many options to plant after this. I think for the most part, we're just going to use this ground to spread manure on and maybe plant some winter crops here in a couple months. Probably ones we can harvest a little earlier, maybe in May or June. We just got to do more research, I think. If we kind of, you know, jump the gun with this, it's not a bad choice. We're still gonna get some some quality silage off it, but I think with the amount of hay ground we have, I don't think we really needed more silage material. We already have a ton of corn, you know, a ton of everything. I think we really could have used some more cash crop ground. But let's see. Let's make another pass here. So far, everything's going well. I do like how this stuff looks, and we are going to be chopping a lot of this over the weekend. Hopefully all of it. But it does leave quite a large windrow behind us, which is really cool to have. You can see how well it's yielding right there. Just listen to the tractor for a bit. This tractor's really growing on me. This engine, you know, normally I'm a deer guy, but the tractor runs good, it sounds good. Really, like I said, we were doing some preventative maintenance, but other than that, like, nothing's broke on it. But we can see that for all of our stuff. We've really had quite good luck on all of our equipment. Helped us get along, helped us survive this. And we're really starting to turn some profit thanks to, you know, reliability of our machinery here. Some other things we got to do, though, is we do have a lot of money right now, but if we look at the loan we have for that new barn, we got to realize that none of that money's ours. We got to pay off the loan before we do anything big. But here in July, we are going to see is that our corn prices are high. Now, I think it says our peak here in January is 1,500, and we kind of messed up by not selling then, but it's fine. We can sell now. You can see we're also going to have to sell our beans. So that's one thing we got to get ready to do. June was actually the highest. We kind of made a little bit of a loss. We didn't sell it in June. We were too busy skipping through everything and waiting to get this silage done, because this is something we really needed to get done. Is getting this ground cleared up so we can at least try to plant something on it. But like I said, I don't know if we can plant in July with anything. Checking our crop calendar. My only hope was soybeans, but those have been gone since May. Poplar, obviously not going to work here. Grass, carrots maybe, and then alfalfa is the only other option we have. We could try. Barley has a harvest season in June. I think we might try to do barley is what we're going to run. We're going to obviously cut this. This can sit on the ground a little longer as long as it's good weather, because it's not going to regrow. Some weeds are going to come up, but that's about it. We can get it, really use it to just spread all of our manure on it, which will be good. And then maybe try to plant that barley. I think it's a decent crop to grow in this area. As much as I'd love to do oats, those aren't going to survive as well over the winter, I don't think. And yeah, those are March, April planting. So yeah, I think the plan is we'll try some of that barley. We'll see how it works. And next year, you know, we'll cut it. And by the time we cut that, looking in here, barley is going to have a harvest to June if we plant it right in September. And in June, we can plant, you know, not much else. It's really a funny thing trying to get this crop calendar figured out. We can harvest in June, plant it again in September. Maybe some short season corn silage would be a good option. We can plant it in June and maybe chop that in October. I think that would also be a good option. What we gotta do here, I gotta get this cruise control bumped up. We were running cruise control for the macerator behind us on the stream, just so it didn't get behind. We wanted to make sure all our hay got done. But now, we're finally able to get this thing going full steam ahead, and it's going great. The stuff's definitely thick. You can see the tractor's working hard, but it's working right through it. I'm excited to get this stuff all chopped. I think we'll make some good yields off it, for sure. But make sure to tune into the streams on the weekends, you guys. I know there's a lot of you guys who watch my videos, and there's also a lot of you guys who watch my streams. There's some who only watch one of each, but I'd love if all of you guys watch both. Pretty much my streams are the same content, except I have face cam, talk to you guys, sometimes have some music going. And yeah, for Christmas, I'm going to try to get a little Christmas outfit going. But for the videos, currently no face cam. I almost started recording this with a face cam, and I had to restart, sadly. But yeah, I hope to see you guys in the streams. We're going to be doing some over this Christmas holiday and the New Year's. So, yeah. So far, though, we're getting good time on this, but the rest of this Triticale is going to be cut on the stream. This will be Saturday's stream, which will be the night before I uploaded this. So if you guys did watch the stream last night, thank you for tuning in. You guys would have had some spoilers because I'm recording this before I stream. It's kind of hard to do because I got to get both done. I got other things to do, but I don't think it's that big of a deal getting them mixed up. And one thing we found out is this, what it's putting down, I think is registering as hay. But yeah. Apologize, I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, the hay. So this stuff does technically come out as hay if we try to bale it. I thought about baling it, like, do we do silage bales? Because if we can chop it, theoretically, you know, we could make some bales, but I don't know if it's an issue with the Triticale on the map, or if it's just how it's supposed to come out, if it's supposed to be dry, but I mean, we'll figure it out. For now, we're just chopping all this, and I think that's going to work just okay. But one thing we can do here is once we're done mowing, we can try to run a little test pass, but the thing is, we're probably going to run the T7 on the chopper just because running wagons, I'd like to use the 6R or the 7010. Chopper, we could maybe get the 80-20 running, but we still have the doles on there. But we might try to run the 80-20 on the chopper. It is a little big, but our chopper isn't the smallest of choppers. It's still a decent size. I don't think it'd be anything too powerful. But we gotta explore that, because I want to get some more use out of the 80-20. Because right now, we ran it on the baler for a little bit. That baler's pretty big, so that makes sense. Talking about the square baler, not the round baler, obviously. It does planting, seeding, tillage, but other than that, not much besides, you know, some slurry. But if I can get it into this hay operation and the silage operation, that would definitely be interesting. It looks like we're all set on this field now. And I'd like to get whatever that crop is, I want to get rid of that. We have to do some work. We really can make pretty good time selling this grain. So going up here, we did go ahead and make a new purchase. We bought this little auger. It was only 12 grand, and with how much grain we're really moving, we really should own our own auger, and that's what we wanted to do. So we went ahead and purchased this. Now what I need to do is actually move it to our bean bin. We're trying to get these both emptied out, as we want to put our new crop in there. And one thing we have to look at is we need to buy a new bin because we now have a third crop on the farm. I actually didn't think about this until just now, but let's get this one moved and we can talk about it while we're moving. Alright, so we're all in place here. We're going to go into our soybeans, start loading those. And these augers do slide a bit. We're going to have to watch this. Make sure this ain't moving any. It looks like it's actually staying pretty still right now. So that is good. We're going to keep loading this truck up here. We really are only going to need a couple loads from these guys. What we'll do here is dump, bring it back to using this auto drive here. Grain load. We're selling soybeans. Let's go down to S. And this truck is going to run us about 20, I think it's 23,000 liters. Should be able to get it going. It's going to run our first load. And what we'll do is we'll run the big truck. Now, like I said, with us running wheat, we are going to need a third bin, because obviously we can't split these half-seas. It's, you know, not realistic at all to do that. Well, technically it will allow us. We're not going to do that. So we are going to need a third one, probably just the same exact size bin or whatever we need or can afford. I think wheat does yield a little higher, so if we really have to, we could even just put wheat in this left bin, and say for our bean field, we could get a small bin. Not too small, but we're not running a lot of beans right now. So if the bin costs are high, we might just sell the crop outright from harvest or get a little portable bin. I know sometimes we can get those. It just depends on how we're looking. We got to think about it a bit. I think for sure though we can just put the wheat in one of these big ones. Obviously we have a ton of corn. corn's going to go in the corn bin like we have been doing. And, yeah, we'll just see. Because we got a lot of cornfields, obviously. One bean field. We're going to yield, like, not even a semi-full. So I think maybe we just want to sell this. Because bean costs around harvest time, that's pretty low. Around harvest is going to be about $2,000, $1,800 right there. So gonna take some thought. We'll take a big hit, but realistically for this year, we're gonna spend more money on that new bin, especially if the prices are high. So I think we're just gonna bite the bullet and have to sell it on that one. We probably, looking at it now, like, should we have even done beans this year? We definitely should have done it differently. We definitely should have probably tried to get a hold of a little more land before the year started, but we're kind of here now. We have more information on next year of how we're going to run our crops. We may not do Triticale next year because it kind of just it messed up how our farm flows, so I'm going to be honest. The wheat didn't mess us up at all. That's just something we did because we wanted a third crop. Could we have maybe done half and half on that? Yeah, but we had expected to plant beans in the Triticale. We didn't expect the Triticale to take till July to be cut. But anyways, we don't have to worry about that because we're making a ton of money off this harvest. You see, we just brought in $82,000 from that first bean load, and that's the small one. This is going to be twice that. We might top $1 million just from selling our beans here, which is crazy, but don't forget we do have some bills to pay. We do have the loan, and it's secured a little interest over the months here. So we're going to have to pay on the up ends of almost, I think it's around 300 grand we have to pay back now. But we should be able to afford it. We have plenty of money, and hopefully, hopefully we can make some upgrades on the farm too. Like buying a bit of land, maybe some bigger equipment, maybe another tractor if we really want to. But, first off, we got to see how much are we going to make off this truck. I imagine we get around 160 grand. I would hope. But we're going to unload this first half. 72,923 from the first bin. We double that, we're at 144, 145. 846 should be. So that plus the first 80 grand, we're at $220,000 off of beans alone. Corn, we can open our finances page here in a bit, and you'll see how much money we've made off the corn as well. So what we should have right now, I believe the Freightliner is going to be filling up. We might have to let them know it's good to go. I think they're waiting for us to get back. Still sitting there. We're not going to have a completely full load of this semi. Looks like he's just finished filling. And yeah, there he goes. He'll get out of the way here. He should be able to get by. Yeah, I would from what I understand, kind of fumbling my words here, we should have around 30,000 liters. And it's gonna be close, but I think we're gonna break $1 million here on our first harvest, which is crazy. You guys should know a lot of that money's for milk as well. We sold some silage, which I actually don't think we've gotten paid for yet, but it's only 5 grand. Compared to this, nothing at all. But waiting it out, waiting to sell the harvest until the summer. You know, we took the loan, took a gamble, but I think it paid off really well. Obviously, we're going to have to repay the loan here. We're not going to have as much money, but definitely, you know, oh my, we're only going to have, what, $700,000 on the farm, which is crazy. Might make a new, build a new barn, get another planter. If we're buying more land, cattle, and a new combine are going to be our main expenses, I think. I'd like to get the new combine before harvest. Maybe we keep the old one, run 2. Maybe we sell the old one and buy a nicer one. We have to look into that still. On the land side, though, I really want to buy one of these big fields, but you see those fields get really, really expensive. 108,000, 130,000. Some of the fields up top are only 50. Some of the stuff over here, what I'm actually looking at, field 125, would be a really good deal, and we could probably manage. I think we own this pasture technically. Manage to run a path through here or here. In my mind, I think there's a path that comes here, and we can just kind of go by the lake, come out here, get to this road, or if we have to, just make a long trip around there. But I'm thinking some of that land over there are going to be our next field purchases. All right, we're all turning around there. Taking our last load of beans for the year. Getting ready to see how much money we're bringing in. We should get around 900 grand after this first semi. And let's see, let's set this to go. Let's check on the other semi. You can see we're going to get... let's move forward a bit. It's having a hard time with that dump bed. Uh-oh. Just look the other way, look the other way. That's going to leave us at $911,000. I really think that this, if that made us 82, this is going to put us over the top of $1 million, which is crazy for how much money we're making on this farm. But the shopping list, you know... Whoa. Did we just get hit? I swore we could have just got hit by a car. But yeah, that shopping list, we might even want to add a grain cart to that. If we're running those big fields, we're going to be running the Freightliner in this, especially for far away. We need just 2 grain trucks. That, or we could try to look at getting some gravity wagons if that's a more affordable option. But we have 1 truck. We might just want to buy another trailer. But grain carts, I'm not sure what our options are, but there's a couple good ones. There's J&M's. These are pretty big carts, though. That's 40 square meters. 41. Here we go. Will we break $1 million? Oh, all day. Look at that. What an accomplishment on our first harvest. Look at that. Let's check our finances out here. You can see, month of July, we've profited $837,000. You can see some of these other months, April, we had some rough times. But look at that. It is... Wow. Harvest income alone, $824,000. Sold milk, $81,000. Some property income. But yeah, new vehicles. We bought a few things, as we know. Sold vehicles would come from that. But man, that is just amazing. And really, I think we're ready to pay off this loan. I know we have $1 million, but not everything lasts forever. It's lasted about 2 minutes for us having that in our bank accounts, and it's already going to burn a hole in our pocket. But we're going to be able to say that we own this barn. It's all paid off. We really kept minimal interest. And yeah, so let's go ahead in here to finances, and let's just repay all that. So we have the 80/20 here. It's ready to go, and the reason the 80/20 is ready to go is what we have appearing at the farm should be here any second now. Let's run out to this end of the drive, and I think I see it pulling up there. You guys can kind of catch an eye on it. This is going to be, you can see there, that's it, right? Yes, it is a Kuhn Pro Push 150 manure spreader. So with all of our new additions here, including buying some new cows, which we actually had the neighbors deliver for us. We let them borrow the semi. We just said, hey, come get them. Or come with the semi. You can use it. They took the trailer and dropped it off over here. I think they still might be here unloading them. But we paid around $22,500. Let's get this unhooked. For about 30 dairy cows that we'll look in a second are actually pretty good quality cows. But there goes the dealer truck. We'll let him get off, go do whatever stuff he needs to do there at the dealer or whatever he does for work. And what we'll do, you know, it would have been nice if we could have pulled it back here, but I guess we were standing there. What we'll do is grab the 80/20 and we're going to start loading these guys up, getting them out to the field, and doing some manure spreading. So looking at the map, I'll show you guys in a second. We're already a little bit into this manure. You'll see we have a pass done on field 144 and something of a operation going on 146. We started off one way, we hired a worker, he went to do it another way. We were kind of arguing over it, but we're just going to let the worker do his thing. If we have any losses, he can pay for them out of his paycheck, is what I have to say. But this 80/20 should be running this new spreader pretty well. The spreader's big, it's kind of heavy, but it's not nothing too out of mind. I think we might have the 7810 run this in the future, but for now, the 7810's on the Penta Hagedorn. We're not going to mess with it. We're just going to load these guys up as it is. So we're going to go ahead. I think we're going to load this one first, just because I want to run this new spreader. It's a really nice looking piece of equipment. I've never personally used one of these spreaders. We have a lot of experience with H&S spreaders, side slingers, but the thing is, these vertical beaters, we got them on the Penta, or the Hagedorn there, and they work great. So I'm really excited to see how these work. We got a good deal on the spreader. I think it was 30 grand. So we spent about 50 grand on all this stuff today. Not a lot compared to what we have, but still a lot of money. You can see the neighbors still have the cattle trailer down there. I wonder if they're going to try to sell that to us too, because if they don't have any cows, what's the point of them having that? And at this point, I feel like we might be obligated to accept that offer. You guys got to let me know if we should just buy that cattle trailer, because I saw a couple of you guys saying that we should get some beef cows out here, and I do like the idea. I want to use some of these pastures we own, but we don't have anything to haul the beef cows, and no one's going to want to deliver down into the valleys of wherever our operation is. But one thing we also got is this new bucket. It ran us about $2,000. It's got double the capacity of our old bucket, which is really nice. I really like it. It's helping us load these spreaders a lot faster. Well, not perfect. We're getting a pretty efficient operation going here. With our own loader for the pats over there, it works good for the calves and everything in the tie stall. But obviously, everything out in the pasture, we have to shove this stuff into a pile ourselves. And we want to be able to have the best operation unloading that, because we don't want to waste a lot of time doing this manure. One of the reasons we sold the Teleskid is this loader. We have the room. It's just faster to run the front loader. It lifts more. It lifts it better. It's faster. The only reason we'd have a skid steer is to get it into the barn, but really we don't need that. This is working just fine for us. One thing I'm noticing here, I think my game's been a little buggy today, so I do apologize. I don't see the manure appearing inside the spreader, which is weird because it's actually the second time I've recorded this video. The first video was 21 minutes long. Felt like I blabbered a bit. Also didn't have my mic turned on, so I do apologize if I'm cutting the video a lot here. I just want to make sure it's actually recording this time. But I'm trying not to rush anything. It is pretty late recording this, but we cannot break the streak of having videos uploaded, so the show must go on. We're going to record, and I'm going to try my best to make it a good quality video for you guys. Let me know what you think of it in the comments. Drop a like if you're enjoying so far. If you guys are new here, be sure to subscribe, turn on those notifications for daily uploads, and check out some of my other videos. This farm has came a long way in the past month. We've been playing on it every single day. We've built a new cow barn over there. We've built new silos. We've expanded our equipment, and most recently, we made $1 million on our recent grain harvest. Other things we have row crop coming in. That's going to be coming soon. We have wheat to harvest pretty soon. We're going to be making a lot more big purchases that we've talked about in the past. I saw some of you guys' comments on the last video. You guys think we should just go for the home run, buy a new combine, buy all the land, and really enjoy that paycheck instead of saving it, which I kind of agree. You know, it's our money. We're going to make money on the next harvest, and I think we're full there, despite it being empty. So let's go ahead and shut the 6R off, and let's see. Alright, so yeah, it says we're full. I'm going to try to get this fill plane working. I'm not quite sure why it's not showing up. Alright, there we go. I do apologize for that not loading right, but now that we have it, We're going to get the 80-20 out to the field here. We're just going to be running this for today because I have already ran quite a few loads with 7810, and I don't want to take away from the part of the video where we're showing off this new manure spreader. We've used the other one plenty. Today, the star of the show is this new one. So you can see we've already made one pass. What we've been doing is we have been running double application. So we're going to activate the double application rate. And what we'll do is just go ahead, cruise control, kick the spreader on. You can see this thing spreads, actually, I think a little wider than the Penta did. It's really nice. You can see behind us, these vertical beaters, I've really started to enjoy using them. They spread it very evenly. They spin faster. It's not going to get clogged up on us like the horizontal ones might sometimes if we get a big chunk. And the one thing about this spreader is it has a hydraulic push or a hydraulic ram there that is going to be pushing the manure back. There's no chains, belts, or anything that's going to have a lot of excessive maintenance. It's just a single hydraulic cylinder. Pretty reliable. Not much can go wrong. It just feeds from the tractor like a normal hydraulic line, as you can see. And we do have a PTO on there to power the beaters in the back. But overall, very reliable machine. I've heard great things about these. These hydraulic pushes on the coon spreaders have been around for a while now. I have seen a few of these in real life around me. It's one thing I've always wanted to use. Nothing this big, but you know, I see these things running for years on end, and they look beat to death, but they still run no matter what. And I know they make a good product, so I'm really excited to get this one put to use on our farm. We're going to try to take good care of it and not beat it too much, but it's a manure spreader. It ain't going to be the prettiest thing on the farm. Looking at our fertilizer map here, you can see we're getting that double fertilizer down already. It's going to be great when it comes to planting this stuff, because we aren't going to have to spend money on solid fertilizer, and that stuff, you guys know, is expensive. So all we're really going to need to do is probably just lime this stuff, and that'll be it. We'll have to get some weed killer put on it, I'd assume. But, you know, that's obvious, but it's just less work we have to do in the future. And this is getting down 2 layers, which is kind of hard to do with the sprayer. We'd have to spray or put solid fertilizer on this, or once again, like I said, put it in with the planter. But it's just going to make more and more trips, which we can solve by doing this, cleaning out the barns, saving ourselves lots of money. It is kind of hard to keep track of where we're at sometimes. We're trying our best, but you can see right there I'm missing a bit. We're going to scoot over this way some, just to try to avoid that. I don't like missing it. You can see we're going to get... Actually, no, we won't. I was thinking we were going to see a little open bit there, but it seems like it's running pretty well. You can see the 80-20 has no problem with this spreader. Same thing. This tractor, we love using it. And we're starting to find, as we upgrade, we're finding more and more jobs. I think this is also going to get a spot on a grain cart once we get a grain cart on the farm, which hopefully is pretty soon. That wheat harvest, I think it's going to yield pretty well. We can check our fertilizer states. We're going to try to spray the wheat one more time before we harvest it. So I think we're going to get great yields on it, and we're really going to need a grain cart because we do have a decent amount of wheat fields, and especially with that new land we're talking about, I think it's going to be a good purchase. Now, getting near the end of the field here, we're at 17%. So we're getting close to empty. You'll see last pass we did, we got to watch, we're way too over to the left right now. The last pass we did ended right about there. So we do have a couple end roads we're going to do on this field once we get our up and down passes done. Just want to make sure we cover it all evenly. We have 9%, 8, 7, 6. So yeah, I think we're going to be stopped a little further than last time, but once again, probably not going to make it all the way to the end of the field. This is going to be close, but no cigar, as they would say. And there we go. Spreader's off. Let's go check it out. Looks like it's running pretty good. You can see the hydraulic go back up. Man, this looks... Look at these beaters. Those things are huge. But, just doing the electric slide. Anyways, let's go ahead and hop back in. Let's get the back gate down. Alright. And we can just hop right onto the path here. Ooh, watch that cart. And let's go get this thing filled up again. I think what I want to do now is go take it over to the freestall barn. Now, I don't think we actually have any manure in there, but there is another addition we made, which I hadn't highlighted just yet. You guys would know that the manure for our freestall has been piling up in the tie stall pasture, little pen area for our cows, which is not realistic at all. So with this addition, we're finally going to get a somewhat reasonable place for manure for the freestall. And it's going to also add some use to the path that is going to wrap around the north end of the barn. We'll go ahead and take that down there. You can see we still have good access to the paths unloader, but like I said, it's not going to be used as much. What we're going to be using a lot is this back path, which luckily it's right by the slurry. It connects to the north end of the farm if we choose to expand that way. But right here is this nice little manure bunk. It's going to hold a good bit of manure. And it leaves us plenty of room. You know, we want to pull the tractor right here. We can hook the loader up, pick up a bucket, put it in there, and when we're scraping out the barn, say we can run the scraper all the way down there, just boom, throw it out into there. We might get some concrete put in here eventually so it makes scraping it easier so we don't scrape up the gravel. And that way, we literally just need to get like, a lot of people use like a half tire. They put it on the end of a front loader. And they just push it, and it'll keep all that manure in the tire until we get there, and we can just push it off into a pile. You can see that manure heap is empty, but one thing we have here, so you can see our animals. We have 120 cows now in this pen. You'll see we have 30 at 26 months, which we had before. We have 60 at 26 months, which we also had at 80% production. These guys had already reproduced. That's the cows in our calf pen. But here are the 26-month-old. There's 30 new cows that are at 70% reproduction. Now, these guys are going to start putting off a lot more milk, I think, especially when they get to reproducing. That's going to be somewhere in the range of 90 new baby calves within the next couple months before winter here. One thing we're going to do, though, I don't know what happened. We're going to take the neighbor's trailer back. We do kind of got to thread the needle here. And we have the cash for the cows. It's out of our accounts. So the money you see right now is what we have. That's paying for the spreader. That's paying for the cows. We actually only got 30 cows. So we paid $22.5 for those. I forget what I said we were buying at the start, but I think it's a little less than we originally planned. They gave some of their other cows to some of their family, but they only needed a couple of them just to provide them milk and stuff. But, let's go get this cattle trailer over here. Some other things I want to check about. We need to see if they need help with their Triticale. I know they're not feeding cows anymore. Maybe we can just take that off their hands. It would never hurt to have more feed for these cows, especially with the rate that our farm's growing. Yeah, let's just pull in the driveway here. And we'll try and put this in a little nicer spot for them this time. Definitely. Gotta watch this cattle guard. We don't want to hit it or biff it and miss it, actually. We want to hit it. Get the semi off the front end of that. It's going to diff a bit, but it's not going to hurt anything. We just need to make sure we don't... Alright, there we go. We don't want to bump the cattle trailer off or anything bad and damage it. Let's put it over here. It's probably a decent spot, I think. Along this wall. Out of the way. If they need to run that manure cleaner, they can. Go slow. We're really close to that wall, but where'd they go? And what we can do here is scoot around this way. And get out of the farm here. There we go. Let's head this way. We love this semi. We have 3 hours on this semi. We're really spending a lot of time in it. Did us good on the grain harvest. This thing's going to be sticking around for a while. Might need a new paint job. This thing's getting beat up already, I tell you what. But nothing we can't fix in the good old shop. Just repaint the hood. The cab looks alright. But we do have a paint booth in the shop there. We've repainted a couple things already. over the winter and things. That heated shop's definitely paying off for us. Coming in here, I think everything on the cow side of things is pretty caught up with. We're gonna keep just digging into this manure. We are gonna leave the semi outside here. Not outside, but in the hay barn. We have the bale trailer here. Let's back up here. So we are going to be running some more hay bales. We got to bale up all that Triticale we have left, because obviously you guys would know that we had completely filled up our new silo, which is crazy. Let's make sure this is active. Oh, that's why we're not activating it. Looks like we're running tillage to the shaft. We got plenty of feed there. And shut the semi off in the bale storage itself. Should let us see. We have plenty of capacity left. You see we have 43 dry alfalfa bales. I have a ton of corn stalk bales. Looks like 75 round bales of 6,000 liters and then 70 square bales of 7,250. So we have 43 square bales, which I assume are also 7,250 of hay. And then 8 9,000 liter round bales of hay as well. But what we can do now, I'm going to keep on scooping up some manure for these guys. Getting this barn cleaned out. Let's get the 6R fired up. Looking here. These guys have 40,000 liters of manure. These guys have 27. I assume the 27 number we see is going to be what's on the ground here. Let's see, if we scoop up a little more, does that number go down? I'm not sure. Let's make a couple scoops of this here, and we're going to see if that number changes any. You have to watch. This Hagedorn is a little bit different than the Coon one. The tires stick out a little further on this, I think. Let's remember, the one was at 40, this one was at 27. We'll take a nice big scoop here. Does that go down? No, it doesn't. I'm kind of wondering where this manure came from, one. And two, where on earth is the manure from the other barn going? Let me go ahead and fix the fill plane on this one. All I'm doing is just hitting reload in the easy dev. There we go. So you guys will know that they got rid of the dairy farm, and with that they are selling, or at least looking to get rid of some of their machinery that's going to be kind of on the dairy side of things, and that includes one of their tractors and a mower. They didn't say what it was. They said there's a couple of tractors they're willing to part with. One was a Case 7150 or 7140 Magnum, like old 80s, 90s one. I forget what year they were made. Another one was a Case MX, and then their mower they didn't say, but they said come up to the bank barn around the other side and... Oh, what is this? This is probably the mower they're talking about. It's a John Deere Moco 835. It's a nice looking mower, actually. And it's a Case MX 170 two-wheel drive. I kind of think this is something like what we've been looking for. I don't see the other tractor. I think we can look in the catalog here. Something like it. I think it would be somewhere as to one of these, if they have it somewhere. And they said it was, what, a 7140, 234 horsepower. I know these ones have in the high hundreds, I think. I kind of like this. Let's get this thing out in the sunlight. Let's hop in here. Fire it up. Not bad. It's like a pretty nice interior. Use some work. This mower is what I'm interested in. I know we already have the one mower, but I think expanding our fleet wouldn't hurt, especially if it's something we can use on the side. I'm really liking this tractor, though. Looks like it's got a fresh coat of paint. It looks really bright red, actually. I think they might have got the wrong shade of red when they repainted this, but it's alright. Yeah, this thing looks pretty solid. I might see how much they went for the tractor I'm not too sure about the mower. You guys are going to have to let me know what we think of this. But we could use it if we had to. It just depends if they want to part with both as a pair or what. They do have them hooked up, though. You know, that is a pretty nice unit here. Alright, so we just got off the phone with them. Let's shut the truck off. They want $39.5 for the pair. The tractor has quite a few hours on it. They did say they got a new hood for it. They cracked it. It looks in really good shape. Same with the mower. Said they got the mower a couple years ago. It's not brand new, but it is newer. Yeah, they just kind of want to get rid of it. They did ask that if we do buy it, that we cut that last field of Triticale for them, because they're having someone they know is going to come bale it and use it. But I think that's not a bad deal. I know I said I was going to ask you guys about this, but we might take it. We'll see how this MX treats us. I might talk to him. If we don't like this tractor, we might see if we want to try out the Magnum. You know what? I think we're going to go through with it. Let's see. I mean, yeah, I don't see anything wrong. It looks like a completely solid setup. So, all right, let me get on the phone with him again, and I think we're going to take it. All right, well, there it is. We built it. They said they'd bring it over so we can just get our truck back, but let's head back to the farm. I think on our list of things to do, getting this Triticale finished is pretty much number one. We're still running some manure out like we were last time. Gotta keep going through with that. Get all these barns cleaned out is the current plan. But I think today what we can do is we'll take the new tractor out. Let's actually, what we'll do is mow the Triticale for him first, just so we get this out of the way. It's a really small field. We don't have to worry about it. But yeah, we're going to head back to the farm, and I'll get with you guys here in a second. Alright, so they actually pulled out in front of us here. We're going to try to take a shortcut. Kind of beat them here. We're allowed to be rough on our stuff. But yeah, so they're going to follow us down here. We're going to hop in it, make sure it doesn't need fuel or anything. And yeah, I don't mind that deal at all. I'm trying not to blow a hole in our pocket, but I did want to get one more tractor for stuff like that. We're going to think about it. We're going to use it for a bit, though. They said that we could probably arrange something. If we don't like that tractor, we could probably arrange taking the other one. Might cost just a little more, but I think we can put up with that because those Magnum's really nice tractors. But I do like the chance to use this. It's something different. It's actually really unique, and I like the two-wheel drive. I've been wanting something like this on the farm. If we do start to like it, I think this can really do a lot of jobs for us. Man, that thing's coming in hot. So let's come on. All right, there we go. Let's hop in it here. Looks like it's good on fuel, everything. And I guess we can go ahead and really just take it right back out where we just were and go mow the Triticale for him. Now, once we get this done, I'm planning on doing some streams here over the holiday weekend between Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, and New Year's. Hopefully, by the end of these holidays, we have all this busy work in the summer basically accounted for. The current goal is to get this Triticale cut, and we're going to take all the hay from it, use that for the cows, and I want to do a little more alfalfa to do some hay. But other than that, we're probably going to hold off until maybe August or after the corn's hatched through a second cutting of hay, just because that's kind of what we just got done with. I don't want to make it repetitive, and really we don't need all the extra feed right now. Alright, let's go ahead here. I believe this stuff should be ready to cut. They said it was. Let's just go ahead, lower it. Let's see how this mower that they gave us works. I think it's actually a pretty nice unit here. Does it have a swath option? We can move it in and out. See that? Looks like drops a pretty nice swath there. This is kind of a weird field to run with this mower. Our bat wings would have knocked this out great, but we're going to take the opportunity to learn this mower, see if we like it. If not, we'll probably just send it off to sale, have the dealer come pick it up, get a few grand for it. But I actually think this might benefit us some, just with some of our smaller fields. We can run this, and the one of the hired helpers can run the big batwing mowers. This seems pretty nice. It pulls nice behind it. This is actually a really nice pairing with this tractor too, now that we think about it. My thing is... Oh, there we go. Real mower's on now. I was wondering why it's not cutting this. We didn't have the real mower mod on. Get all this overgrown weeds out of here. And I believe we really could just line up the tire here and kind of get rolling. Yeah, this isn't too bad. For this field like this is actually great. Especially if we don't want it merged, and we just want the mower to lay it down. These things have a big set of rollers in the back of them. It is a mower conditioner, so it's going to give us some nice hay out the back. Make it easier for the grass to dry out. It's definitely good to have a spare, especially for the price you picked it up, because $39.5 for the tractor alone is a steal. To add this nice newer mower in, it was just kind of hard to say no to that deal they just gave us. And as much as I hate to say it, we did need some red on the farm. And a lot of you guys asked me when we were getting something red, so I think you guys might be happy now. It's got some nice lights on it. Could even use this as a planting tractor. We would run one of the 12-row box planters on it. I think it would actually work really well on that. Get some duals on it. Be good for hauling some wagons here too. Now the one thing is, I'm used to the quick mowing speed of our batwing mowers, so I think for today what we're going to do is we're just going to finish mowing the field that we agreed to mow for them. And then once we do that, I think we're going to take it back to the farm, check out the mower, see how it did, but we're going to hold off on our last Triticale field just for a little while, just because I don't want to take too much time here today. But I do plan on getting the new series on Cortland, Minnesota set up. Really excited to do some bigger farming. We just had a DB120 released on the in-game mod hub for PC. We're going to be using those. It's going to help out the planting process, because running row crop on that map, we're going to really have to watch the rows. And I think that planter is going to help us out a lot, making it more efficient. Really just take a couple passes for the field instead of running a 12 or 16 row like this map is. But obviously we're going to have more land on there, but it's more open, flat. It's kind of easier to farm, one would say. I think this tractor will pair really nice next to the New Holland. They're kind of like brothers. I think they're not too far off in size. The T70 might be a little bigger, obviously, or not even might. It definitely is. It's got the big front wheel or four-wheel drive, so that'll definitely have a leg up on this one. But I think this is going to be a perfect tractor for hauling wagons. Maybe I wonder if this thing could push our new manure spreader. Definitely going to have to explore how this thing works on our equipment. And even if we want to go with that Magnum, you guys are going to have to let me know. We might even explore how that one works on them. Definitely be a fun thing to find out. Right, let's start trying to knock the shield out a little more strategically. Let's take these outside lanes. And I know we can flip this mower around. It's just how I'm used to mowing. And for this small of a field, I don't think flipping the mower around is any more efficient than just whipping around the edge real quick. And here's the thing. Where do we want to take this out at? I think right here. It is pretty easy to mow with this. I mean, we're not missing anything yet. Besides the outside stuff, but that's no biggie. Really, all we have to do is just watch our right tire there, swoop in, and bang, just like that. So I think what we'll do is we'll go down. This is kind of tricky. think we'll just leave it here, actually. There we go. A weird pointy bit on this edge of the field. It's actually a fun setup to be running here. Really fun setup. Love running these kinds of mowers. You guys will know if you've been a long time watching the channel. We've loved these John Deere Mocos. One of the things I've always wanted to make was a small, like even a 630 Moco, but I think for the game wise, I'm going to use this mower, but I would like to model the older style boom that these 835s had. If you guys watch Iowa Dairy Boys, it's one of the channels. I think How Farmers Work might even used to have one, to where the boom on the older 835 Mocos is really kind of bulky, but I think it looks really cool for some reason. You guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean. If not, just go ahead and look up John Deere 835 Moco. You'll see some with this boom, and some with another, in my opinion, cooler looking boom. Not saying this one's bad, but it's just unique. I do think this is starting to work out here. We're getting this weird corner kind of rounded out of the field. Right there. There we go. We're starting to get a weird shape on the field, but hey, we don't have to pick this up. We just have to cut it. For now, at least. To see what the neighbors do with it. Things you can just turn this mower on a dime. It's one really nice thing. Just one by one, knocking this field out. Comfortable tractor. Feels like we have some sort of air ride in the seat. And one thing I want to try is we're just gonna not even lift it up, just swing this thing. Look at that. It's definitely a quicker turnaround than our batwing mowers are. That is for sure. The one downside of the batwings, it's kind of hard to turn sharp. You not even hard. You really just can't turn sharp, or else you're gonna miss grass. This mower, however, you can just, as long as you're not jackknifing it, you can just send that thing. I can't recall. I believe our working speed on the other one is 12 or 13, so this might be a little faster, I think. Which is maybe why it feels like this is moving faster, even though we would have been done minutes ago with the original mowers. I think we probably have, what, 3 more passes here? Yeah, I'd say so. Make sure we're getting the maximum amount into our haybind Moco here. Still have yet to miss any. We're doing good. You're watching a professional at this, guys. I have so many hours from these kinds of mowers. And a final pass. Here it is. Beautiful. Look at that. Let's bring that thing back in. And man, we knocked that field out quick. I mean, look at this absolute unit of a setup. I really do like this. So yeah, there's that. We got the blower set up here. Auto drive is already good to go. You'll see on this H&S box, I almost have it done. We have the correct frame on it now. You can see the decals for the frame. And I'm going to get this thing ready for testing here within the week. So if you guys are wanting to test out this box, go ahead and check out my Patreon. I'm going to put it on one of the tiers, $5 or $10. But go check out the Patreon. It helps me out. Obviously, modding takes a lot of time. On top of the YouTube, it's just hard to do. But I've been trying my best to get this thing done, and I really appreciate the support if you guys want to try this thing out. If not, that's okay. I'm going to try to release this box around New Year's, or if not, the weekend after New Year's, so you guys can have it to use. I want to see it used. I spent a lot of time on it, and I want to see you guys enjoy it. So Yeah, anyways, let's get the chopper fired up. We're going to let this start warming up, and I think he should be here to get the combine soon. And yeah, there he goes. Let's say goodbye to the combine. It was nice knowing him. It's a little wobbly. Maybe they're going to adjust that, but I think it should make it. Not quite a drive ahead of it. Wisconsin all the way to Tennessee. But there it goes. Man. Well, hopefully he takes care of it. We don't see it crashing or on the news, but it did us good service. That it'll be time to buy a new one here pretty soon. But anyways, let's go ahead. Let's get in this T7 and let's get chopping some corn. I'm gonna shut off the auto drive menu for this tractor. We don't need it in here. There we go. You know what? We gotta take this mode off too. There we go. Let's get going. So what we're doing is we're going down to the new land. We're doing the bottom field. The top field's already done. Some other things you'll see on the farm. We tidied up this right here. You probably already saw it. And we got the fences out. We got a new path put in. Connects our farm a little nicer. Let's go up through here. You guys know where this goes. All the way down to the bottom of the hill. We also got all of our spraying done. Our crops are fertilized. We're really waiting on the wheat to come up once we get corn silage done. And after that, it's, you know, we're moving into fall pretty soon. This summer's gone quick already. We've done a lot of hay, a lot of silage. Probably need to do one more cutting of our alfalfa in some spots. In a field like this, kind of got ran over when we're chopping, but it happens. But let's get down the hill here. We got to fix this path as well. You can see it's not in the best state. Alright, let's get up here. This is going to be a tough one, starting going uphill like this. Let's see if it can do it. So unfold it, get the pipe out, get that corn head down, fire it up, and let's see. Take it on the row crop. Get right up against that, and there we go. So you'll see the ground here is fairly bumpy, and this is why we have the big tires on it, because it's going to really need to dig in going up these hills. But it seems like it's doing all right. And I love watching the rows bend around this, especially when we're getting to chop them. Fits right into that corn head. We gotta be careful though, because the corn head is a little narrow, we found out, for the spacing we're running. And sometimes we could not get all three rows, like right there. So we gotta get right up against this corn. So just stop there for a little bit. And you can see what we're doing here is it does run over the alfalfa a little bit, but we're trying to save as much as we can. I think this field we won't turn around as much, and we'll be able to salvage it. But this corn, it's not actually yielding as good as I thought it would. I know it's only 3 rows, so when we put it into perspective, it probably is still yielding pretty well. We're getting a couple wagons off these fields. But, so we have no end rows on these. We know we're going to chop these, so doing end rows would have kind of messed up how we chop. And we have space to turn around here, but next fall, when we till these up, I think we're going to get it all the way to that fence line. But you guys are going to have to rate my planting job in the comments. You guys know we spent a lot of time planting these fields on the live stream a couple weeks ago. And was really worried about how they turn out, but so far, in my opinion, I think they look great with the row crop. Row crop does not give you forgiveness on planting if you guys have not used it. My first test run with it was terrible. You got to make sure you have the right row shut off on and get it configured, or else it is not going to look clean at all, and it is a little rough. It's actually not a bad field to chop. It's not too long, but it's wide enough to where we can get back and forth a good amount of times. And these hills, that first one especially wasn't bad at all, and this side's pretty flat. It's downhill mostly. Really, it's just that first big hill is the only issue we have to worry about, and it seems like the C7 handled it fine. Especially with this mire box, this is the big challenge, is having a 20-foot box behind our pull behind. We gotta have a big tractor pulling it, or else it ain't gonna go well. It's a lot different than those 16 feet boxes we were running. Alright, so you can see we just got billed for the combine. I took 106 for the combine, and I assume we're going to get the rest of that 125 when we sell the headers. So, it's good that we got the money in. You know, it's the guy, he knows it's on the way. And right here, so right here you can see how it turns out when we get some end rows going. We're going to pull out this way. And this makes a little more sense because there's not a lot of room to turn around here. So we'll start going down these end rows like this. I know technically we could just keep going straight, but I'd like to get a little bit off it. Because really, I don't think the chopper's going to care. It's just going to kind of nudge through it anyways. But I'll try to be a little realistic and take the end rows like they should. So keep going here. The wagon should be on its way. We're at 60% here, I think. Our guy that's hauling wagons today has arrived. He said he was going to run late, but it's okay, because we had some other stuff to do. Well, not too mad at him. They should be coming down the hill. Parking right in the field there. And be ready for us to switch some wagons. The H&S does hold a little less than this, but it is... seems like it holds well. We have enough time to get this wagon unloaded and back by the time we get to it. So, all right, let's hop through, cut through some rows here. First pass is done. This is the challenge. Once we get into this different ground here, so we were having issues last time. That's why we switched to the T7. You can see it's pulling. We're at 3 miles an hour. Just give them that little wiggle, get some traction. There's our wagon guy. They probably think we're drunk over here. But it's pulling. We're kind of missing some rows, but it's alright. As long as we get this field done, that's all that matters. I wish he wouldn't park in the Alfalfa, but he probably saw we're already tearing it up over there, so... I'm really proud of this Gale for how well it runs through this corn. It's not a brand new chopper. This thing we got it used, it's taken some beating from previous owners and from us. And we didn't really have to do much. It just kind of takes what it's given and just keeps on chopping. It's really nice. Not having to worry about anything breaking so far. I think after this year we'll definitely tear into it, make sure it all looks good. One thing we're going to have to do here is switch out wagons once we get going this direction a bit. '96, '97, '98. There we go, we're almost full. There we go. It's all full. Alright, so let's get in the 6R here and let's bring our wagon up the field. We'll try to save the Alfalfa and just run in these ruts we have already. That corn ground is really bumpy. So I think one thing we determined on the stream is that next year when we plant our corn silage, whatever we're doing corn silage, we need to till it before we plant it. That stuff is just, for some reason, ending up really bumpy. I don't know if it's just so compacted in some spots and not in others, but it's really hard to drive on. So we're going to start doing at least some light tillage and get that top broken up. Alright, let's go ahead. I'll drop this new box off for the chopper. Sneak back here. Grab the mire. Come on. Back it up, back it up. Back it up, back it in. There we go. Let's get this around. We're going to get the new guy on it. We kind of commandeered his operation already, but we'll get the new guy taking this to the blower, getting it unloaded, and we'll be good to start chopping again. Hopefully we can get at least the round of the field with the H&S. I know we got a little more than one with the mire. Alright, let's see. Let him take his own path. Yeah, let's get into the New Holland. It should be a little easier to pull this box around, especially with it empty here. Unluckily, we started on the easiest part of the field while it's empty. I wish we could have started going up that hill with it empty, but it's alright. There we go. But hey guys, if you guys are currently watching the video right now and you're enjoying the corn silage, go ahead and set a reminder for the stream tonight. I'm recording this Saturday morning and the video is going up Saturday, what is this, 27th? Yes, I think so. But yeah, go check out the stream tonight. We're going to be doing some more corn silage, probably one or two more fields, depending on what we find or what we want to do. Might even do half a field somewhere. And then we're going to be moving on, getting ready for some wheat harvest. That wheat's got to come down soon. We're having some issues with it growing, but I'm going to figure out a way to get it fixed. And I think that'll be fun. But, you know, that also means we got to get the combine bought here soon. Because we can't do no wheat harvest if we don't have a combine. So, yeah, make sure you guys tune into the stream tonight. We're going to be playing on Cortland here, probably tomorrow, for the video tomorrow. I'm really excited to get that series started as well. Oh, we're out of additive. Alright, this pallet isn't too heavy. We can probably just... Yeah. Oh. Row it. Oh, it's almost fell. Let's slide it forward a bit. There we go. Is he... Oh, you know what? We gotta get the blower tractor running. Oh. What is he unloaded into? The blower's not on. Run. There we go. I was probably close. Saved him from overfilling just a basin in the blower there. Alright, let's put a strap on that. Oof, that was not very clean. Let's get this additive down there. Get that chopper filled back up. Here, let's use our new path. I didn't realize the difference in terrain here. We had to smooth this out a bit. The big bump there. Take it on a little Baja mode here. Doing 60 down the farm path. Luckily we don't have any potholes. We take care of our trails pretty well. If we did that on one of our old farms, I think we would have been to the moon by now just by hitting a pothole. Alright, let's slow down. We were supposed to have a path going up to this field, but we obviously don't have that, so we'll go around the outside. Just kill more of our alfalfa, it looks like. I do like how it does that. I'm thinking about adding that outcrop destruction that we have on the alfalfa. Thinking about adding that to regular grass, so it kind of restarts the growth. Gonna look into how that works. Let's fill that additive up. Alright. Let's get the truck back down. We'll just park it at the end of the path here. I think... Yeah, that's good right there. Out of the way of our course and stuff, so... Looks like, yep, this box is unloading great. You can see it's almost empty. He's going to get going in a second. So we got to get going, because we're only at 27% on this box, and we got to get this thing filled up. Alright, we're just going to start cutting through this end row. It doesn't matter. We got to plan it differently next year. That's one thing we got to know what we're going to chop when we're planning. And we kind of did, but not fully, obviously. I see why I did the end rows. I knew I was going to chop this, and I see why I did the end rows, but I just shouldn't have done them. We had plenty of room to turn around, honestly. Let's get up here. Let's make sure we look like a good chopper driver. We don't miss any corn, right, guys? Oh, this is going to be hard to... Oh, no, we got it. We don't miss anything. We're the perfect chopper operator. Look at that. This is so clean. I love running this chopper. Oh, that was not clean. Look at that big row we just missed. That was brutal. Takes some practice. Using the row crop on the corn, it's different. You know, normally we just have a set work with this. We have to get it directly to the row, or else that happens. Alright, there's a wagon. Probably like, what are you doing? I don't have a wagon to haul. They're so used to when we were running the Triticale, we had 3 wagons going, and now we got wagons waiting on just running 2. Especially on this hill is going to be a challenge. Come on, you can do it. You can see the corn stalks, the stubble here is really cool. I do want to, on the side of the map things, you guys know I edit this map a lot for a series. I want to add a silage corn crop type for our next season, just so we can have different stubble destruction. Because you can see the stubble destruction here turns it into like harvested corn, when it should still be these green stalks. And right now it looks like they're chopped. It's kind of fine 'cause it's through the wheat stubble we had, so it's not a huge deal. But it's just something I'd like to get fixed. Alright, let's get started here. We've gotten around on the field. It's about all we're going to get, I think. It's just one pass with this H&S box, but that's fine. Like I said, it gives us we get plenty of time. It takes a while to get around, and by the time we get around, the wagon's already back, so it's working out good for us. Today you'll notice that our money is a lot lower than it was on the last video. If you guys didn't tune into the streams this weekend, you would have missed the fact that we made a big purchase, and I think what I'm hauling behind the truck right now is a dead giveaway to what we did. So this here is a John Deere 612C corn head, and obviously this is way too big for the 9650 we had, which you guys would know if you watched the last video. We didn't specify it in the title, but we did sell the 9650 for, I think it was a little over $100 grand, and we also still have the headers for it. We're kind of waiting on those to get picked up. The guy said he's coming to get them, but I haven't seen them yet. So maybe we're just going to have the dealer get them and they can hold them there, because we need our shed space. And we need to get that stuff out of there, because this header cart, we're not backing it in somewhere. We're going to have to put it right in our pull-through shed here, which means we got to move some stuff out of the way. To do that, we're going to get in the 6R, because basically everything we're using right now is, I mean, everything we have is kind of being used. I mixed my words up there, because the 7810's on the auger. And that is because we have already started our harvest. Now, all the wheat that we had planted is all nice and grown here in August. Some of it's still a little wet, so we're not harvesting it all today. But for most of that wheat, we're getting it knocked down. We already have 2 of our fields. And what we'll do today is knock down the rest of the wheat that is on the other side of the farm. The wheat field we have down here in the valley is what's still a little wet. I think it got a little more rain over here, or it's just not as much sun. Who knows? But we checked all our fields, and this was the one that needed a little more time. So we'll wait maybe till a couple days, or maybe even early September to do that. What we'll do here is let's just leave the 6R out, because we're actually going to need the baler, because this wheat is producing a lot of straw. Now, this is going to lead us to kind of switching towards our straw from the wheat as to corn straw we did last year. I think it's just better for our cows to do it that way. It's some nicer, higher quality straw. But let's go ahead and pull the corn head in here, because we don't need it right now, but very soon we're going to be using this, and we want to get it tucked away. We spent a lot of money. I think this header was 45 grand. It's very lightly used. You can't tell, though. It's in really good shape. The guy took good care of it, and has a lot of new parts on it. Now, we are going to head down to the combine here, but what we have to do is we have to grab this header trailer. The header trailer that we originally got with the combine had some issues with it, so we went ahead, told the dealer to take it back, and they said they'd bring us a new one. It looks like they brought us another one of these easy trail header carts, so we'll have 2 of these now, which is nice, because that is the header cart they gave us for the corn head. They're both 31-foot carts. Realistically, we could use one, but I don't want to have to play games switching out our header carts. We're spending money on the combine. Let's buy stuff to use with it. And really, these are pretty cost effective. They're pretty affordable. They have a lot of adjustments we can do. So yeah, we just went ahead and bought 2 of them. I think they were about 4 grand each. But we finished up corn silage as well on the streams this weekend. Before we kicked off this wheat harvest, I wanted to get some things dialed in with the combine. We didn't announce it, and this is really the grand reveal of the combine. So I'm really excited for you guys to see it and see how well it works in the field. We've been knocking out fields left and right. And another thing we did is, you'll see in a second, we started expanding our land. So here on the left, you can see was the first field we knocked out. Really good quality wheat. Really no problems with that. It grew fine. We were having some questions, but it really hit a growth spurt here, and it's finally grown up for us. Now down here, you can see it. It's such a nice combine. I love it already. We have a 9770 STS. You can start seeing the back of it. It's pretty easy to tell. These things look good, and they're easy to distinguish over other combines. Let's shut the pickup off, get around the semi, and take a look. Here it is. The 9770 STS is with bullet rotor. It's got a John Deere 630F. It's a 30-foot bean head that it's not a bean head. It's just an all-crop head. It's got some beacons on it. We got the big top extension. At first I thought, that's too much, but trust me, harvesting with this, especially on these high-yield crops that we're trying out this year, this is great. So, without further ado, let's hop in. Oh, she sounds good. It's got a nice exhaust tip coming out the back. It's still got a muffler, so no straight pipe. Let's pick up that head, and we're going to move on to our first field of the day. We have to head west a little bit here, up the trail. And while we're doing that, let's take a look at the new land that I was just talking about. Alright, so here we go. We went ahead and bought field 124 and 102, simply because they were already planted, and you know what? We got a new combine. I want to use it a lot. So we're going to be harvesting those when the corn finally grows up. We're going to add to those 101, 125, 108, and 127. We talked about how we're going to play it out on the stream. The plan is to buy those. We're going to have to make some paths, probably along this fence line in here, to get to those a little easier, so we're not having to drive all the way into town and then back up. For the semis, we might have to drive around, but for our farm equipment that can handle the rough trails, I think it'll be fine kind of cutting down a path. So, to cut to this next field, we're going to start, I think, up at the top here. So let's pull it wide right about here. And you know what? I should have just parked the truck down here, because we have to go down and get it again. So as of right now, we're just running our semi down these fields. I don't think I want to spend the money on a grain cart until we are sure we can get that new land. Where we're at right now, I don't think it'd be smart to buy one. We're trying to keep a good bit of money in the bank until we can profit off a harvest again, or get some money from our milk. But if we do end up making some money, we might go ahead and just get a grain cart. We have the tractors to run it. And, well, it seems that we do have often an issue of not having a tractor. I think we still have a good fleet to where We can make adjustments, and everything will still be able to run smoothly. Let's go ahead and shut the semi off here. And I think we have to tell the truck to turn off too. Oh, there we go. Alright, well this is it. The moment you guys have been waiting for. The inaugural harvest on video with the new combine. I'm really excited. This thing has been running so great. And I'll just let you guys watch. Let's get it turned on. Drop it down. And here we go. So you guys can see there's a big slope here, which is the reason we went for these wide space tools. Just that extra stability is going to be nice, especially with this big grain extension up top there. I think also, with how hilly this map is, and the fields we own are, I think that was another factor weighing in on just the 30-foot header. I think we definitely could have pushed a 35-foot, maybe a 40, but sticking with the 30, I think it was a smart choice. We demoed a 35-foot, and it just seemed a little big, in my opinion. This, it still takes a reasonable couple amount of passes, but it's still going fast. We're harvesting at 6 miles an hour. The powerful combine paired with a slightly smaller header, even though it's still a big head, allows us to keep our harvest speed up. And I'm really interested to see how that 12-row corn head's going to run. I think it might be a little bit of a struggle on some big hills, but at the end of the day, I think it'll be just fine. But we're just going to roll with this here. This is one of the bigger fields of wheat we have, I think. It's not super wide, but it is a long one. The field down there didn't take us too long, so I'm not too worried about how long this takes us, because that was also a pretty decent-sized field. Matter of fact, I'd say all the wheat we have were honestly pretty good fields. But we're just going to be sitting here today. There's not much to talk about. The farm's been running great. This combine is honestly something we've been looking at for a long time. You guys have been saying, man, why'd you have such a small combine last year? And, I told you guys the weight would be worth it, and here it is. It was kind of predetermined we were going with. I really had my eyes set on one of these ever since we demoed one. It's not too new, so it was affordable, but it's big, it's powerful. It's got a really good sized grain tank, and I'll tell you what, I would not like to be harvesting this wheat with the old combine's grain tank, because this holds 15,000 liters. I think we're going to be able to make it down and back with one pass, or at least close. You can see this stuff yields really good. We took really good care of our crops this year. Obviously, bringing the guy in, we had our fields custom sprayed, paid about $4,000 to do so. It was honestly a pretty good deal. I think we paid about $50 an acre. They missed a few spots, they said, so they didn't charge us the full price, but I think it ended up being alright in the end. Alright, let's get this lifted up. And then we're going to go for our end row here. It's honestly probably plenty enough room to turn around. Back it up. Our wheat is nice and lush too. You can see how well it grew. We obviously had some worries about it, like I said, but it turned out really good. You can see, I believe we've hauled 2 semis of wheat already. Let's check our fill here. You can see I have 40,000 liters, so we've hauled 1 truck. Price peaks at $1,200 in January. It's not the best paying crop, but compared to corn, I think it yields a decent bit better. We get good quality straw off it, and it's, you know, pretty close to what our corn was peaking at last year, so we'll make a good bit of money off it. And we'll be having some pretty good ground we could just no-till into next year, I think. We're here, we're at 75%. I just love the look of this, the big top extension. It's such a nice addition to this combine. It is an aftermarket part, but I don't think we really paid anything for it. I think it was already installed. I'm glad whoever the previous owner was got this put on. You can see we already have a full hour on our new combine. We currently have our hour meter set on what we've ran, just so we can see how much we've utilized something. Kind of helps us value what we're running on the farm. But I don't think we're going to make it all the way down. I think we're going to be running over some alfalfa here, trying to get to the semi. You guys, go ahead. If you're enjoying the video so far, though, make sure to drop a like on the video. I think I'll put it at the start of the video, but make sure you join the Discord. We are doing some cool things in there, trying to get it more active and, you know, just make a fun community to hang out in. I spend most of my time in there when I'm just on my computer, chilling out. If you guys ever want to stop in and talk to me or just see what I'm doing, there's an option for that. But we're really close. It's going to bug me. We're like 100%, probably 100 feet short of the headland pass here. So we got to jut her down right about there. Let's get it backed up. Man, that thing is knocking out this wheat fast. I think we're going to get this done in about 4 or 5 passes. What else it's going to do is knock out this alfalfa when we run it over. So we're going to try to limit the driving on our crops here. Getting to the next field, we're obviously going to have to, because there's not really... You know what, I guess there is a path, but I think we're going to run over the alfalfa anyways, 'cause it's kind of fun. But here we are. Let's get this unloaded. Ooh, those brakes aren't too good. Get it into that big Merit hopper bottom. There's one thing we didn't realize when we bought this trailer. These Merits are really nice. I was kind of underestimating it. I was like, oh, it's not a Timty, it's not a Wilson, but these things are just so nice to use. They hold a lot compared to some other trailers of their size. I think this deep belly right here is accounted for that. And they're really easy to unload. You can see right here we have the unloader here. Really easy to access, keep greased up. But looks like this hopper is going to be full. We got to back it up. Start loading up this one. Semi is almost full, actually. But this big combine, it just makes that truck look small. It's crazy. Alright, let's go ahead and get back up the hill. Let's see how this combine handles these big slopes. It's empty. I'd assume it handles it just fine, but we'll try to stay in the same path that we were already destroying, but we have to come out wide a little bit to turn it around. There we go. Let's back up. Alright, let's get that header going. Let's keep going. Everything seems to be going smoothly still. Let's get this last bit of our first headland done. There we go. Alright, let's see. This reverse gear like getting up the hill. Oh yeah. Jeez. Love to see it. It's nice to have a combine with some power. Our last combine, there was times it just felt gutless and just hopeless, honestly. Sad to say, but it's how it felt. But I think this combine, this is going to take our farm a long ways without having to change anything. It's, oh, wrong button. Without having to change much, is what I'm trying to say. And really with all this new land we're getting, I think it'll handle it just fine. Obviously, harvest is going to take a while, and the time we're saving by upgrading on harvest, we're just going to add to by switching out to this bigger combine. What I'm trying to do here is get this front hopper full so we can go unload it. I think this is going to do it, right? Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's get the combine moved around. We're Obviously not done harvesting yet, but we do have to run the semi to get it unloaded. Let's park it up here. Shut the combine off. And let's hop in. Let's get her fired up. Let's get that tarp on. This wheat's a lot lighter than corn would be, so we don't want it flying out all over the place. One thing I'm looking at is trying to get these trails a little nicer, because with the new combine, obviously that we need to keep it wide here if we want to take it down the path to header. But we need to not get stuck. We really don't want to get any of the heavier things like the combine or the semi stuck, because we don't really have the resources to pull them out. I think the T7 could probably pull out quite a bit with those big tires and maybe the 80/20 in front of it. But if we get that combine really stuck in some mud, that's going to be a tough one, and we don't want to have to get it towed or anything. But anyways, that's going to be for the future. Obviously, we got our gravel on our farm. This stuff works nice. It kind of lasts pretty long, so we might use some of it. But right now, what we have to worry about is just getting our semi unloaded here. Same auger setup we normally run. What we decided for these bins is we do have one bean field, but I think we're just going to kind of take the loss on it. I think for one bean field, our yield is probably not even going to be a semi-trailer full, and it's just not worth it getting a whole bin for that. We could try renting a mobile bin, but we got to math out what our price is going to be, and if that's really going to benefit us holding onto the grain as to just selling it straight up. There we go. Let's get that unloaded. Let's see, it should start going up there. Oh, that's a little off. Just look the other way, guys. Let's go. Let's hop back into the combine here. Let's get her fired up, and we're going to keep on going. I just love this combine. I don't know how many times I can say it. The wheat's cool, but I'm really excited to get the harvesting corn with it. We've obviously chopped our corn. We should technically have everything on our new land. Or it's no longer the new land, but the stuff we bought off the neighbors, all that's cut. The corn's cut, the triticale's cut. So we're going to start spreading manure all over that. And we have a good bit of manure to spread. So let's get out of here. Yeah, over here, this stuff's all cut. This wheat's going to get cut. This triticale's all cut. So all we're going to have left is this one cornfield on the main part of the farm. Other than that, we just have the corn over here, the one bean field, and then the cornfield that's north of the farm. And technically, the stuff that is over there, west of us. Or you know what? I guess that's east, right? Yeah, it's east. Really, you can see here, if we make one more headland, we're going to have a very small sliver of this field left. You can see how fast it knocks this out. Really, I think 3 headlands, or 3 rounds of the field, and it's going to be done. And moving on to the next one, that's going to be done really quick. After that, all we have left is field 142, and we're ready to move on. I think we'll probably have to wait till technically the 2nd day of August here. We're playing on 2-day months. I think it's a good setting for this farm. I think once we finish this side of the farm, or maybe this field, we'll kind of move to the next day. We'll have to feed the cows a little bit, but you can see they're doing really good. They have plenty of food, plenty of straw, and we're bringing in a lot more straw for those guys too. And we're going to start baling some of the straw we got off this wheat. Now you guys know that we have been really focusing on getting feed for our cows since we've upgraded. Especially now that our cows are about ready to have a bunch more calves and reproduce, we're going to be needing a lot more bedding for those baby calves. So, like I said, what we'll be doing today is grabbing the T7 here and hooking it up to the New Holland big baler. We're going to be baling that wheat straw and getting it brought into our bale shed here. Now, if you guys are enjoying this series, go ahead and let me know in the comments. And like I said in the start of the video, make sure to join the Discord, check that out. and you know, post your screenshots in there, whatever you want to do. Just trying to welcome more people into the community, but what we'll be doing here is grabbing this, and we're just gonna get straight to work. There's not much else to do around here. Really, we've been taking pretty good care of the farm. Everything's done, our fertilizing's done. We're waiting on crops to grow and kind of just waiting for us to get this harvest done. We really got to get some work in here, and after that, we'll be moving on, getting ready for some corn harvest and harvesting the one field of beans we have. And then we'll basically be ready for fall. It's kind of gone quick here this year. I know corn harvest will be taking us a little while, so that'll probably be set up for this weekend. The goal is to get the wheat done before the live streams, and maybe get the wheat done on a New Year's live stream here tonight, because this video should be getting uploaded on New Year's Eve. If you guys are watching this after New Year's, I hope you guys all had a great New Year's. Here's to a good 2026, and hopefully a good year for the channel too. Now, we'll be bringing it up around here. You'll see we're still kind of on the same field we left off on last time. I haven't had a whole lot of time to get work done, just because we recorded on Cortland the other night, and ever since that, kind of been feeling a little sick, so we're pushing through it. Didn't want to ruin the upload streak. So here we are. Found something to do, and we're going to get right into it. Now, I was a little worried if this T7 would run over the straw, but I think it's going to be okay. We really didn't drop too much straw here. If we miss a little bit, I don't think it's the end of the world. We're really just trying to get the bulk of this up. This straw should be a little better quality than what we're using with that corn fodder, especially for just bedding for these calves. It's a little softer. Once we get it into these bales, it's going to, you know, break the stalks apart and really give us a nice cushiony layer for the calves to lay on. The bales we're pushing out right now are about 9,000 liters. These are also going to double as good input for a TMR mix if we need them. You guys know when we're mixing that TMR, a lot of the bales we've been using have been, I think, 7,000 liters instead of these 9,000 liter bales. But I think having the extra capacity is just going to make it a little easier getting that TMR mix made, and maybe save us some money on silage. Make it last a little longer. But so far, I think this T7 is slowly starting to become one of my favorite tractors on the farm. I know I normally say I don't have favorites, but you look at the hours we're putting on this one, and it's just every day I feel like we're using this for something. With these big tires on it, at first I wasn't sure if I liked it, but it's growing on me, and you guys said you like the big beefy tires on the T7 as well. Same with the front 3-point. It's another thing that I wasn't sure if I'd like, but really isn't too bad to run. You can see right now we don't have a front weight on here at all, and we're doing just fine. These tires have enough weight in them on their own to where no issue pulling this big baler, so I'm happy with that. I don't think this tractor is going to get put on a grain cart when we get it. Obviously, we're going to keep these big beefy tires on here year-round, I think. That does kind of roll this tractor out for tillage. Unless it's pulling one of our chisel plows, it's a little narrower. I don't think we're really going to try to challenge this thing without duals, so it's the one downside of these, but really any other field work you want to do, I think this is our go-to. So I did harvest this field a little weird. This is one we did on stream last weekend, but I think it kind of makes sense how we harvested it with this big curve. I don't want to make it uneven, basically. But we can scoot down to this end of the field now that we're done there. And what it's looking like is we're going to have a lot of land that we need to spread manure on. So all the slurry, all the solid manure we're getting from these cows. Luckily we have a place to put it this year. We kind of had an issue last year where we ran out of places to put it. We were spreading it on our grass, and it didn't really benefit us. It kind of just wasted it. But we got our bale counter on. I don't have this set right at all. I probably should look at resetting that before we start next time. Especially if it's on stream, when you guys need to remind me to reset my bale counter. But I don't... Do I even see a button on there to reset it? Let's see... HUD, mouse, baler. Oh, reset bale counter. There it is. Oh well. We'll get to it next time. Let's flip around here. This bottom part of the field done, and we'll move up to the top part once we're done with these up and down rows. Looks like this big baler is picking up most of it. With the chopper we were having problems with these wide swaths, but I think this baler might have a decently wide pickup. I mean, we paid a lot of money for it. I hope it would have a good size pickup. With our round baler, it's kind of hard to use. That round baler we have, I think this next cutting hay we'll use it, because we're going to want to make some more silage bales, but outside of that, it doesn't do much for us. The big baler is just so much more convenient. We don't have to stop and go to unload the bales. It's like, I guess it's the reason why we have an old baler, or an old round baler. It's just because we don't use it much. It works fine though, but like a lot of things we've talked about, it's just not worth selling. We won't get much money for it, and for if this breaks or if we need it for the silage bales, it's just good to have around the farm. Don't want to have to be stuck leasing or borrowing something all the time, and having that backup's always going to be good. But I think we might move it out of the shed it's in now, because I don't think it's moved within the last year. We haven't done any silage bales yet this year. It's already August, so right now, really, all it's doing is kind of just taking up some space in that shed that we could put something a little more used in it. Even one of our mixers, or the straw blower, something like that could go in there that we want to get out of the weather and in the elements. So we might look into that when we get back to the farm here. I think when we're done baling the straw we have, we're actually going to just leave the T7 in the field though. We can, basically what we can do is just hop in the pickup, unhook the header trailer. That can stay down here, and we'll just drive the pickup back down here whenever it's time to get the combine moved over to the next field. But after we're done with that one, which is almost there, we were just taking a break from it. We have the small field, kind of hard to see, right on the horizon there. That one's next. And then we just have the one field back at the main farm, and that's it for the wheat. Then, as I was saying earlier, after the wheat, we have corn, which is a lot of fields, and then just one bean field this year, which a little bit of a letdown, but I think we'll definitely double back on that next year, because the beans did make us a good bit of money this year. I think we should not skip out on those as much, but the new land will help us with that. I'd say a fair amount. Right, back on the main part of the field, or the upper part of the field here. Looks like we have 3 more passes we have to make before we move on to the next one. The next field's going to be down all the way at the end of our property line. It's the field that butts up to the neighbors. It's actually a bigger field. It never feels like it, but I think we'll get a solid 10 passes down the middle of it, and along with our 2 headlands, so we should get a good couple bales off there. Let's see here. And even this field, this straw, I think the straw on the wheat is yielding a lot better than the corn fodder or the bean fodder did. I don't know if we actually did bean bales though, because that was kind of a rough one. Doesn't make the best bedding. But depending where we end up, we might still make a couple corn fodder bales. Specifically on the fields closer to the farm though, because I don't want to have to deal with carting bales all over the place. The wheat's fine, because this stuff I feel like is just more valuable. It's just better straw in general. But I wouldn't want to call it desperation doing corn fodder bales, but it's kind of what it is if we need more. It'll be cheaper than buying it. Yeah, I don't think our bedding will be as good, but I don't think it's going to be the biggest deal to the cows. They seemed to do fine off it last year, so I think it's alright. So we got 2 more passes, and I'm kind of tempted. No, we have the cornfield there. We'll have to just scoot down there and then go down the main path to get to the next field. Although, no, that path doesn't get there either. I did also realize here, we're baling at 9 miles an hour for no reason. This baler actually goes 12, which is kind of crazy, but it seems to be doing fine running the 12. The straw is pretty light. It's nothing too heavy. So we're just going to go with it. This should expedite the process quite a bit. Alright, we're on our last pass here. Let's get around this bend. Interested to see how many bales we have. We're going to try to count when we get around the corner. I see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's kind of weird. These bales are grouped really well. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 9 coming out here in a second. That's a good bit. That's 81,000 liters of straw. It's crazy off of one field. 9,000 liter bales plus the 10th that's in the back there. That's 90,000 plus another one. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of these bales. It's 99,000 liters of straw just off of one field of wheat. That is really good. I think we might be doing wheat here in the coming years because this bedding, as a grain crop itself, not the most valuable, but with the yield we get from the straw alone, might be worth looking into to do again next year. This year is kind of an experimental year for it here on the farm, but you know, I don't see why we don't do it again. Looking at some of our winter crops, I don't think we're going to be doing any winter crops this year, just because looking at the seasons, there's just nothing. We can't double crop anything here. Our planting seasons, I'd rather just farm everything in the on season than have to try to, or something like we did. The Triticale, we're probably going to do a few fields of Triticale, but I'd say that's it. I don't think we're going to do any other winter crops. Really, all the Triticale did was screw up our bean fields. But with the extra land, and like stuff like this on our left, that could definitely be plowed up and made into a field. I don't see why it isn't. It's just kind of wasting land for us. And there's certainly much more land on our farm that we're going to do that with. If it's going to be this year, I'm not sure. That does take a lot of work, getting those grassy areas tilled up and farmable. But that, for one, is 100% doable right there. Well, here we are. This is one of my favorite views. I know it's the neighbor's farm, but they do have a nice looking farm. It's down the hill. Especially when we're coming back up, we can get a picture with the tractor with the farmer in the background. Like I said, it's not ours, but it's a nice picture. We might take one here in a second. Alright, let's get going this way. You can see what I was saying with this field. We really do. We're probably going to get a fairly good yield off of this field too. You see that's our second bale already. And we're up here. You can take a peek. You guys can see what I mean. Just that angle with their farm in the background. I think from that field up there might be slightly better because it gives us some more elevation change, but it's just a nice view overall. Alright, moving on here. Keep on chugging. About 15 minutes into the video here, so I do hope you guys are enjoying. This is kind of... It's not the greatest video, I know. Baling straw isn't the most exciting thing, but I'm trying to keep the content coming for you guys. Especially fighting this cold or whatever I got going on. I'll try to stream tonight. I don't think I'm doing anything too crazy for New Year's, but especially with this whatever sickness I have. But I could definitely maybe push out a stream a couple hours before New Year's itself. And if you guys are interested in that, let me know in the comments. Obviously, the streams this weekend are going to be going just as usual, because we need to get a lot of work done. Main reason for the stream is going to be getting this wheat harvest out of the way, because really once we're done baling here, that wheat harvest is 100% top of the list. I need to get that done because I don't want to necessarily do another wheat harvest video unless you guys really want it. But I know repeating stuff like that kind of can get old, but sometimes it needs to be done, especially running a farm like this where we try to show most of the work. But This is one of the steps. I don't think I've actually done a video baling straw like this. We've done streams baling straw, but unless I'm mistaken, I don't think we have done this yet. But I know you guys always like watching the T7, so I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Because I like running the T7 too. Oh, there's a corner. Let's get down this way. Actually, I don't think I should have done this row, because when we're going up and down, this is going to leave a bale right in the middle of one of our paths, isn't it? Yeah. Oh well. That's alright. I'm guessing we already have 1, 2, 3, 4 bales off this field. We're going to get probably another 10 off this field alone. Oh, there's 5 bales. I lied. So yeah, I'd say we get 12, 13 off of 2 fields of wheat. Is crazy. Our cows are going to be living bougie here. It's a lot of straw. We're still making pretty good progress. I'm kind of pausing in and out of the recording here just because it does get a little repetitive. I didn't know that. But let's go ahead and hop on this row right here. I think this is going to be like the kind of picture I want. And I say this because it's probably going to be the thumbnail when I get a good picture that I like in this field. I just love the look of this T7. I don't know what it is about it. Oh, there's a big clunk. Or a clump. Maybe we just hop up into the next field to take that picture. It's looking like this straw is just crazy how much it yields. You can see, really, this isn't field 142 down there by the farm. We're going to get so much straw off that. It's not even going to be funny. We're probably getting 400,000 liters of straw off this alone. It's just insane. Alright, we are almost done here. We're on the last pass of the field. And I'm interested to see how many bales we got off this field alone. So once we get this done, we're going to kind of take a fly up into the air and just take a peek. Really want to see this. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on, let me count this differently. 1, 2. Alright, make sure I'm not missing any. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, plus 12. 12 bales. So what we have in store today, we are going to be buying ourselves a grain cart. Now, with our new land and corn harvest coming up, this is something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and I finally think I've decided which cart we're going to go for. So, here in the shop, we don't have a lot of options. But one thing is, this J&M 875, on this channel, we've always ran it as this old decal style. There's been a few times we might have ran it as this, but we've never used the new style decals. So I think for this farm, we're going to go spend some money. We're going to get the brand new J&M grain cart. I think this looks really sharp, and it'll fit on the farm well. You can see it's going to hold around 31,000 liters. Requires 275 horsepower. I think that'll fit on either the 8020 or maybe even the 7810 pretty well. So we're going to go ahead and buy it. It's going to run us 37 grand. Actually 38, brand new. And it should, yeah, we have it delivered right here. I think for today, we are going to start off running the 8020 on this. See how it fares. It is actually a pretty decent sized cart. And it's not as much as we need it for this field, but we just want to get it set up, dialed in, so when we do get to our corn harvest, we are all ready to go. So coming out this way, past the dairy farm, our cows are doing great. You see it's almost end of the first day in August here. After we're done with this wheat field, we're going to get the cows fed and then head to bed and move on to the next day. But we got to get the 8020 off the slurry tanker and over to the grain cart. Let's unhook that, fire it up. And the nice thing is, we already have the doles on this. We actually left them on it pretty much all year, right? I don't think they actually came off this once. The right side did for chopping, but that was about it.
And that was, what, for a couple hours, and we decided to go with the T7, so I think this is going to work on our grain cart here perfectly. It's going to handle the hills well. We get a little bit of extra horsepower, I think, than what this cart needs, and that should be just about perfect. Overall, the combo together, this looks great. I love the new decals on it. I think it fits the farm really well, actually. So let's get over here. We have everything kind of ready for harvest. We're on the last field of our wheat here, or the spring wheat. It's not winter wheat, not summer wheat. It is spring wheat. We're harvesting it in summer. We planted it early spring. But let's hop in the new combine. This thing has been amazing for us. You guys all said you liked it, and personally, I love it too. It has not failed us yet. It puts out a nice straw swath for our baler to pick up. It runs this 30-foot header perfectly, and I think it's going to run that 12-row corn header we have on the cart there just as well. Let's go ahead. Gonna position this a bit better, but let's hook the header up. And we'll go ahead and back it up here. Drive it down the hill, and we're going to get going on the last wheat field of our harvest season. Gotta watch. Don't want to hurt the bushes or our header, really. There's not really anything in the way of us, so we can just scoot down the hill here and get going. You can see, this is, I think, our second biggest wheat field when we looked at it. It shouldn't take us terribly long, though. I don't know if we're going to get it done today, but certainly we'll be down by the next time we're on the map here. So let's get right into it. And hopefully pretty soon we can get that grain cart up and running. Leave the semi at the top of the hill by the farm, and really all we'll have to do with that is just run it back and forth to the auger. It's going to be pretty simple for us. But, man. The real test here is going to be this hill, because all the wheat fields we've harvested, I think maybe the first one we did, we had a decent sized hill, but the rest of them, not too many hills. So this is, I think, the biggest hill on the farm. As you guys know, especially the cornfield there, we do have some issues running these hills sometimes, but I think this 9770 is going to have no issue at all. One of the things we talked about buying this combine, it's a little oversized for a header, but that's a good thing, because obviously these hills, we want that. We're going to be able to push our headers just fine. 12-row corn head's really going to get a test on the field right there, and I think... was that the first or the last cornfield we planted? I think that was the last cornfield we planted, so we'll be wrapping up the wheat harvest and the corn harvest right here on this plot. Not sure why it's saying folding. I think I'm hitting a button on accident. But here we are. We're getting close to our first pass down here. The one thing with this field is we didn't fully fertilize it. I just noticed that. So our yields aren't going to be as good as the other ones were, but it's not the biggest deal. I was wishing we got good yields just because I wanted it to work better to fill that grain cart. But you can see the middle of the field's going to give us the best. And while that is kind of realistic, obviously for farm sim, we just wish everything would yield the best, but we can't complain. I think this next pass on the other side is going to give us a little better because it's down the hill a bit. Okay, let's lift up the header. Let's change our straw swath mode just so we can get these end rows done. We're going to go down and back here, get these knocked off real fast so we can turn around. Or you know what? We're probably just going to make another pass, so it doesn't really matter if we make 1 or 2 end rows. That should be good. I'm going to watch these trees. I really kind of want to knock these trees down. Just put a fence here. Because having that view of the landscape would always be nice, but, I mean, the trees do provide a nice natural barrier, but we could probably make some money off them, I bet. And we can't see much. There'd just be a hillside view, which would be honestly not too bad. See what those neighbors are up to, because we don't really have much contact with those neighbors, which is one of the weird things, because especially our neighbors right up here, we talk to all the time and try to help them out as much as we can. But here we come on the first bit of the hill. This is kind of the least steep bit of the hill, though. This is the one thing. So it's really not going to be too bad. I'm sure the combine's going to handle it just fine. But we're at 50% here, so we're starting to get some better yields coming up this way. I can definitely tell. And the 30-foot header really brings us in a lot faster than the old 22 did. So much nicer to run this combine. Even just with the wheat harvest. I bet you the corn is going to be twice as fast, which is why we're doing so much more land. Going from 6 rows to 12 is going to be insane. Yeah, here it is. We're on the steep part of the hill, and you can see we're just coasting right along. It's like the hill's not even here. I'm just falling in love with this combine more and more. I've used it a lot off screen. You guys saw the recording. We only did really one field. So with this, it's just, we've used it so much already. We got 2.7 hours on the combine, you can see. Which, it doesn't seem like a lot, but we've knocked out all of our wheat harvest in that time, which is crazy. I think this hill's even steeper. We're at 71%. I think what we'll do is bring the grain cart down here and unload once we get to the top of this hill. I'd assume we're at like 75-ish once we get to the end of that. We'll make another pass, unloading the grain cart again. We should get around full tanks. We'd get, I'd assume, two of these combines into the grain cart. Let's see. So yeah, if we're talking full tanks, this combine holds 15.8. That is around 31,600 liters. I think our grain cart holds a little over 30,000 liters. So really, like we said, 2 loads of the combine will fill this grain cart up, but that's great. So we can load load this 2 times, then run it up while the combine's still running. Should make it a lot more efficient, especially for that high yielding corn we're going to be starting here. Make it a lot nicer, I bet. But the one thing is, so when we get this grain cart filled up, this is going to fill the semi 3/4 of the way, I think. So we're going to be holding a lot of grain in this grain cart while the semi's running back and forth for sure. But, I mean, not necessarily a bad thing. It still gives us more capacity, and we can run the combine while the semi's running, because we have the grain cart to unload into. Let's go ahead, let that unload there. We're going to just shut the tractor off. It can stay here. That fits perfectly, I'll tell you what. That's definitely a good purchase, I think. You guys are going to have to let me know, though. What do you think about this? You think it's a good fit for the farm? I mean, it's kind of too late now, but I think that combo right there is just amazing. I love it already. See, we're going to be putting that grain cart to about 38%, I would guess. Let's see how good my guess was. Oh, perfect. If you guys haven't liked it, that's got to be deserving of a like, right? Like, there's no way. I'm telling you, I guessed that. That was not luck. That was a estimated guess that was perfectly on the spot. Excuse me. I do apologize. I'm still getting over being sick, guys. But we're still putting out the content here. We've had a lot of hurdles to get over the past couple of days. Cortland has not been working very well. I'm starting to think that Cortland, sadly, is not going to work out. We're going to try to use the same equipment lineup. If we do move maps, try to keep everything the same. Just might have to switch to a new map, sadly. But there's just some mod conflict or error we're getting. Every time I try to load it into the game after we're done recording, it just doesn't work. I'm not sure what it is, but we'll get something figured out here, because I do really like running the BTO stuff, but sadly I just don't think Cortland's going to work out for us right now. But that's not to worry. I know you guys all like this series, and it's here to stay. I plan on doing at least another 2 to 3 years on this farm. Probably more. Right now, it seems like this is the farm where I'm set, and I'm going to be playing this really as long as I want. I mean, it'd be cool to upgrade this all the way to having a second combine and more cows, more land. You guys know I love to just progress save games. Same thing we did with Westby. It's really cool to just see it move on to such a big farm when we started so small. But, yeah. You guys might have to leave me some suggestions. I was thinking running Forest River for the BTO save. There is something coming on Gage County, so we won't be running that. I already have other plans for Gage County. It's just still kind of in the works, but hopefully within the next week or two, we'll have something coming to you. But yeah, as I said, Forest River is looking pretty likely for what we're going to try to move that onto, because we didn't really get a good chance to play Forest River. I started a series, ran out of time, wasn't able to make it work, but I think if we try to recreate that farm build, Forest River is a pretty good map to do it on, especially if we can get some row crop on there. It's really just a great detailed map, but I missed the opportunity to play it when it first came out, so we'll definitely be looking towards that if you guys are interested in that. Alright, well, we're almost at the end of this pass. I think we're going to just leave it at 1 end row there. It's plenty to turn around. It's 30 feet. I mean, that's quite a bit. And we have the grass on the edge here. Really, we can probably just swing right in. It's a little iffy, but it works. I love we have the little rows in this wheat, too, that goes with the terrain angle. Alright, let's make this next pass. We'll be going up here, filling that grain cart up. And pretty soon, I think once we get the grain cart full, we should be able to fill the semi up, because the semi already had some wheat in it from the last field that was up here. If you see, we did these, we finished 139. I'm going to start baling that here tonight. And finish 119 that needs baled as well. And then we're going to come down and bale this. I'm going to do all that, stack it. We might start selling some of these straw bales when the price gets high, because we are going to have a ton of straw. And if we're needing some money, I don't think we need as much straw as we have right now. It's kind of ridiculous. Because our cows do not need that much straw by any means. Alright, so we're getting close to being full here again. We actually ended up bringing it down the field. I want to test out how the tractor is going to handle a full grain cart going up that hill. And really, that's why we have the grain cart. Bring it into the fields, get the combine unloaded on the go. Not necessarily on the go, but, you know, in action. We don't have to stop the combine, drive it up, or go out of our way to unload it, really, so we'll do that. And then once we get the grain cart filled up there, we're going to take it up the hill, get it all the way back up to the farm, and then get that unloaded into the semi, and then probably unload the semi. So, let's see here, we're at 96, 7, 8. Nope, not 8 yet. There we go. We're starting to get better yields in the middle of this. We can check. Oh, we're going to be full right about here. 15.85, right? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, you can see this stuff as yielding. It's dark blue. So yeah, that's really going to run us pretty good. Let's hop back into the 8520. Let's get her fired up. Let's back it up. I don't want to run over too much alfalfa. This alfalfa's probably got some value because we have not trampled it yet. Let's get going. Seems like so far the 80-20 does a great job holding this. But now let's get down here. It's really a bigger cart than I thought. I always thought these 850s were kind of smaller, but it seems that it's the perfect size for the 80-20. I thought the 80-20 was going to be a little big, and I'm sure it has plenty of power to pull it. But one thing I noticed, it doesn't seem like this 80-20 has as much power as they say. I'm not saying it's underpowered, but it doesn't seem like it has as much as it is marketed as. Let's get under here, and let's get this thing loaded up. There we go. We're still going. We're about... I say we get this grain wagon a good bit full. Probably around 85, I'd bet. I think we might... If we're running this on the 80-20, this grain cart does offer an inverted hitch. I think we're going to go for it. But 90%, 27.8 exactly. That is... Having an exact number on 2 fills is kind of crazy. But let's go get this up the hill. Let's see how it does. And go get it unloaded into the semi. We're going to get a good run here. We're at about 60 miles an hour. I can definitely feel that behind us. Not too much, though. I think we'll definitely feel this. Oh, we already feel this going up the hill. Oh, she's heavy. We might need to go What is the tractor doing? It's not downshifting. It's like going into crawl mode here. I think we need to go get the tractor looked at. What is going on? I mean, our RPMs didn't even drop. The tractor just potatoed itself. Holy cow. That's not good at all. I mean, we're slipping a little bit, but this is not good at all. No reason we should be going that slow up the hill. Something's not right. What do you guys think about this? This 8520 should not be struggling. I don't know why it's going into the 10th gear. I think we got something wrong with it. I mean, I love the new grain cart, but what is going on? I mean, I don't even think we can get this up the hill. What is going on? Come on. Stop shifting. Ooh, is it it might be a transmission problem. Come on. Come on. You got it. 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 Dude, this, I think our transmission's going. I mean, I've been taking the time to just scoot this thing up the hill slowly. It's just not, it's not grabbing. It's just slow as a snail. This is crazy. And we'll give it a couple more days, but we might be having to take this thing to the shop. It's not good. That's not money we want to spend. We just got this tractor not too long ago. I mean, we put a lot of hours on it, yeah. It's starting to get some traction now. But still, should not be having that much of an issue going up that hill. Alright, well, let's get this thing. Let's just go around the top here. And we're going to unload into the semi. See how well this auger unloads. And see how well the 8020 can handle it. Because, like, I feel like we have plenty of PTO power. Like, the chopper processed, when we run on the chopper, it ran everything fine. It's just, it's not getting to the ground. So I think this transmission genuinely might need replacing. Which is not going to be cheap at all. Let's pop the tarp off of the semi here. Let's just see how this runs. First time loading the new cart. The nice thing is with this brand new cart, this thing does have a warranty, so as long as we don't manually break it ourselves, we should be doing pretty good. But see, look at that. This thing unloads crazy fast. That PTO is running fine. And yeah, I mean, nothing looks wrong with that. That works great. Not a single issue. It's going to fill up that bin. Plenty. Yeah, it's filling up the bin. We're going to move to the front. We've been having some problems here with the 8520. And since we just got this tractor not too long ago, we do have a little bit of an extended warranty on it. We're going to take it back in to get looked at, which that is free, but depending what repairs need to be made, we might be having to shell out a little more money here. Now, the dealer has agreed to give us a loaner tractor in the time being. We're also picking up a new piece of equipment when we go there. So we're going to be taking the tractor down ourselves. Under its own power, it can kind of get along fine. We're not pulling anything there to the store, so it's going to be alright. We're getting up and ready to go here at 5:40 in the morning because we do have rain coming, and we do need to get the rest of the wheat harvest put away. It is done, but we have to unload the combine, unload the semi, and to do that, we really need a tractor to run that grain cart to get everything unloaded the rest of the way. And as we saw, this 8020 really just wasn't having it. So what we have replacing it is actually a little bit of an upgrade, you could say, and I think you guys will enjoy us using it here for the next couple weeks at least. Now, as things go with Cortland, I haven't been able to work on it since the last video, so we're going to be kind of spending the weekend here on Stitzer, but don't worry, there's plenty of stuff to do. We do need to get through a little bit of mowing here and do our second cut of alfalfa before the corn grows. And I think even after this today, we might have to take care of the cows, because you see it is August 2nd. We're done with the wheat harvest. The second part of August was going to be reserved for the finishing the wheat harvest, but we were up until like 1 in the morning getting that done just because of the storm that's coming. You can see it's already starting to cloud up. And if we look at the weather, you can see we got rain coming here in a couple hours and tonight. It's not getting too hot out for an August day. I mean, obviously it's going to cool down. See, I don't understand how it's going to go down to 22 Fahrenheit and drop 50 degrees in an hour, but that's probably not right. I think the weather station might be having some issues, but we're right down the road from the dealer. We're going to see, they told us a rough idea of what range the tractor would be in, but they said there was a couple of things they had in, and they weren't able to decide and tell us yesterday, but they said it's going to be out for the morning. We can come pick it up, and there should be, yeah, it looks like we got people here. The dealer truck's there, and oh, that is for sure going to be a nice change for the coming weeks. Let's park the 8020 in front of the shop here so I can get it in. Looks like this bay's empty. They want us to park it here. But, we'll leave the key in it. I don't think anyone's going to try to steal it. They're not going to get much farming done with it if they do steal it. We all know how that went. But here's our replacement. It's an 8345R. I think it's a 2016. Looks like they already got some rain on this. It must have rained here. But this thing's got the new Starfire on it. I think it's a 6000 GPS globe. It's got all the weights. The headlights on these are going to be so nice when we're running in the field. But along with this, we're looking at buying something here. As long as it's not... Yeah, there's nothing here. But we're looking at a new tillage equipment. That would be right here in the cultivators. We're looking at one of these Sunflower 5035s. That's 10 meters, takes 250 horsepower, which means when we get the 8020 back, it'll still be able to pull it. And we do have the option to get a finisher on the back. I don't think we're going to go for it now. They are bolt-on, but this is running about 35. We had a deal on these. We were talking to the guy on the phone. They said we could get this for $29.5 if we buy it through them, because we're getting all this work done. They said they give us a bit of a discount for a frequent flyer. So we're going to go get that figured out. That's why we were wondering if someone was here. Looks like the sun's starting to come up, but let's head inside and get that figured out. Alright, so we talked to the guys here at the dealership, because I cannot pronounce that. You can see they're here an hour and a half, over an hour and a half early. So these guys, oh, that's what we like. S&N partners. And it's much easier. We talked to the guys at S&N, and they got us our piece of equipment. $29.5, little fees here and there, but they said these things are brand new. They got a couple in. They had a guy bring it over here, and it's all ready for us. Let's go and hook it up. I think, man, this 8345, it's got the same adjustable front end height. We're going to run that kind of in the middle for the road just so we can absorb some of these bumps, but man, it's got the quick hitch on here, but oh, traffic's backed up. That guy must have been going slow out there, but let's get going. We'll get the flashers on. It's actually having some issues with the flashers, it looks like. But coming this way, the road looks pretty open. That'll be good. This thing's pretty wide. It's definitely going to be our widest tillage tool we have, which is good. The Vaterstad disc is close to this, I think. Man, some of these houses are close to the road. We're getting through town here pretty well. We had a line of traffic behind us, but they all turned and headed west. That's fine. The one thing is we're not going to be able to run this right away. I was thinking about starting to cultivate up some of the Triticale ground that already had manure spread on it, but I don't know if we should do that yet. I think what we'll do is we'll park this in the shed, And then we do need to go hook up the grain cart and kind of get that dealt with. Get the combine cleaned up, feed the cows, and then see where we're at. If the rain's going to hold off and we have time, we always could try to run this. You see the field on the right here is, yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to plant there. I think it's just going to be regular field in the spring, but if we can get some tillage knocked out before the spring, we do have some downtime, we could always try it. Well, let's go ahead, pull into the farmyard here. There we go. And let's get around the 7010. I would also, I'm thinking about trying to find a disc that is going to fit our farm better. Well, the Herbicide is nice. It's really high tech, honestly, for a disc. And I think we could fare off with just a regular, even an older standard disc would be perfectly fine for our farm. We don't need anything too high maintenance. Really, that's what it comes down to, is fixing that Herbicide disc. If we break it, it's going to be expensive. This cultivator, we replace a shank, boom. What is that? These are bolted on. Yeah, look, you got a couple bolts, done. Harrows, even these are bolted on. That Herbicide, there's so many little intricate parts. I just don't... It's hard to use it without, like, feeling like you're gonna just go broke. Because if we hit a big rock, which are somewhat common here, I say somewhat, I mean quite a bit. Like, I just don't feel like that's gonna be worth paying to repair. I'd rather just get rid of it and trade it out before we inevitably break it. Because we know how stuff gets treated on this farm, and you know what? Our combine has to go here. We are slowly running out of room. We're starting to realize that. Let me figure this out. I'm not sure where we're actually going to park this. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is we move some stuff out of there so we can fit the combine. But we're still going to try to take this and fit it somewhere. Because we also have to park the grain cart at some place. And we're going to see what fits better. Let's try putting this back in here. Now, we have this shed packed full, so it's going to be tough. But if this is too long, the grain cart's going to go back here, and this is just going to go back in the shop. But I'd like to try to fit this in here. But right now, it's... Oh, that's definitely going to be too long. This is going to block the whole entrance. But we have just about everything parked up in here. But yeah, if you see, we put that there. I don't think we're getting those boxes out, so... Yeah, let's go put this back in the shop. Alright, so that fits good there. The header trailers are going to get adjusted when we get the combine back in. But let's see... Actually, we're not going to park the grain cart yet. We actually now need to get this hooked up and go get our harvest basically wrapped up, and we're going to see how this handles it. This is also a really good match for this cart. It's physically... This tractor is just about the same size as the 8020. Maybe a little taller, it looks like. But, I think this will be just fine. And really, it's going to be hard. I think I'm starting to like this tractor already. So you better hope that we don't fall in love with this thing, because I don't think my wallet can afford it. Because you guys know we got, I mean, all this new stuff on the farm. We're trying to buy new land. So, I mean, yeah, a new big tractor would be nice. I won't lie. But let's get this under the auger, or where we think it's going to be. Probably right about there. And let's get in the combine. Get her fired up. Yeah, you can see the sweet harvest went well. We're all done, and we're going to get our final numbers here. Get that auger turned on. Because looking at our prices, currently we're at 122,000 liters of wheat, adding probably another 50,000 liters here. I think we're going to wind up pretty alright. Alright, there's the combine empty. We can start getting this back packed into the shed. Let's get this up here. So what we're going to see here, it seems like this tractor Tugs this grain cart like it's nothing. We're going to get this unloaded the rest of the way. I think we might have to pull the grain cart, because this is 100% going to fill up our semi. So we'll have to pull this back up to the farm and wait to unload it into the bin. Yeah. But that was one of our goals today, is just to get this harvest cleaned up, because with this big storm coming, we're going to be doing this. I have about 2 hours to get as much baling done as I can. And I'm going to be streaming that here. Obviously, with Cortland acting up, a lot of our streams this weekend are going to be here on Stitzer. And I'm going to try to stream Thursday night this week, too. You guys would have already seen it as you're watching this video, but that is basically what the Thursday night stream was. If you missed it, is me trying to get this baling in before the rain. Alright, so we finally got the cart all emptied out. Wheat harvest itself is all wrapped up for the 2025 season here. And, I mean, realistically, it's 2026 in real life, so in game, we're getting ready to move on to 26, and that's what our next year will be. I mean, technically, it'll be 2026 harvest we just finished up, but what I'm trying to do, I want to see how well this fits back here. Alright, got a good couple of feet. I think. Alright. I think that actually fits really well. Yeah, we have plenty of room to get that out. We get the chopper out, the boxes will come out. The Gale's going to stay outside. The Moco we might tuck in there. Let's see. Yeah, I think I like that. That works good. This Gale box, it's old. We don't really use it too much. Only on Triticale, which is like once a year. So it can stay outside. And it's time to get the auger put down, put away. And I think... what's going on here? There we go. Let's get that to unload. Looks like we need to bring our auger down a bit. Alright, there we go. So that's all that set for the year. We can go get our semi put back in the shed as well. We also... I'm going to go ahead get the 9770 parked in the shop for the first time on our farm. Now what's crazy is look how close this is to the top of these shop doors. These shop doors are massive. It's crazy how close this thing gets. But we're going to park it. Hit the cultivator. It's new. Park it right about here. And I think it'll leave us room to get the header carts in right beside it. Alright, so we got everything in the shed here. We do need to note, next time we get the bean head out, that we need to get these unbolted. Because look how close this head is. We're like neck and neck here in the middle. Perfectly fitting everything in. We do need to get these mowers moved, but other than that, we get the semi in and wheat harvest is cleaned up. We made our goal for that for the day. And today we are going to be taking the new loaner tractor and our brand new cultivator we just bought. And we're going to be trying out running some tillage on one of our Triticale fields. Now this is one of the fields we already spread manure on, so there's not much more that we can do. We're just going to do one for today. I want to basically just take it as a trial run. And see how it goes. I want to see how the new cultivator works. And really just try to get ahead of winter here. If we can get our fall tillage started now while we have some free time, I think we will be in a good spot when corn harvest rolls around and we can just focus on that. So we're going to back up to the sunflower here. It's kind of tucked in beside the combine. It's going to be tough to get out. We're going to see if we can swing it around the mowers. I don't know. Get that tight. It's going to be close. But I think it's just going to make it. Alright, there we go. And I noticed you guys seem to like this new 8R. Like I said, I really like it too. And if we see how it performs in the field, I mean, it might become a permanent piece on the farm. We, obviously we like the 8020. That is one of the newer tractors on the farm. I think it's the second newest, next to the MX case that we got from the neighbors. But, I think we could definitely put another big tractor to use if we are to keep them both. We're for sure gonna withhold the 80/20 though. Like, we're not for sure buying this 8R yet, but I definitely think it would be a beneficial add-on to our farm. And it is really cloudy out here today, which is kind of unfortunate because we've been having such nice weather, and luckily we've had time to get all this like harvest off and our corn silage without really too much rain at all. But I think this rainstorm that's coming is really gonna put a hurting on us. It's gonna make the soil pretty wet. Might hold us off for a bit. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to cultivate up the grass strips between the field here too today. It's something I've been wanting to do, and this cultivator should dig deep enough. This stuff isn't too deep; it's just straight grass. We just gotta be careful that we don't hit the corn stalks like we currently are right now. I think if we get close enough, we can overlap the rest of the way when we go and cultivate that corn up. Let's back up here. So we're gonna get this thing lowered in here. We got towing up the grass, and let's just go with it. One thing we're gonna do, I actually think I want to get our GPS set up. Let's see, steering assist. We're going to set this to one headland. We'll just do the headlands ourselves, though. And, oh, no field detected. Okay, let's, scoot to the middle here and see what we can get going. Alright, there we go. We, one headland. I noticed we're getting something because I accidentally bumped right there. So we actually do need to watch we don't get these perfectly connected, or we're going to have to go around and paint an edge, but we'll go ahead. Let's do this headland. I think if we keep it lined up somewhat close, we can get this figured out. I just don't like having these huge grass strips right in between the fields. It's just way too big of a buffer. A little buffer's good because it separates the fields, but you know, we need to have some boundaries so we can run our GPS and it'll actually detect it. So I think we're good now. You can see I am getting a little close to that field, so we're probably just going to have to paint a little something there, but I think this cultivator is working really well so far. Got a working speed of 9 miles an hour. It's plenty fast for this farm. It's a lot better. The original disc we tried running, you guys would know, we couldn't even get it to go like 3 miles an hour. It was terrible. So definitely a big upgrade here. And width-wise, this is a lot wider than the cultivator or the disc we really had before. But yeah, it's just ridiculous how wide this grass patch was in some of these areas. I won't lie. It was just, it doesn't make sense. But now we're getting the most out of our farmland. We're going to try to do this for most of our fields. Just why I wanted to get this much wider of a tillage tool, just because I don't want to be spending 3 real-life weeks on tillage. It's just not enjoyable content to watch for that long. But if we do it now, I can make some videos tilling now, and then we can go do some other stuff. And when we come back to tillage in late fall or early spring, it's going to not be as repetitive. So basically all those who are wondering why we're starting so early, that's kind of the thought behind it. Let's try to get this closer here to the path. Not all the way up on it, but like we're doing with the fields, just a little bit closer. I think that works good. Let's get this lined up as good as we can. Let's back it up. Let's check this out. So be able to see, this is already one stage fertilized, and we are getting that cultivation on the outer edges here, so it is doing its job. I was wondering how the cultivator field creator thing we're using here was going to work, but it seems to be doing just fine. I think these paths are going to be one of the things we touch up as well. I don't like the dirt texture. I think we're going to get some gravel laid on all these. Just one, to make it look nicer, but two, I think it's a little more beneficial for like traction and stuff, so we're not getting stuck. Let's get this field a little closer to the road too while we're at it. It's a little bit of a steep slope right there, and that might have been a little too close to the road, but I think having that little buffer is good, but we're going to use our land. We own it, we're using it, because why do we need this big of a ditch here? I don't think we really do. There's no power lines we have to avoid. They're all on the other side. Actually, the power and utility lines are kind of all over the place. They don't really go beside the road most of the time. But, yeah, this 8R, super impressive so far. Just loving it. It's pulling this thing perfectly. I think we're going to be using this on the stream here this weekend too. Just getting some more tillage done. Spreading some more manure. Just getting this busy work done before corn harvest. Because I don't want to skip straight to corn harvest. I want to try to save it for next weekend. Or early or late into next week. And try to have it knocked out by the end of next week is the plan. Start turning up this way. And the awesome thing about 25 is that the AI worker is going to detect this new field boundary we're setting, which is perfect. One of the issues we always had in previous games is we'd make a field, but the AI doesn't recognize it. It's detecting where we're cultivating. So it's going to really give us no issue expanding or creating new fields. So I think we're going to be doing a lot of this, whether it's on stream or on my own time. I really like this tillage setup, so we're going to be running this, you know, quite a bit. And we should be getting better with it so we're not getting too close to the path. I think that right there was the perfect turn. And we're going to have to watch we don't run over our corn here. And while we're still early in the video here, if you guys enjoyed this setup and you're liking what we got going on here, make sure to drop a like on the video. And also, if you guys have any good disc mods that are like a good size for this farm, probably I'd say around the same width as this cultivator, send them my way. I really need some good discs. Looking at the ones we have, I don't like the one we use right now at all. The 2660 here I think is a little too wide. You can see it takes 355 horsepower, which is quite a lot. I think a 2623 would be like the dream disc. This Summers would be alright. The Sunflower is too wide. And really, this McFarlane would be perfect if it wasn't so dang heavy. It's just so hard to pull. Which I just don't get. I mean, maybe we can get it again and try it on this tractor, but I mean, we just weren't able to pull that with the T7 last time, so maybe that's something we need to explore with this 8R. Alright, and then we did have to redo that there. It actually broke our headland again, so I had to paint some more around the outside of this field, but now we should be good to start really digging into this field. I'm trying to find, I think right there is where we should start if we get this turned around. And let's get some of these lines hidden. That's a little too much. I think if we just really, if we could just show our active lines, we'd be good. But let's see if we can. No. Alright, we gotta show lines, don't we? Just wish we could show the active ones. There we go. You know what? This door makes a shutting sound. That's cool. little details, guys. But here we go. Let's mess this field up. I think we're gonna go right here. Yeah. Gotta get used to the width of this. For this farm, it's oh, what are we doing? Alright, that was uncalled for. Just didn't want to cultivate that, I guess. There we go. But yeah, this setup, beautiful. The 8R, I'm in love already. I mean, I always say I like the new Gen 8Rs, but these were just the original showstoppers for the bigger size John Deere tractors. I mean, the 8020s, they look cool. The 8030s, they look cool. The early 8Rs were cool, but these were just so good looking for their time. And I mean, we've come to grow to it now, but just the aggressive headlights and how sleek the body is. You just love it. It just fits so good on a farm like this. Which is really saying a lot for how much we've grown, saying that this big of a tractor fits our farm well, but it does. You can see some of these bigger fields here. We're going to be needing this, especially when we get out into the new land we got. Those fields really start to open up. Alright. Let's get that lifted up. We gotta watch we don't break our new cultivator hitting traffic. We do want to get whipped around here. Into the ground. And locked into our row. We're going to keep chugging along here. I'm loving this setup. I think we're going to do a good bit of tillage with this on the streams this weekend. Obviously, we got to spread some manure first, but oh, we have plenty of manure. So, yeah. Farm's going good. Loving how this is feeling. I really think this next year on the farm is just going to be so awesome. We're going to be used to the row crop. I mean, we're going to be running at full force into this operation. And I really think this save game is starting to live up to the hype that we had in 22 with Westby. Just getting so many things developed onto this farm. It's really a good feeling to be able to just lock into a save like this. But just general housekeeping for the channel. You guys do know we've been having some problems on Cortland. Well, it is a really nice map, and I was really excited to play on it. I'm not sure what issue is. I can't tell if it's with the map or with my mods. I'm not going to blame it on anything yet. I haven't found out what it is, but that's the problem, is I don't have the time to go dig through every single mod in my folder and figure out what the conflict is. So I think we might move maps. We're going to try to keep the same farm layout, same equipment, same buildings, but just move it to a new map. And I think you guys aren't going to mind that at all when we see what map we're heading on. I've been looking forward to playing it for a while. It's a map that, you know, if you guys are paying attention, you might know what it is. It's been around in some sorts for a while, but what we're playing on is brand new. Personally, I've never played this map in any edition of Farm Sim, so I'm really excited to play on it. It's by a great mapper, and I don't think it's going to let us down at all. But that's going to be coming sometime next week. I got to take some time this weekend to set it up off stream, off recording, and make sure it works and all. But yeah, whether we're doing rice fields on that, it's going to be hard to tell. I did enjoy planting the rice the other day, but I don't think this new region is going to be too good for rice. But it'll still be a big farm. And, yeah, it's pretty much all that's going to be to it. You guys will have to just wait and see, really. Do you have any guesses on what map it's going to be? I'm sure someone will get it right. Because I kind of teased at it in the voice chat, and obviously I said at the start of the video, you guys should go join the Discord if you haven't. It's a fun community. You won't miss any updates from me if you're in it. And we hang out, have game nights, just hang out, play Farm Sim. Basically every night of the week that I'm on my computer, which now that we're being active on YouTube is quite often. But, anyways, I'm going to stop yapping. We're just going to let the tractor work for a bit. Let you guys watch it, and then I'll take some work on my own, and we'll hop back in when we're almost done. Well, guys, it's October 1st. We just woke up from our month-long slumber, and the house didn't burn down, so that's good. I should be able to see the sunrise or the bright sky, but you know, let's go out here. Oh, yep, there it is. Our corn has finally grown. So we should, as long as everything's gone well, be all ready to start harvest today. I guess we're going to be running, because I'm excited. We just got to hope we don't hit anything. We can't be too excited. That is not what I wanted. But let's fire up the 6.7, and let's scoop this thing down onto the farm.
Let's actually go check out the field door right here first. Let's make sure all of our stuff's looking nice and grown. But so far, that field looks good. And let's go across the street. Looks like this field's all grown up too. Now we're gonna have to decide where we want to harvest first. I think we're gonna go by the order we planted, which would be starting back down here and doing these. And we'll be finishing off down here and across the road, but... Oh, would you look at this? The Triticale's coming up already. So that is great. Our cows are doing fine. We're getting a bunch of milk from those guys already, so... Let's go up in the air here and... Oh yeah, look at that. Everything's nice and grown up. See our Triticale fields. We do have a guy working on the rock picker. We paid them to come down and do that. The neighbor's sunflowers do look good, but more importantly, this first Triticale field, first plant in the new pasture ground, looks good. Looks like this corn's all grown up and ready to go as well. And looks like we got more Triticale growing here. Oh yeah, we are all ready to go, aren't we? This will be our first field to harvest. That's the first field we planted. Our beans are ready too, so that's exciting. We're coming all the way down here. You can see corn all ready to go. This way, we have this cornfield too. And over here, obviously, we have the field all the way down back here, which should be, yep, all ready to go. And then I believe here's our Triticale field that I planted myself. We owned it. I don't know why, but we do. And we have field 1 and 2, also all ready to go. So, you know what? Let's scoot on down to the farm. Let's get this stuff ready to go. So, we have a good bit of stuff to get ready. So, we're going to be skipping around here today. But the first... Oh. Alright, well there's that. So, this will be ready to go. We're going to leave this guy right here. Leave it running. Next up, we got to get the combine and the corn header out. We're going to need the pickup to do this, because we got to kind of get the corn header out of there. It's in a really weird angle, so once we hit the combine, we should have room to get the corn head, and then we'll just have to grab the semi. The shop is all closed up, obviously. Been trying to close it every night. Let's sneak around here, get the semi started, open this big shop door. We're not going to use the Freightliner just yet. Okay, we actually... I forgot we had to open the door to get in front of the semi. It's so tightly packed in here. Alright, let's get the 9770 fired up. We are probably going to pop open this back door just to get the exhaust fumes out of here. Obviously, the front door opens so we can drive stuff out. Don't ask. And you know what? I think... No. Do we? Or do we not have a hitch on here? I don't think we do. Alright. Let's get this guy about here. Ready to go. There we go. And I think the trickiest part about this operation is just going to be getting that corn head cart out of here. So we're going to have to go back up at the right angle so we can get it all the way. We have to get really close to this wall and probably, yeah, we're going to have to back up a little bit and then fully cut that. Nope. Alright, but yeah, that should be coming out. There we go. Alright, and we now should be having everyone coming out here. Alright, yep, there we go. Got everyone in a line. And we're ready to go get this corn harvest kicked off. And you know what? I just noticed we do have a great demand at the milk sales, so we need to check that out if we have some milk. Maybe see if our guy will come pick it up for us. But you see, what we did when we were cultivating, bringing this path a little closer, was about the perfect length. So when we cultivate in the field on the right, we gotta do the same thing so our combine can still get down this path. But, I mean, for right now, we can just turn around right here in the alfalfa. So we'll get everything up in the field. The grain cart still's got to come down here, but all these guys probably just leave them sitting here. All right. Well, here's the cart, and that means we're going to be all ready to get this harvest underway. So let's go get this out here, and I'll get the header hooked up, and it's go time. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get pulled up to our header here. Let's see. Let's get this off the cart. Let's back up. Combine's unfolded. Can now get out, fold all these down. Go. Alright, all the snouts are down, and you know what that means. It should be time to harvest. Alright, let's see how this thing does. You guys have been waiting for this for months now, it feels like. And here it is. First harvest on the row crop. Let's go. Alright, I think we're going to run that right about 5 or 6 miles an hour here. I know that speed limit says 12, but we don't need to do that. But, you know, I think this is looking pretty sharp. We're getting that middle snout line right up with this row. And, yeah. Look at that. All 12 rows going in the header. And this is what we're talking about right here. Seems like our yield's alright. I don't think I have a yield monitor on this, see how much we're getting, but seems like it's pretty high. See how this head does around these corners? We're not gonna run corn stalks on this. One of the bigger fields we might do some corn stalk straw, but we don't need that much. We already have plenty of corn fodder. As it seems, the 12 row, perfect fit for this combine. Pushing it just fine. I mean, obviously we don't have any hills yet, but you can see how well it's taking this in. Alright, so we're coming up on our first pass here. And you'll see this is some corn that we no-tilled. You can tell because how bumpy this ground is. It's one thing we figured out when we were chopping it. All this, we're probably going to need to start tilling all our ground. Just for the sake of these, how smooth the combine rides. You don't want to break anything. Now, here's what we're going to run into. Is we planted this field with the thought of a chopper or a 6-row corn header. So I can't really get to these end rows, so we're going to kind of have to just shove them into this end of the head, which is, I mean, it works, but it's not ideal. Just got to go slow to make sure they all are going in right. Oh, that worked alright. Hey, look. Whose house is that? That's nice. I'm going to go ahead here, get lined up. Let's see. I think we'd want to be right here. Yeah, right there looks right. Let's see if we can guess this. Looks about. Yeah, looks right. Can't get a little more speed behind the combine on this pass. Seemed to run all right that last one, so we'll go up to 7. It's at least for this flat grounds. Or reasonable. We drop back down to 6. That'd be a little high. Seems like we're gonna. Oh, I keep forgetting about that cruise control. I gotta set cruise control, not just go forward. It seems like we're gonna have a great harvest ahead of us. It's gonna take a little while, obviously. We planted a lot of corn this year. We're really hoping that it's going to work out for us in the market next year. But we didn't seem to have a problem with it last year, so I think we'll wind up all right this year. We might be looking for a grain cart here pretty soon. Looks like 70%. It's definitely looking like we're going to be needing to unload here. Hopefully we can make it to the end of the field and just dump it in the semi, but we bought the grain cart for a reason, so I wouldn't mind going ahead and using it. But hey, you guys need to tell me what you think of the setup. I'm loving the 12 row. I was really excited to use it, and I think it's definitely was worth investing in this, because it's going to help us knock out these cornfields way quicker and allow us to just do more and more ground as we go. If you guys are enjoying the video so far, go ahead and consider dropping a thumbs up. If you guys are new to the channel and are tuning in for the first time, or maybe haven't yet, go check out all my other content. Consider subscribing. Got a lot of big stuff coming this weekend. Tonight we'll be streaming on here with some more corn harvest. Tomorrow we'll be doing some beet harvest on the pig farm with my friend Fearsome Rhino. And we might have a surprise stream coming Saturday night. Something a little different than I normally do. So I think it'll be a really fun weekend here. So if you guys want to see that, go ahead and hit that subscription button. Turn those notifications on. And it's going to be close. We're at 94% with this much left to go. And it's going to be really close. 96, 7. I think we're going to make it. Oh yeah, we got this. 8. 8, 9. There we go. We did in fact make it. Let's get this pipe out and let's unload here into the semi. There we go. Bring it around nice and slow. And here's the first corn of 2026. Oh yeah. Very anticlimactic. We just unloaded the combine. That's nothing that not that big of a deal. But the one thing is, we made 2 passes on that field, which is really, I mean, it's somewhat long, but compared to some of these other fields, it's a small field. And we filled this. Is it raining? Oh my goodness. Whatever that is. But we filled this massive grain tank on 2 passes. So I can't imagine, like, field 164, we're going to be filling up these bins. We might have to buy more bins, it feels like. But let me shut off the combine here. Let's top out and see what this is. I genuinely can't tell. It's not rain. The combine's not wet. Huh. That was weird. It's like it's just spot shower from one of these clouds. Some birds. Look at them things flying over. But yeah, I mean, I think it stopped, so we're good to keep going. Let's fire the combine back up. That was... I didn't know what the weather was going to be. I know we were supposed to get... Yeah. That. We're being challenged with a lot of rain. But the sky looked clear. That's why we're trying to get this harvest done before that comes in. Because, I mean, we have all day sunny today. The thing is, it's saying, oh, October's rainy, even though it's literally just 1 hour, so... I don't think we're going to have much problems. We can get a lot of this harvest done on the first half of the month anyways, so... As long as we just don't worry about it and keep on pushing through, I think we're going to have a great successful harvest and shouldn't have to worry about none of that. We're going to keep on chopping along here. We got plenty of harvesting content ahead of us. If you guys do want to see another video on the corn harvest, I'll go ahead and do it. Obviously, this is our first video of harvest. We can do some other stuff between it, and obviously stream the corn harvest. It's going to take a while to do. So having more than one video on it is probably pretty likely, but it's corn harvest. Everyone likes corn harvest. And while I don't think you guys would mind, I just want to ask, just to be sure. But we are about done for this video today. I was liking to get a whole field done, but it looks like we're getting pretty short on time already. It's taken a lot longer to get this set up than I thought, but we're gonna keep on chugging along. Like I said, we're streaming tonight at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. If you're watching this on Friday, and we're gonna have a nice couple-hour stream just knocking out all of this corn. It's gonna take a while, but I think it'll be fun. Love this combine already. These rows on the row crop just make this so much nicer to do this harvest. We have one more field to go. And we're going to wrap this up, and if we have a little more time, there's a few things I want to take care of here on the farm that I figured I'd rather put in a video than leave out. So let's go ahead and hook the header up. It's a little crooked for some reason, so just ignore that. There we go. See? Perfect. But the last field we have is the very last field that we planted. It is our, in my opinion, the best planting I did on a row crop. Right here, south of the farm. And this is really gonna be the end of harvest. We have one bean field to do next weekend, but it's not quite ready yet. We gotta wait a little bit longer. But for corn, I mean, this is it. We have done massive amount of corn. If we go up in the air here and take a look, you guys would know we started with these two fields. We chopped those. We have this field to do. We finished this field off on the stream last night, and then over the weekend on the streams, we did every single cornfield we own. This one, that, here, here, including our two big ones. You can see back there on the west end of the property, and this big one here. Those ones are going to need baled. So if we get done with corn today, that's going to be what we hop onto next, is baling some corn straw. But what we got to do today is get this combine ready to go. And you know what? Let's get this knocked out. We don't want to get any corn fodder on this field, so we're going to watch the straw blower fold back up here. And we're just going to get going. So if you guys did miss the streams over the weekend, we've had plenty of time. We have 8 hours on this new combine. I think 6 of that is just over corn harvest. We started this corn harvest at like 10 a.m. on this October day, and we played on 1x time, and it's now, you see that, 4:33. So it's been a great harvest. We have got a ton of corn. I think we have almost filled up our bin. So looking into next year, we really might need to look into buying another bin for the corn. I know we already have to buy another bin for the wheat and the beans, because with how much land we're switching to, it's just something that needs done. But we might want to look into getting 2 more bins, or rather leave the 2 now for the wheat and beans and buy a big bin for the corn. I think is probably the best choice, because we don't want to have to sell the corn at the lower price. That'd kind of be a waste, obviously. And I definitely think we're going to be having more crops next year. We're not going to do as much alfalfa. You guys know we have the big Triticale fields. That's going to give us a ton of silage. What we're going to do is get some of these alfalfa fields tilled up on the streams next weekend. And we're going to switch those over to some real crop fields. That, along with buying some extra land, I think we're going to finish buying out these fields. We have the money. We're going to sell some more milk. And might be buying a new planter to go along with that land, because it's a lot of ground to work with 112 row. And so far, looks like we're yielding pretty well. I think we only got 11 rows out of the planter here for some reason. Looks like we're just 1 short on the outside, but it's no big deal. Alright, so we're getting near the end of the field here, and one thing for certain we're going to be doing, we're supposed to be getting the 8520 back here next weekend, which is good, but we're going to have to come to the decision we want to buy the 8R, take it back, or really, I think the general consensus is that we want to keep it, especially if we're, say, getting another planter. I think the way the farm's going, originally we were running the 7810 on the planter, and that was kind of one of our field work tractors, but with how many cows we have, that has been shifting towards kind of a feed tractor, manure tractor. So maybe we do go with the 8R, is what I'm thinking. I don't think it would hurt if we can afford it. We might trade something in, one of those smaller tractors that don't get used as much. But it's really hard to choose because I think a lot of our tractors get used a lot. And I don't really have a good idea I want to trade in. Alright, I tell you what, this hill, even with the new 9770, this hill is always gonna test our equipment to the max. We're pushing this header up here at 5 miles an hour. It's still working. I'm really impressed with how fast it's going. But yeah, this hill is not for the weak. One thing I noticed, our textures are a little messed up. I do apologize about that. I promise our corn isn't rotted. It's quality grain. I'm going to try to fix that here just in a second, so you guys don't have to look at that anymore. But it looks like we're going to have our first full grain tank here. This corn is yielding great. We didn't even make a whole pass on the field and we're already full. Now let's go ahead and get in the 8R. Bring this grain cart down here. About the last thing we tab to. There it is. Let's get her fired up. Right by the semi here. We'll probably just leave the semi there. Just drive the grain cart down here. And obviously, we don't care about our alfalfa. It's I think this field's getting tilled up, so we'll just go ahead and drive through it. We already did our last cut. I'm surprised it grew back this fast, but I don't think we want to cut it again. It's not going to get us much nutritional value. Much more than we just cultivated under and get that. Alright, we need to turn around here. So here's the weird thing, is the texture in the pipe is going to work, but our grain heap is not going to work. So that's quite weird. Let's see if I can't get this fixed while we're unloading. Alright, so we got the texture fixed. I had to restart the game, so I do apologize for a little break in the recording there, but I'm going to take this back up the hill. I'd assume we're going to be full, actually, we're further back, so we'll just leave her here. It can stay on. We're going to hop back in the combine, and we're going to do something today that I've kind of taken a break from, but I figured it's the last bit of corn harvest, why not savor it? Going to record a little time lapse here, finishing up this field. I hope you guys are enjoying the video so far. If you are, drop a like. If you guys are new here and are checking out the channel for the first time, feel free to go check out some of the other stuff I have on the channel, but without further ado, let's do some time lapsing.
Well, guys, this is it. The last pass of corn harvest 2026, or I guess the first corn harvest in this farm. But here it is. We have yielded almost a full semi-trailer, actually more than a full semi-trailer off this field, which is pretty dang good considering that it's actually not that big of a field compared to some of our other ones. Oh my goodness. Well, it appears that we're going to have to come to the rescue in the 46. Just as we're going to finish our harvest, it asks for 5 more minutes. And I can't complain. We got some nice weather here before the rain's coming in. Our bean harvest is going to be great. We know that. We've known that all year. It really kind of going to just take a loss on it. But, you know, our corn harvest couldn't have been any better to us. We've had great weather here the last couple weeks. It's all dried out. The new combine has ran flawlessly. The 8R is working great on the new grain cart. And all of our crops, mainly the ones we've planted, have yielded great. The new land, it yielded all right. We can't complain. And, yeah, this is going to be it. It's just asking for that couple more minutes, like we said, and we'll just take it in the nice weather and get this harvest wrapped up. We're going to have to refill our fuel tender here. This is another thing we bought on the stream if you guys missed the streams this weekend. Went ahead and picked this up and been toting it around with the 46 on the fields around here. It's pretty fun. Alright, let's see. I believe we'll get around back. I don't know what side the tank's on. I keep forgetting. So we'll get it around the middle and just get her filled up. Alright, we're going to go ahead, park the 46 here, and let's walk over, or fly. I thought I was going to walk. Let's walk over here and let's knock out this last pass of the harvest. Once we're done, we're going to go dump the semi, and I really want to see how many liters of corn we ended up with. But let's just squeeze through there. Let's get it fired back up. There we go. And what do we got here? 6 rows, isn't that fitting? Just imagine, this is how wide we were going last year. 6 rows, all the way up to 12. And such a big difference. I don't think we would have ever gotten this harvest done if we were running a 6 row. Getting that dairy barn, probably one of the best decisions we made on this farm. Allowing us to make all the money we did off the milk. And really, coming into the winter here, we're going to have a lot more cow-based endeavors, you could say. So you guys are going to want to stay tuned for that. We got some exciting things coming. But before then, let's get the combine unloaded. That's it. There's our corn. It's a great harvest. But let's get this hopper bottom filled up. We'll hop in the grain cart too. This guy's almost full. We're just going to take this over to the auger at the bin already. Man, this 8R has done great for us over harvest. This might be the last time we have it on lease. But not saying that it's the last time we have it on the farm. But it's done its duty. Harvest is done. We're going to be taking it back. So we'll get the last dumping of the grain cart. Probably not, actually. I think we have to go unload the semi first, because it's going to be full. Yep. Right. Let's get the International Eagle rolling on out. Get her unloaded. And really excited to see our final numbers here. We kind of took a peek at them. I knew they were high, but with all the grain finally in the silo, it's going to be interesting to see just about how much we're going to profit off all of our corn this year. And see if we made profit. Pull over the grain deck. We're renting this. This is going to go back when we take the 8R back. Obviously, we're not going to use it for beans. We do need to get the auger tractor on though, so let's go ahead and get the MX powered up. There we go. And let's get unloading. See, there it goes. And lastly, we're going to get the 8R up here. Gonna have to turn it around somewhere. Gotta watch. Pipe's still out.
We do need to get this. We'll probably back it up right here, actually. Get this unloaded. Slow and steady. Oh, almost at the grain deck. There we go. Let's open up the grain door so she can just flow right on in there. Alright, and our last bit of corn for the season. Let's get her into the bin. Another 20,000 liters. There she goes. It would be really bad timing if we topped this bin off. But this MX is working great as an auger tractor. You guys would have seen that on the stream this weekend. She's been running the auger all harvest. Doing a great job. And she's still dumping. There it is. It's all out of the trailer. And in just a second, this auger is going to be emptying. The drive over belt. And then we'll watch it get taken up. And that is it, guys. And we ended up with 541,000 liters of corn. That is massive amounts of money when we sell that corn. But geez, well, you know, I can't wait for the day that that paycheck comes in from the corn. We're not going to sell all of it, I don't think. We're going to keep some for one of our new purchases, but it is going to get transferred out of this bin to somewhere else. But 65 grand, you can see our bank account is a little lower than it was, but it might be going lower. Now, we've been talking about this 8R for a while. We've loved it. It's a 2018 8345. It's done great for us, but sadly, the dealer said that this has to go to a new home. They're not going to let us buy this one, but there's something that they said we might be intrigued in over at the dealer. So I'm going to drive the 8R back, and we're also taking the grain deck back because we're all done with corn harvest and we won't be needing this anymore until next season, which at that point we're just going to be renting it again. We've already talked that out and how that financial situation works, but I'm going to be hitting the road here in the 8R. Got to be careful with it. Got to get it home nice and clean. We haven't damaged anything on it. We put a solid amount of hours on this too. Eight hours in game on a demo tractor that we've only had for a couple months here. It's quite a lot, but I'm gonna get driving and I'll see you guys when we get to the dealer. Alright, so we're rolling up here on the John Deere dealer, and I think it should be right out here. Oh, there it is. There's our new and improved 8520. It's got a straight pipe, twin turbos, and we also have a Summers diamond disc there on the back. Let's turn this guy off. We're going to leave it out here, out of the way. But yeah, here's our new rig. We're tuned up to almost 400 horsepower on this tractor now, which is crazy. Got some big wheel weights thrown on it, and we got a nice, pretty big disc here to pull behind it, and that would be the reason for our engine upgrade. This is all paid for. It's ours, but I'd assume this is what they were talking about. So this is a little bit older. It's a 2016 model, opposed to 2018 we just had. Has a good amount of hours on it. I think they said somewhere it's around 3,000 hours, which, I mean, it's not as nice as the other one, but the price for this compared to what they were wanting us to pay for the 8345, we're getting a good amount more power out of this tractor. And they said they just tuned it up and everything when they did ours, actually. They want, I think it was 175 grand for this, and it looks like it's in good shape. It's well taken care of. You can see it just on the bottom right there. It has a lot of hours compared to our equipment. It's keys in it right here. Let's just go ahead and It seems to, have some go to it. Take a little spin on it. You see, they look almost identical to the tractor we had. It's got the same adjustable front end. Seems like it steers fine. Everything feels like it's moving. I I think we're going to go inside and talk to him about this. I don't know if it's going to come home with us today, but we definitely... I think I want to get the ball rolling on this because we've been talking about adding another big tractor like this to the fleet, especially with that big cultivator. The 8345 didn't like it on the hills, so let's go see. So this is pretty much what they have. Brand new, these things went for 330 grand. But we're seeing the one they say they have is an IVT, 370 horsepower, pretty big fuel tank, top speed of 30 miles an hour. And it's got these 30-inch spacing Michelin tires on it. They're new tires. But 175 grand. You know what? Let's just do it. Well, there it is. It's ours. So, we're really... Oh, this tractor sounds amazing now. We're really adding a decent amount of equipment to the fleet here today. They told us that on the dyno, this tractor made almost 400 horsepower. So this is going to actually... The 8520 is now our most powerful tractor, I believe. But this 8370, a little newer. But we own it. It's ours. No more leasing costs or fees from the quote-unquote demo they gave us. We're going to get them to follow us back because, we just gave them upwards of, 250 grand about? So I think the least they can do is help us deliver the stuff. But, let's hit the road. We're going to need traffic to get out of our way here. This disc is pretty wide, even pulling it up. Well, yeah, there it is. There's the new setup. 8520's back on the farm. I know a lot of you guys are going to be happy about that. You guys have missed this thing, and honestly, I have too. But with this new exhaust, you can see we got the 8R behind us too. We're going to have quite the operation going now. And, just in time for fall tillage. I've been wanting to run a second tillage equipment. We did sell the Batterstad disc. Someone came and picked that up. And they finally came to pick up the old headers. We'll get back to the farm. You'll see we got some of the yard cleaned up. And all that clutter. The Batterstad is gone. The old 22-foot header and the 6-row corn header. They finally came and picked them up. They got back yesterday night. So we had some more shed space. Spread things out a bit. Because we're going to need somewhere to put this disc and the new tractor. But I'm going to be back with you guys when we get back to the farm. I hope you guys like these new upgrades we got going. And, yeah, we'll get to doing some field work here in a minute. Alright, so we're back at the farm. You can see the sun starting to come out, which is good. We did get rain overnight, so the beans are going to have to wait just a little while longer for them to dry out again. Obviously, all of our corn harvest is done. And, let's pull off to the side here. We got to figure out where we want to put this stuff. Obviously, when we're done using it, because we got a big day of tillage ahead of us, I think. Alright, you're dismissed of your duties. It's ours now. She's home. Let's go get the new cultivator. I think the cultivator is going to go on this, and the 8020 is going to stay on that disc, because the disc, I think, is a little harder to pull, from what I've heard. You can see we got the T7 back in here. We still have that rock picker on lease, so we're renting that basically until the end of fall tillage. Because especially doing this deep tillage, the cultivator, it's gonna need to be on the farm to get some work done. The cultivator is gonna run on our corn stalk ground, and I think the disc is gonna run on that wheat and soybean ground. Really, let's see what we have to do here. So I know that this field is going to need finished. We were testing some stuff a while ago, and it's a little messy. I know that we have slurry spread on this Triticale stubble, so we can get that disked up. This corn stalk stubble and these grass fields. This is all going to get tilled up, because these grass fields do not Besides this one, these alfalfa fields do not fit the farm right now. They don't work. They're too skinny. It just doesn't work. So I think we're going to widen this out to here and maybe add a strip here or just do 3 fields with this. It'd make a little more sense in my eyes. Other than that, I think we do need to spread some more manure on the corn ground. So for today, I think we're just going to run the disc on that Triticale stubble. So let's hop in the 80-20 here. Oh, it sounds so good. Let's get this girl going. Alright, we're going to take this way. We do need to till up some of this alfalfa ground here too. Got a lot of fall tillage to do, and we got plenty of manure to spread on the ground now. I think like this cornfield we're going to start spreading manure on next. Obviously, we can't hit all of them, but the fields that are closer to the farm, we're obviously going to try our best to cover. So this cornfield, the cornfield's up here. The big square cornfield we have, we'll hit. Gotta watch you stay out of the grass there. But I'm excited to get this disc going. It does have a couple hours on it, not a ton, but we'll see here. Let's get her unfolded. Let's back it up. Let's lower it into the ground. And let's go. Oh, she pulls it so good. It's so nice to have something that pulls a disc well. You guys know the problem we had last year with the disking. We might throw this down into manual and shift it ourselves just because here and there it'll bog down and the automatic doesn't love it. I think it's genuinely a problem with these transmissions in the game. Not as much as a mechanical issue. Because you'll see, realistically, I'd love it to kick down. I can force it to kick down, but it's going to kick right back up to 14, 15, and it just doesn't work. Alright, so just put it in manual. And you'll see I can keep this in gear 13. It's going to keep us at a steady 10, 11 miles an hour. Yes, we're going to be using a lot of fuel because we have this thing pinned to the floor, but oh well. I can downshift a little when we're heading downhill. But when we hit these areas we're like really going to be pulling, we're going to want to get that kicked down. Alright, let's get this thing. Disc actually does a pretty good job of turning up ground, you can see. Get it kicked down a few gears. I do apologize if my shifting's a little messy. I just got to get used to getting these gears up and down. But this 85-20 just absolutely eats now. It's beautiful. There we go. Definitely going to be a lot nicer to run tillage in these guys. I think we could even run some follow me and do both of our tillage tools in the field at once would be pretty fun. But the only thing with that is I don't want to destroy any crops that we don't mean to. So we do have to be careful with this, I guess. Sadly, we have to be careful. Let's pull up the hill here and see how this thing does. Let's drop it down to 11th. 12th. Look at that. It's just effortless pulling this thing up the hill. Like right here, normally we'd be feeling this guy bog down. Nope. We can't even get this in the 13th. It's probably going to speed up a little bit. Yeah, 10. Keep her in 13. Looks like it's running good there. Look at that. She loves it. She loves it. All the way up the hill. Beautiful. Get her spun around. It's nice to finally have a wide tillage tool on the farm too. With all this ground we're upgrading to, we definitely need it. another thing we have to do, we also have to get a baler going on our corn fodder. We do have those big fields. If you guys watch the streams over the weekend, we have a lot of corn fodder out to bale. I know I said I wasn't going to do it, but I couldn't resist. We had to. So, we might... I'd say we're definitely going to hire out for that. I don't think we're going to waste our time doing it, because we already have a lot of work on our hands with the tillage. We obviously need to get a lot of this stuff done, or at least half of it done before the spring. Other half, I'd say the corn stalks will probably wait. The stubble here is what we're going to try to get done. Also, I think a lot of these fields we're going to try to get created in the fall like we already have, so we can get some stuff thrown down over the winter, get that soil ready, maybe finish it off, get the rocks out of it in the spring, right before planting. Probably what we want to look at doing. Right now, seems like we're running great though. Alright, let's go ahead. Try to get this bit of grass here. This is one of the projects we're doing too, is bringing all these fields all the way out to the borders of our land, because I don't really see a point in just having straight grass there. I mean, if there were weeds and a bunch of bushes, we're obviously not going to push it back that far, but I don't see any purpose of just having grass. It's not really going to get mowed or anything, and really just trying to maximize our land, I think, is the main goal. More profit without really spending money on land, even though we obviously have already spent a lot of money on land and probably are going to spend some more once we get our harvest sold off here in the summer. But I'm really liking how this is running. This weekend, at least one of our streams, we're just going to be tilling away for a couple hours, so I hope you guys are looking forward to it, because it's kind of inevitable. The work needs to be done, and you know, it's pretty much prime streaming material just to sit there and farm away. Alright, so I've been kind of just putting in the work here. We made some solid progress. You can see we're almost done with the field. After this, we're going to go back to the farm, and I'm going to get the T7, I think, onto the slurry tanker so we can start spreading some more slurry. I don't think we're going to be doing that today just because we are getting pretty close to the end of the video, but if you guys have been enjoying so far, if you want to see more tillage, let me know. I obviously don't want to till everything, but I think how we're looking, I'm probably going to end up tilling the majority of our land, just because I want to get these fields laid out perfectly how I want them. Like these skinny grass fields, I just don't like. I feel like we're wasting land when we do those. We'll probably still have a couple alfalfa fields on this end of the property, but just not this many. Same thing with down across the tree line there. We obviously took a lot of the alfalfa out of that. So, I mean, yeah, we have the Triticale ground. We've talked about this before. I just don't think it's necessary to run so much alfalfa. It's just genuinely my opinion. But you know, it'll be alright. I think we have plenty of silage, and if we don't have enough alfalfa silage, we're going to have plenty of corn planted. We can just chop more of that. But with all the bales we have and all the Triticale ground we're doing, I don't think it's going to be an issue. But really, we're just about done here. This should be our last pass before we can head back up to the farm. Yep, that's easy. Really wasn't too bad of a field at all. It took us about, I don't know, 15 minutes to till that, and that's one of our not bigger fields, but more decent-sized fields, I think. So, she's all folded up. You guys gotta let me know what you think of this tillage setup. I think it's gonna be really efficient and really good for us. So, really, with this one field, we're gonna cut it, and we're taking it straight to sale. With the addition of the wheat we did this year, our two bins are both full, and we don't have the capacity to store it, nor do I think we're going to have enough off this field that's worth storing. The yield is looking alright. We'll head up to it in a second, and you guys will see that. But, like I said, I don't think we're even going to fill up the short grain truck, let alone a big semi or a bin. So, we've been selling some corn straw, all the corn straw we got this year. We actually went ahead, picked it up, and sold one of the wagons, and then brought one back. We made a good bit of money off that, and then we sold about another 110 grand of milk because our price was still pretty high. So that's going to be all cleaned out. You'll see our tank's empty. And really, once we get these beans sold, that's going to be about it for making money until we start selling our crops. But we're hopping in the pickup here. We're going to grab the bean head. And one of the things we have running is we have some tillage running right now. Obviously, I already showed you guys the two big boys sitting out here with our new disc and the sunflower cultivator. But we also have the 7810 out in the field with a worker. They're running some medium tillage with our chisel plow on some corn ground. That's one thing I want to try out, is kind of how the different kinds of tillage worked. Really, we have that big cultivator now. So the John Deere chisel plow, all it's really doing is kind of just adding another level to that productivity. It's not going to speed us up that much, but it will in the end get us done faster with that tillage. We're going to try to hop on the road here. And the goal today is to get this done as fast as possible, because I need to keep going with our tillage. I have a set amount of fall tillage that I would like to get done before the rain hits. And this rain is coming, let me tell you what. You'll see. Rain, 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 snow, rain, snow. We don't have a single sunny day forecasted until February, I think. So it's 1:52 in the game right now. I say we take about 45 minutes to run this field. And after that, I am going to be running tillage until the sun goes down and it starts raining, really. Alright, there's our header. And you can see our row crop turned out really nice with this. It's our first time doing the row crop beans. We did have coarse play plant in this, so it isn't perfect. Let's go ahead and get the harvester unfolded. And you can see over there, it's a 7810. Pulls that chisel plow nicely. But, let's go ahead. Let's get it turned on, and we are just gonna get into it. We're on a time crunch. I hope our yields are pretty good. Beans aren't always the best. And with how big a grain tank we have, I don't know, nor do I think this is going to fill the combine up. Maybe once, because it's actually kind of big field. We will have to see, but I think we're just going to bring the Freightliner grain truck over here, because the semi is still hooked up to a bale trailer, and I don't really want to deal with getting that out just for one load. You can see we're working in tandem. All this green on the farm. A lot of you guys like it. We'll get the New Holland working here soon, too. The New Holland ran the straw baler. You guys who watched the corn harvest would know that we left all the corn fodder. Like I said, we picked that all up, sold it, and I just did all that baling off screen. I was planning on trying to get a beef farm built here, either before the winter or maybe just get it built for springtime. Our only problem is we don't have a lot of money. If you guys think it's a good idea to take another loan and kind of take a gamble, I was thinking about it, because obviously the first loan we took with the big dairy barn really paid off. You guys know how much money that's made us. It's paid for itself like 3 times already. And while we don't have any debt right now, it's not a bad thing to maybe get another loan if we're going to get the beef cattle to kind of just enhance our farm here. We wouldn't do that many just because we already have a lot on our hands, getting all this new land. We're going to probably have to upgrade the planting department. We upgraded the tillage department already, obviously, and I think the 12-row planter, well, it is good. It might be better to add a second one to the fleet. Same thing goes with the seeder, maybe, or maybe not. Because realistically, we're only planting one crop, or seeding one crop, and I think we're actually going to try doing oats next year. There's nothing wrong with how the wheat went. It's just that I want to see if those oats are going to maybe do us a little better on the farm. Alright, let's get going around the edge here. See, it's a fairly nice day out here on the farm. We really got lucky with our weather up until going into November. I hope... So you can see we actually have some rain forecasted at night. So we're going to be running basically until 7 o'clock, maybe 8 o'clock, but right at 9 p.m. the rain hits. Gets sunny. I'm hoping this rain that we get in November is strictly... Oh, crap. I'm hoping that's strictly that 1 a.m. rain, and maybe our forecast is a little thrown off. We might get a little more time to run tillage if it doesn't rain too much. But that's kind of far-fetched to say that it's going to dry out if we do get more than just the slightest bit of rain. So we're really going to have to play it how it falls, and if we have to wait till spring to finish the rest of our tillage, so be it. We really don't want to get that new disc clogged up or break something with the new cultivator. I think the little chisel plow, we might be able to get away with running that, but even then, it has a lot of discs on the front, and we just don't want to get them all clogged up, because then it's going to just drag all this stuff in front of it instead of getting the shanks down to the ground. But I am going to keep on going here, let the combine do its thing for a bit. We'll get back with you guys. I definitely think we're going to have to run some semi on this, so I'll be back with you guys when we get to that point. Thanks for watching so far. Drop a like if you're enjoying. And I guess let me know what you guys want to see next year on the farm. Any upgrades, any new vehicles, and might take it into consideration, but for now on, we're going to keep harvesting. See you guys in a bit. Alright, so we got a guy running in the 9770 here. He is almost full, so we need to run over to the farm. We're going to grab the Freightliner M2. We still have the grain bed on this thing. I don't really see a point in selling it. It comes in handy every once in a while, and we had two of these guys, if you would remember. Obviously, we sold the one that actually had some value in it. This one, not so much. It doesn't have so much value. It's got a lot of hours. Let's see, look, where is it at? This doesn't have it. I just know we've used it a lot, and generally, I think it'll just come in handy more than we think. We've been using it for hauling grain here and there. It still runs good. We've taken care of it. And I kind of just like having it on the farm, so I don't think it's going anywhere. We've talked about it before. It's always kind of been on the chopping block, but it's never gone anywhere, and I think it's going to stay that way. But you'll see we only did one headland. There's not really anything around this field. I didn't feel it necessary to do two headlands. I'd rather just get into the bulk of the field and not waste our time, because we're really running on a crunch here. It's see, 211 now, so we've been going for a little while. This should get us about, I don't know, 50%. We'll see. We have a decent-sized grain box on this. That's the thing. So, let's see. You need to remember, this was the grain box that was originally on the Volvo, the nicer one of the two. Our other one was starting to rust out, so we just sold the Volvo, scrapped the other box, and it seems like it has turned out to be a good decision. Scoot forward a bit, we're getting a little full there. There we go. Keep it coming. Let's see. So our prices for these beans. Let's see. Beans. Are not good at all. Yeah, we're really kind of taking a hit. There's no way we can hold these till June. We have nothing to hold them in. Right? You know what? We do have this one little silo. I don't think it does anything, though. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, they're still selling for $18.94. No, it's $1,800 at the Feed and Grain South. It's not the worst they could be. Let's go ahead and leave the Freightliner here. But we're definitely not going to get rich off this field. I'd assume we get like 40 grand off this field, which really, it's not terrible still. But while the combine's running, we're going to fly over and check out how our tillage is going. So, one thing I noticed with these is he's going to take this really weird path. It does so many headlands, and then it's going to start this. I mean, we'll let it go, but you can see the one problem with the deep tillage, it's going to start leaving these rocks behind. We'll give you guys an overview of what's been done so far with tillage. You can see we did this on a video. We tilled up the alfalfa. I'm going to be tearing down this fence, actually, and we're going to be putting a field in here. So when I say we're kind of restructuring our fields, we're going to do more what we did here. Our Triticale is actually coming up really nice. You can see it's 2 out of 8 growth stages. It's getting a little taller. We went ahead and tilled up this alfalfa field as well. You can see over here, we are restructuring how these fields are set up. We're going to have a path going this way to go to this field, which ended up a little wider. We ended up making this field wider as well. This field kind of stayed the same. And we're going to make probably 2 fields going this way. We're just beefing these up a bit because they're pretty short. And with the 12-row header, it probably benefits us. On the streams this weekend, we're going to be doing some tillage as well. We might get into tilling those big fields, buying up some of this land. You'll see we have 102, 108, 124 to till, and 125 is actually already tilled. We could probably buy that pretty soon. 127, we're still going to let those guys harvest it before we buy it, and you can see not quite ready to go yet. But we're going to keep on cracking with harvest, and probably going to come back when we have a full semi, sell it, see how much profit we made, and probably will be it for today. So I hope you guys are enjoying the video so far. A little shorter today just because we're running out of stuff to do on the year. And I'm trying to edit these a little more. You'll see, especially the videos with Nate, I've been getting into it, where I'll make more cuts, trying to make it more interesting for you guys to watch and keep you guys interested. But one thing I noticed, I need to stop talking. We're just going to go get this harvest done, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, so we got our first load of the semi. Surprisingly, more grain than I thought we were going to get overall. 23,000 liters. The combine has a decent bit in it. We might get a second full semi out of this, but that is going to be probably for a live stream this weekend. We're going to go ahead and haul this right down here. And man, these must be heavy because we are going slow. Trying to get some speed build up. See if we can downshift a little more. Not really. Oh yeah, there we go. Alright. Looks like our 7810 is probably running out of fuel. We really need to get a big fuel tank on the farm because we are always out of gas. It is an epidemic on our farm. And I don't think that's a good problem to have. We should have fuel for our equipment. It's not like we can't afford it. We've been doing great this year, and maybe that'll be something. Dude, you can't pull out in front of me. We gotta cut this way. Keep up the speed. Holy cow. We're zooming. Alright. Are you gonna go this way? Yep. Let's see how much we're gonna get from this very bad bean price. Let's unload. This is the right place. Yes, it is. I'd assume we get, I don't know, probably 35 grand out of this trailer. It's not great, but it'll help us out. Let's see. Waiting. And there we go. 41 grand. That's actually not bad at all. I'm actually pretty happy with that. That means we might get around 80 grand from this harvest. We definitely need to make sure we get our beans in next year. I don't think it'll be a problem. Well, guys, that is a wrap for the first season here on Stitzer with our row crop. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I know not many of you are going to make it this far, but if you did, I really appreciate the support in watching this whole thing through. I might question you that you're crazy if you really watched all 7 hours and 8 minutes of this, but hey, I like this map too. We're going to keep going on it for at least a couple more years or until we find something better. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed this one. Drop a like if you did. Make sure to check out all the links in the description. Subscribe if you're new here. I mean, if you watched an 8-hour video or 7-hour video and you haven't yet, what are you doing? But see you next time, guys. Peace.